called a genuine article, and it's cock soup. Oh, thanks. Can I have a close look at that? Maybe there's some more humour I can draw.
What, you want a closer look at my cock soup?
Just a cock soup. Let me just... It says here, delicious, appetising.
Oh,
3 to 4 servings.
Because you know what I'm thinking of when you're talking about the soup?
I'm thinking of innuendo.
I'm just thinking of a man's cock.
Penises, yeah. Let me just...
It's the darkness.
Use Rooster's Pride cock soup as a snack with crackers or toast.
Still thinking of a normal knob.
An appetiser, again, or a soup base. That doesn't really work as an innuendo.
No, whisper.
That's disappointing. We'll work on that, though.
The darkness growing on me on XFM 104.9. Going well, isn't it?
I've enjoyed it so far.
It's been a bit naughty and everything.
Yeah, a bit like, smart.
Nothing
wrong with that.
No. Carl.
Alright.
Having a good day?
Not bad.
Yeah?
What mood are you in this week?
What
we always
mood
trying to assess each week, you know, it's a bit edgy.
He's got a red head. What's all that? You've got a red head all around the side and the front. What's that?
Sunburn?
No, I think I'm allergic to having my head rubbed.
Right. Right, now who would rub your head? That sounds a bizarre thing. Your girlfriend?
Weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I was
rubbing your head.
Well, yeah, but I was squeezing his head, fair enough, and he was screaming in agony. And then he went and made me a cup of coffee. And as he came over, just spilt boiling hot coffee on my legs. I'm all wearing shorts, and he went, "Sorry," just like that. It's like a series of Jackass out there this morning. I mean, my legs are burnt. Your head's a little bit red. But apart from that, having a good day.
Not bad. I was on the way in today, right, Steve?
Walking in?
Walking in, always walking in. I get left early and stuff. I like to get in early, get some bits done, that.
Yeah. Monkey News, Songs of Phrase.
That sort of thing. And living in London, right, there's a lot of shops that open early and stuff. Do you know what I mean? People say that's a good thing about London.
Yeah.
It's almost like 24-hour city and stuff, right? I'm walking in and there's like, you know, you've got your newsagents open.
Obviously.
You know, selling newspapers and that. That's good. They've got to be...
Brought to you by Robotic Robert Stack. Instead, it's brought to you by a cool show on Amazon, that's Amazon Prime, called Bosch, which is just coming back for a third season. It's about Detective Harry Bosch, and for him, solving crimes isn't just a job, it's a soul-consuming obsession. After a long search for his mother's killer led him to a big police cover-up in previous seasons, now our protagonist, Harry Bosch, finds himself a suspect in the death of a serial killer that he had been investigating. Bosch stars Titus Welliver as Harry Bosch. It's based on the best-selling novels by Michael Connelly. You can stream Season 3 now on Amazon Prime. That's Bosch.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
Uproot the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways.
Not just another episode.
Oh, yeah,
Not just another episode.
A special episode.
Welcome to our 200th episode.
Do-do-do.
Based on my math.
I think the math is right.
I think it's pretty close. I might be off by 1 or 5.
Well, if we're off a little bit, you get to have another celebration with us.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've, according to my math, this is our 200th episode.
Regular
Wow.
episode.
Regular episode, you're right. So
Yeah.
shorts and holidays and stuff like that
goes
don't
away.
count.
Yeah.
But...
So it's actually like our 202nd
87th
episode.
or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think about how many episodes that is, and it kind of makes me feel old.
Makes me
We've been doing
feel...
it for a long time.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
Yeah.
But I guess it has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay. I'm
What's your
used to
name?
it.
Yeah.
I am... wait, what's your name?
I'm Steve.
You're Jamal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
I'm Steve.
Frederica.
I'm Steve. As always, joined by...
Devin.
And Joe.
And even though it is our 200th episode, we're not going to break form, and we're still going to bring you a mystery, because that's what we do every week.
Just going to be the same old crap then, huh?
Not quite. We're actually going to do... You know, I don't know if either of you noticed this, but we've developed this weird little habit on the big numbered episodes. We do stories about famous people who disappear, and so we or die.
It's like the 23 rule, except not really.
Except in increments of 50.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. So This week, we are going to talk about another famous person who, in this instance, disappeared, and that is Richie Edwards.
Yeah.
Richie Edwards and his disappearance is a listener suggestion from everybody.
Yeah.
We've been
Yeah,
getting
we've
this
gotten
one
it a lot.
so I finally caved. I do real quick, though, before we get into the story and all of that, trigger warning, this episode deals with some things that you may not be comfortable having little ears hear, or if these are triggers for you, we're going to be talking some about suicide and some about self-hurting.
Yeah, if you've got triggers, you're not listening to us anyway, so don't worry about it.
But if you are listening and you're on this episode, please make sure to turn it off or save it for another time when it's better.
Yeah.
For those of you who do not know, Richie Edwards was a member of the band Manic Street Preachers.
That's right.
Did you guys ever listen to him?
Not much.
No, I'm too young for that.
Yeah.
I never did either.
Yeah.
I've listened to him since, but I had not
me
listened
too.
to him
I
at
don't
the
know.
time.
I don't know if you know this or not, but you can't listen to music that's older than you. So
They can't, really?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I
really?
never knew that. Nobody
Yeah.
ever told me that.
yeah.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
no.
So what laws of physics have we been violating?
lot.
A lot.
A
Yeah.
lot. Okay. Well, Richie, at the age of 27, he disappeared. It was in 1995, and he wasn't actually declared legally dead until 2008. That's when his family finally moved forward with that process. So let's start at the beginning, and we'll walk through Richie's story leading up to his disappearance. Richie Edwards grew up in Blackwood, which is in Wales, which is in the United Kingdom, for those of you who don't know.
South Wales.
Yeah, it is.
Southeast Wales.
Yeah, ballparkish. Now, I don't know why I found this surprising, but it turns out Richie Edwards was a really good student, and he did quite well in all of his classes.
It's because you're a racist.
That's right. You're against. Yeah, you hate Welsh people.
I actually think that it might just be because of a different stereotype, and that is the rocker stereotype,
You're genreist.
which is the rocker stereotype. You know, the guy who does nothing in school but just plays and plays and plays and plays and plays until one day he's discovered and he makes it big.
Or until one day he finds himself working at a gas station for the rest of his life. Yeah, that
well,
one. Yeah.
no, that's not the way the stereotype goes.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about Richie, too, is that after school and everything, he still read a lot. He was actually into literature and, actually kind of an...
Got a
kind of
degree
an-
in political history. Like,
kind of
he's
an-
a
yeah,
very
and-
learned guy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, smart guy and read a lot of important books and all kinds of stuff and talked intelligently about them.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's be fair though. I haven't listened to his music, but was he that good of a musician?
So there's two ways to split hairs on that. He was not necessarily a good musician
Not at
in
all.
terms of being able to play an instrument. He had some other talents that were very, very influential, and we'll talk about those in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but he couldn't play the guitar.
No,
But
couldn't. He wasn't very
But
good
he
at
could
it.
write songs.
He could.
Well, the good news is for alt rock doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Edwards initially started out working for the band as a driver and a roadie, and through a process that I'm not completely clear on, he somehow managed to eventually be brought on as a member of the band.
Yeah, it's called promotion.
Well, the band itself started. It's 3 people.
Yeah.
There was 3 guys in the band, and somehow he became the 4th member, starting out as a roadie. It's just it's weird. I didn't go too deep down the rabbit hole on exactly how he managed that, but he did.
Yeah. Maybe he has some singing and writing talent and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, and that's part of it because, like we said before, he wasn't very good at playing the guitar to the point that there's actually a lot of contention that it may not actually be him playing guitar on the albums that they released when he was with the band.
Well,
That wouldn't
apparently,
surprise me.
I had heard that when they did concerts, he had the guitar and he was seen to be playing it, but it was almost always unplugged.
There was apparently a fair amount of that going on. He apparently could also play the piano, but it appears that keyboard was not something this band wanted, so he couldn't rely on that talent. So you've got to wonder, okay, well, if he's not that good with the instrument, then why are they keeping him around? And the reason is that he was really good at, as Devin said, promotion, and he was also he was really good with lyrics. He wrote he wrote, I think, 80 or 90% of the lyrics that were on the album that came out the year before he disappeared.
That's pretty intense.
He did an awful lot of writing. It was the Holy Bible. That's the name of the album. That is 94 is when it released.
I mean, I would guess that, one of the guys in the band said, like, oh, hey, man, your lyrics are pretty good. Do you want to be our writer? And he was like, no, I'll be in your band, though. And they were like, okay.
Well, we need material, so
Sure.
okay, why not?
Why not?
Yeah, well, he did good things for the band while he was with them. Absolutely. So let's look at a timeline of Richie and Manic Street Preachers up until and shortly after his disappearance. Between 1990 and 1993, the band was touring, and they also released 2 studio albums. During that time frame, and this actually all takes place, what I'm about to talk about, on the 15th of May, 1991, Richie gets into an altercation with a journalist. He's a guy from NME, which is New Musical Express, which is a magazine that I have not heard of, but apparently was big in the UK at the time, and maybe I think it still is around. The journalist, Steve Lamacq,
It's you.
No, that's not me. It's the wrong
You're
Steve.
not Steve Lamacq?
As far as our listeners know, that's you.
It's totally not me.
Yeah, right.
According to the reporting, and this is reported almost exactly the same way every time, but the quote is that the journalist had, quote, questioned the band's authenticity and values and Edwards' seriousness and commitment to his art, end quote.
That's kind of an absurd question when you think about it.
It is, and what I feel, what's also an absurd response to it is what Edwards did. In response to prove how committed and how serious he was with his art, he apparently at the time was carrying around a razor blade in his pocket, and he pulled that out, and he carved into his forearm "For Real," the numeral 4, R-E-A-L.
I've seen the picture of that.
It's not a nice...
He's actually lucky he didn't sever a tendon or two.
Yeah, and apparently that was 18 stitches is what it took to fix that.
I'm surprised it took only 18, actually.
Yes. So he was very lucky, and I think that might have been the harbinger of things to come.
Yeah, it kind of went downhill from there, huh?
It did over time because, as I said, between, from 91 to 92 to 93, the band is touring, they're releasing albums, they're getting more and more popular. And then in December of 93, their manager, Phil Hall, dies of cancer. Apparently that had a significant impact on Edwards. I'm sure it had an impact on all of the guys in the band, but it apparently, he didn't take it well.
Yeah.
Which I get that.
Yeah.
We move into 1994. In the beginning of 1994, at the age of either 25 or 26, depending on exactly when he got it, Richie Edwards gets his first apartment, or gets his own apartment. He gets a flat in Cardiff, because before that he'd been living with his parents.
Mm-hmm.
So he's out on his own, which is awesome.
Cardiff, Wales. Fun town, I hear.
I've heard lots of good things about it. I've also seen a lot of shows that are supposedly based in it.
Their accents are cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen the written language? It's very fascinating. It's like all consonants.
Yeah. Yeah.
In April of 1994, the band is touring, and they're in Bangkok, and a fan comes up to them and gives Richie a set of knives, which he then promptly pulls out and uses to cut a series of horizontal slashes across his chest.
I wonder, was he really a fan, or was he like a member of a rival band?
I don't think so, but the weird thing is the first time I saw that photo, because that photo's out there all over the place, he is just sitting around smoking a cigarette and having a drink and no shirt on, just blood going down his front.
To clarify, because I just realized I had a
Clarity?
Richie cut himself with the knives the
Correct.
fan gave him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just
Fan
wanted
hands
to
over
clarify
knives
that.
in appreciation.
Yep.
I love you. You should have this. And he goes
should
ahead and says,
have this.
"Sweet, slash, slash, slash."
Okay.
I saw the photo, and I thought at first, because it was really pixelated, you know how you'll find those scaled down ones that Google will blow up?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, wow, he's got this really interesting telephone pole wire tattoo thing on his chest. That's interesting. And then I found a better one. I was like, oh God, no.
He's just bleeding.
I mean, cuts to the chest, bleed.
They do.
But oftentimes, I mean, there's bone, like, right there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't take a lot to bleed a lot.
He cut himself, I would say, about an inch or so above the point of his sternum.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty thin.
I
It's not
would
like he can
say,
do a whole lot of damage.
you know.
But it's the fact that he did it, which is
Yeah,
so
the fact
notable.
that he did it is crazy. Yes, that's shocking, right? But the fact that he was just kind of like chilling there afterwards, like they're not particularly.
No.
I mean, they
were
can
shallow
be, right?
little
But they were
cuts.
probably shallow little, like basically just nicks that were bleeding a little bit, and that he was just having a cigarette and enjoy. So I don't know.
He apparently also this is when some of his larger issues begin to develop.
I should clarify also, I'm not trying to make light of self-harm.
No.
Because
no.
like it's a serious
And
issue.
we're
Not
going
a
to
good
talk.
idea,
We're going to talk
no.
at a decent amount of length
Yeah.
through here as we go. But he stopped eating at around that same time. So people say he was anorexic. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you stop eating.
Well, do you know? And I don't. And so if I get this wrong, I just want to make sure that everybody understands. I don't know. Is anorexia the act of simply refusing to eat or suspending eating, or is it with the intention of losing weight?
The anorexia is actually more than that. Anorexia is, my understanding of it is that you have essentially kind of a dysphoria, which makes you believe that you're fat.
Well, see,
so
that,
the
and
intention is
that's what
you're
I'm
not
trying
eating.
to-
The
You're not eating
definition-
because you want to lose weight.
Yeah, it's an emotional disorder characterized by an obsessive desire to lose weight and refusing to eat. However, I will say that sometimes it comes along with the desire to die more than the desire to lose weight. Like if you lose your will to live, you lose your will to eat.
And he did.
And
he
that
was
can
known-
also be classified as anorexia.
Okay, because he was known to suffer from bouts of depression.
Yeah.
So that would explain it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure. After I had this all in front of me, I realized I didn't know the actual definition of that, or at least a good rough
Disorders
approximation.
like that are hard to classify.
They really are.
There's all kinds of strange ones out there too.
Yeah.
Obviously concerned about Richie because these things are going on. The band sends him home. They send him to what is called, in all of the reporting,
A health farm.
A
Yeah,
health
I know.
farm.
I want you guys to send me to a health farm.
Yeah, I'll go.
I don't know that
Yeah.
you do.
I
because
do.
depending on the type that we choose, you may not be too keen on it. Because I had never heard of a health farm, so I had to look it up.
It might have been one of those special health farms where there's a lot of guys in white coats walking around.
It might be.
I mean, frankly, either of them sounds great. A luxury spa or a place that's focused on helping me improve my diet and helping me get exercise. I kind of need both of those.
So
Yeah, me too, actually.
that's kind of the spectrum of what Devin
Yeah.
just said is the spectrum of what I have read a health farm is. The spectrum that I get is like you said, it's a luxury spa, or when I read the description of helping someone with their diet and exercise, I sort of read that maybe a bit between the lines, as in you're forced to take your meals. It is not, voluntary. Like they're really, I'm going to use air quotes here, strongly encouraging you to eat again. Now, again, this is all a guess on my part. I don't know how these work. I just don't know that you may enjoy your time so much because it's not all mud baths and cucumbers on the eyeballs.
I'm sure there's a little counseling involved too, and it might be too. I assume that he wasn't allowed to drink in there. That might have been
yeah.
part of it. Is that he might have been getting all of his calories through booze,
Yeah.
and so he didn't feel all that hungry. you
Yeah,
know?
I know plenty of people who have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was apparently not the first time he had been to a health farm. This was his third trip, actually. So he'd been there for a number of times, or a number of trips.
Actually, and the band was actually remarkably accommodating. They really were good friends to Richie. I think
That's nice.
they were. I think
Yeah.
I think they actually did.
They
Fair
cared.
on him.
They,
Yeah.
where a lot of bands I think would have kicked him to the curb after the
Totally.
second trip to the health farm, and because he missed a lot of shows and stuff.
He did, and
Yeah.
as we're going
Well-
to talk about, he misses a whole bunch through this year.
The
Yeah.
good news is his guitar was never really plugged in to begin with. So
Good point.
it's okay.
So they really were just losing him on vocals.
Yeah, which I mean, fair enough, right? That's a significant loss, but
True.
That's kind of important.
you
So
know,
let's step forward in time.
Oh.
We're going to go to July of 1994. Richie disappears. He disappears for 2 days, and when he comes back, he's sent for rehab at Priory Hospital for a total term of 10 weeks because it was believed that he was drinking the entire time. So he was drunk the whole time, and at the same time, he was self-harming, so he was cutting himself, and his form of cutting himself or hurting himself was not only to take a knife to his forearms or other parts of his body, he was also putting cigarettes out on himself. So he was covered in these self-inflicted wounds. That's why the band said, "Whoa, we need to go probably something a little more serious than just the health farm."
you
this
may
time.
be able to help me with this or not. When he was doing his like self-harm cutting
Mhm.
thing, oftentimes there's self-harm and there's attempted suicide, and they are two different things. And so he was self-harming. He
Yes.
wasn't trying to like kill himself.
Yes,
I mean, maybe he was.
It was. I think it
but
was.
he was doing the cutting.
It was a half-assed attempt at taking his own life, is what it's believed, because the self-harm is not on the wrist. Like, you could see he
It's up
had
here.
cuts from, say, the elbow down, where he was just cutting himself.
I would strongly say that's not a half-assed attempt at killing yourself. It's
Probably not.
It's a self-harm.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
these things escalate, and so they knew he was troubled. He
Yeah.
had issues, and so they
Certainly, yeah.
Well,
they
yeah.
sent him to someplace to get help.
Yeah, he himself said that cutting himself was just a way of taking his focus off things that were troubling him.
Mm-hmm.
But now all of a sudden you got something bigger to worry about. You got all the pain from this cut you just inflicted on yourself. So you're not going to be thinking so much about this other stuff, and so it's a nice distraction.
And I admittedly do not understand that rationale and logic. I feel for people who take that as a way, or experience that as a way to cope with other things. I don't get it. And if you do that, please seek help,
Yeah.
because
can tell you-
it escalates, and it's not a good not a good habit.
From personal experience, like
let's see
Devin's
your
little,
arms.
corner here, is that for me it was always like that's like what you felt like you deserved. Is like you just deserve to be in pain. You don't deserve to be happy. You don't deserve to have your life going well. And oftentimes, I think if I would extrapolate that out, like if things were starting to go well for him with the band and they were, gaining influence and all of that stuff, but he had this like deeply troubled soul of like, you don't deserve that happiness, then, that really can explain some of that escalation
It
of.
could have made it even worse.
It would make it worse because you would just continue to say like, I don't deserve this. There's no, and I deserve to be in pain. I deserve to be miserable. I don't deserve this amazing life that I found myself in. And that can be like a really good mode of escalation there. So,
And-
but again, seek help.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I mean, people that listen to our podcast are, by definition, very well balanced. Mentally
People
healthy
who
yeah.
really like to hear about murders and disappearances
Disappearances,
and robberies.
yeah,
Those are all
exactly.
By definition.
Exactly. Yeah, you are the definition
Yeah.
of normal
So-
if you're listening to us.
So they sent Richie to rehab, basically, right?
Again,
They did.
yeah.
And like an inpatient rehab facility.
Correct.
Yeah.
And because he is there, he misses a lot of things. He misses the release of the Holy Bible on the 30th of August,
Which is
1994, which
His
is the
creative baby.
Yes. He also misses quite a few shows. He is able to eventually rejoin the band for some of their shows in the UK, and then they go on a European tour. They are the opening act for another band called Suede. Everything seems good for the band, I should say, because for Richie, things are continuing to things are devolving for him and degrading.
Well, and I can imagine that's also, like a tour situation is an enabling situation.
Mm-hmm.
If you're prone to drug abuse or alcohol abuse,
Excess.
any kind of excess, and then, maybe that drug usage or that alcohol usage leads to your spiral of self-harm. Like it's a hard environment to be in, I'm sure.
You'd think that he was doing enough self-harm just with all the boozing. You'd think that would have been enough. I mean, those hangovers. I mean, that's got to hurt just about as bad as a bunch of cuts in your arm.
That's a slippery slope, sir.
I know.
And it's a vicious circle. And we talked about before that the band really was supportive of him to do whatever he needed to do to make himself, as they would say, better. I've got a quote here from Nicky Wire, who he is one of the band members. And he told in an interview, this was after Richie's disappearance, he said, "We told Richie he could do whatever he wanted, just write, just come to the studio, just tour, just whatever he needed to do to feel better, but he still wanted to be in the band 100%. End quote. So, whereas they said, take it easy, do what you want, ease into things, he dove right back in all the way. He didn't ease in or work it in at all. And that couldn't have helped. While they were on tour, and this is for their European tour, this is in November.
94?
Yeah, 1994. I'm sorry, I paused because I just was suddenly thinking about this as I'm reading it, is Richie somehow gets a hold of a butcher's knife. And the band finds him with that knife, and he tells them what his plan is, which is his plan is to take the butcher's knife and cut his fingers off so that he does not have to be on stage anymore pretending to play. Because he knows well that he is unplugged during every show. And I can only imagine what that would feel like to be up there in front of screaming crowds miming the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
I can see how that would take a toll on
I would have said a better approach would have been to take guitar lessons rather than cut your fingers off. It, but
it's,
I
again,
think a little differently.
Yep, it's a mode of approach for it. Now, obviously, the band found him. They stopped him. He did not go through with cutting his fingers off. He did, however, continue to self-harm or self-mutilate. After a show in Amsterdam on the 24th of November, Richie cut himself vertically down his chest, which, according to the reporting, required 36 stitches to put back together. Which that's a decent sized cut.
Left a nice scar, I bet.
I mean, 36. It's not nothing.
No,
but as far as like a chest wound goes, it.
But it's got to be deep enough to require stitches. And I mean, if I cut myself with a knife, just accidentally flick myself with a razor blade, I'm probably not going to get stitches, but it's got to be deep enough. You got to go through many layers of skin for him to want to do that.
All right, that's fair.
So, the point is he does this. They are still on tour, and on the 1st of December, Nicky goes outside of their hotel in Hamburg, Germany, and finds Richie with his face covered in blood because he's been banging his head against the side of the building. At that point, the band knew there was trouble. They canceled the rest of the tour.
They did what really excellent friends would have done.
Yes, and they all went home and they took him home.
I think about this case and I think about like Kurt Cobain, and I think about how it makes me sad a little bit because I think if Kurt Cobain had the kind of like really serious support system that Richie had, like he probably, he may not have, but I think he would have been in a better situation. So, that's always interesting for me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that there's a number of, that's the hard part with fame and situations like that is it's a lot of people after the fact have realized how caught up they get in it.
Yeah. Well, it's hard
so they lose touch with all those other things and all those other people.
I mean, the Manic Street Preachers walked away from a ton of money when they walked away from the rest of their tour. I mean, they forfeit that. They may have even been liable for some of the expenses incurred, and they did that because they thought this is our friend and he needs help.
Although I'd imagine
walk away from it.
I would imagine at the same time their tempers were getting a little shorter with every one of these incidents. They're probably
maybe, but they could have just said, "Okay, you're out."
And they didn't do that. No, but they were probably
at
least getting somewhat exasperated with it. They were supportive, but at the same time they were probably going, "Richie, you're killing us here."
Frankly, if it were like you guys, I would just be like, "You guys are going to lose me a ton of money, so like you just go home. I'm going to stay
you're
here."
Gone.
Yeah,
I'm kicking you to the curb.
I mean, like that's a typical human behavior. And it's really admirable the way that they tried to take care of him.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone the way of was it GNR and Axl Guns N' Roses and Axl Rose. I mean, Axl Rose was notorious for getting drunk and showing up late and being a total prima donna until eventually. Am I wrong? And do you remember this? Until eventually they kicked him to the curb.
Before my time.
Yeah, I can't remember.
So you're not allowed to listen to it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's been so long since I've read it. I just remember him doing stuff like that. But that's not important to our story here.
So they took him home.
They take him home.
That's great.
Everything for the remainder of the month of December seems good. Everything for the month of January of 1995 seems good. And by that, I mean that his friends and family and mates all say that nothing seems wrong. He's relaxing. He's seeing people. He doesn't seem to be, his behavior isn't that he's continuing to get completely blasted drunk and then harm himself. Like, maybe he's relaxing. He's
on the road to recovery.
He's on the road to recovery. Exactly. Mm-hmm. The timing on this next bit might have been a little bit too soon, but Richie and James Bradfield, who is another member of the band.
Oh, the band's still around, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, they've still putting out albums.
Yeah.
They're still, actually, what's really I find admirable is it's still the original three guys. I mean, Richie came on. What happens with Richie happens. And those three stuck together. They've not brought on anybody since that I can tell. So it's been the same guys the whole time.
And I think I've heard, too, that they give a quarter of their money to Richie's family. In other words, the royalties are divided up 4 ways, and Richie's share goes to his family.
That's great.
They're
like really good humans.
They are.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't know if they're still doing that, Joe. I know that.
They did it at least for a while.
Up until the time that he was declared legally dead, they were still depositing his portion of everything in an account for him in holding.
Yeah, but yeah,
that's a significant amount of money.
It's a lot of money.
Oh,
yeah. No. many years of money. So yes. So, like I was saying, though, is James Bradfield and they're supposed to go on a promotional tour in America. And Richie had been on the phone with his mom, and he had said that he wasn't too excited about the tour, and he didn't really want to go, or the promotional tour, but he didn't really want to go, but he's going to do it because he had to kind of approach, which we've all had conversations like that. Like, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
The pair check into the Embassy Hotel on the 31st of January.
Sorry, James and Richie?
And Richie, yes.
Okay. Not Richie and his mom.
Correct.
Got it.
Correct. They are supposed to leave the next day, which is February 1st, but instead on the 1st, Richie checks out of his room and then makes the several-hour drive from London to Cardiff. And I am pretty sure that there's obviously a bunch of embassy hotels all over England, but I'm pretty sure that they would have been flying out of Heathrow.
Oh, so they were staying at like the embassy at the airport.
Right, or close
out.
by. Right.
Okay, got it.
Baywater or something like that, or I can't remember now.
That's fine. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah,
we probably don't need to know exactly where, but it was London.
It was London.
Yeah, it was in the London area. So he makes the several-hour drive from there back to his flat in Cardiff. When he left, he took his wallet and his passport and his car keys. I think they said that he left behind, I can't remember if he took or left behind some Prozac, and he also took with him 2,800 pounds, which he had been slowly collecting, theoretically in preparation for this trip to America. He was going to the ATM and getting 200 pounds a day because that was his limit. So theoretically, he was taking it, or he's getting it all in prep for the trip. He's going to convert it to U.S. dollars.
Right.
A little walking around money, not a bad idea.
Yeah. Bradfield, I mean, he had no choice. He had to go. So he got on the plane and he went to America, and he said he hoped that Richie would just, come to his senses and show up in a couple of days.
Sounds like Richie kind of did that sometimes.
He was a bit flighty at times.
He'd just wander off and then be like, oh, here I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. On the next day, which would be the 2nd of February, the Manic Street Preachers manager files a missing persons report. From that point on, things get a heck of a lot harder to track. They're not nearly as exact as a lot of what we've talked about so far. After the 2nd, supposedly Richie was spotted in the passport office in Newport, which is in Wales. It's east of Cardiff. It looks like it's about an hour or so drive maybe away. But he's supposedly spotted there. He's also said to have been spotted by a fan at the Newport bus station. And then, so those are two fan sightings or regular sightings. And there's also, there's a taxi driver that pops up in this. And we're going to talk about him now and again later. But the short version of the taxi driver is that on the 7th of February, he says he picked up a man who he believed was Richie from the King's Hotel in Newport and then drove him around the area for what sounds like at least an hour. And people say that he was probably taking, if it was Richie, taking him to see his old haunts and neighborhoods and stuff like that, before the driver eventually dropped him off at the Severn service station, at which point the passenger pays the 68-pound fare in cash. Now, I find some issues with that destination, but we're going to talk about that in theory, so we're going to hold off on the cab driver portion till then.
Okay, and by the way, the Severn service station is a rest area, correct?
And we're going to go into some more detail on that as well, because it plays into some of the local things that are around in the area where the last believed sightings are. Actually, we're going to talk about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Richie's Vauxhall Cavalier, it arrived at that same service station, the Severn service station, on the 14th of February.
And the Vauxhall Cavalier is a car.
It is a car. It was reported as abandoned on the 17th of February. By the way, there's a several-hour parking limit at this station, which is why after 3 days they consider it abandoned. And then it was collected by the police. You know, they took it, they towed it.
Sorry, I just looked up what a Vauxhall Cavalier looks like, thinking like, oh, this is going to be some like super cool car. No, it's like a crappy little like
a
station
Saturn
wagon thing.
Yeah, it's not a fancy car.
No,
not at all.
It's like what you drive in high school.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Okay, let's explain, because Joe actually had started on this route, and then I shut him down much too quickly, and I apologize for that. We're going to talk about what the Severn service station is, because here in the U.S., we're all used to rest stops, which have hopefully working restrooms at them.
If you're lucky.
And if you're also lucky, they might have vending machines for snacks and drinks, and those may or may not exist or may not work.
I don't know. The ones in the Midwest are pretty nice. Sometimes they even have I don't remember what they even call them. They call them like sky ramps or something like that. And you like exit and you park, and it's like a couple of restaurants and a service station and like blah, blah, blah.
See, I've never seen that
They're
before.
like above. They're like an overpass kind of situation.
Okay.
That's super cool, but they're few and far between.
Okay.
In Oregon, it's exactly what you just described.
The places that I've lived and traveled to around the country, I've always just seen the basics. The
majority of them
You're lucky
are like that.
if there is somebody selling coffee for donations kind of place.
We call that crack coffee.
Although I do have to say, though, that when you got to pee, those things are wonderful.
Oh,
yeah. Especially as
me.
a woman.
I am happy to stop and deal with the skeezy guy with the sign.
I'm not going to complain too much. Yeah.
Okay.
But so in the UK, they're maybe not like that.
They're not like that, because I've been to them. So what they are instead is much like you talked about in the Midwest, where there will be a restaurant or two or three, sometimes in the same building, sometimes they're not. Sometimes there's even a shop or two selling tchotchke from the local area. Look at the such and such, and get it on a key ring.
Yeah.
I mean, like there's things, and it's likely to be populated by, if nobody else, some lorry drivers and the employees at the location. So it's not a desert like we're. Well, that's part of the reason that they're kind of well monitored. Typically, I know they're not all. I read some of the reviews of different stations, and I get that they are not all the same. But there's going to be people there, and that's why they are really able to do a good job of monitoring cars when they're there, because people are coming in and out, and they want to make sure that nobody's squatting or camping at that location, because that's rarely allowed.
Oh, well, never allowed. Hopefully.
I don't know that. I don't know what every one of them is like, but that's okay. This particular station, though, the Severn service station, is next to, properly named, the Severn Bridge, which crosses, can you guess?
The Severn River?
Well,
the Severn Gulch?
Yeah.
The Severn Valley
Severn Canyon.
of Canyon
It is
Dune?
River, it is River Severn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Severn in Welsh means Valley of Death.
Oh.
Oh.
I forgot in England it's River Severn, not it's not the Severn River. It's opposite. Because
Yeah.
everything has to be a little
They
different
got to do
there.
everything weird over
Queen's
there.
English. I actually brag to people all the time. I'm like, did you know that I am completely fluent in reading the Queen's English?
Mm-hmm.
And they always look at me like they don't understand the joke.
Do you have to read it in her voice though too?
I do.
Mm-hmm. What a good one.
You do.
Okay, we are way off track.
Sorry.
I can't tell which one of you sounds more like the Queen.
I know it's
It's
tough.
Steve.
We're really good at it, but we're way off top here. So here,
There's a
the-
bridge right there.
Yes. So the point is, River Severn flows. It eventually flows into the Bristol Channel, which eventually flows into the ocean because England it's an island.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the
So
rivers all kind of go into the ocean.
They all kind of
Yeah.
do. Well, they're all pretty close to the
I don't know if you
ocean.
know this or not, but almost every single river goes into the ocean
They
sometime.
kind of do.
Eventually,
They
they
either
do.
go
You're
into
right.
the ocean or they go into another river.
It's true, which
Yeah.
goes into the ocean.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Severn Bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's a suspension bridge.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big one, actually. It's got.
I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking, and it's a suspension bridge, and it goes from the Bristol side to the Newport side, and Newport is on the northwest side of the bridge, and I believe southeast is the Bristol side, and the service station itself is on the southeast end of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
There's a park on the other end, which, according to some of the stuff that I've seen on the internet, looks pretty nice. But what's important to understand about this is that, and this will play into our theories, is there is something about this particular suspension bridge, as there is with many tall bridges. It attracts people who are wanting to take their own lives.
Well, it's probably because there's a really nice parking area at the southeast end of the bridge.
Yeah, if they would just move that thing.
Uh-huh.
No, well, I mean, you think about it. The deck is 150 feet above the water. That's a
pretty
150
decent
foot
fall.
drop, or 47 meters. That's a long ways down.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good chance you're not going to survive that. So that's very attractive to someone whose intent is not to survive it.
Mm. I still say it's the parking.
So like I said, they collected his vehicle on the 17th of February.
Yeah, and that's it.
And that's it. From no point forward on was any sign of Richie concretely found. No body. When they found his car, they could tell that it had been lived in for at least several days with burger wrappers and stuff like that. And
Not
was also
necessarily, not even necessarily by Richie.
food
by the way.
wrappers. There
Yeah,
was food
yeah,
wrappers.
yeah,
It
like,
could have
like
been from anybody.
fast food wrappers. Yeah, anybody could have moved into his car.
The thing that makes people think that probably didn't happen, though, Joe, is that there were photos of his family in there, strewn about in the car, which leads people to think that he must have been hanging out, sleeping in his car, and looking at family, reminiscing. But we don't know that for sure. Over the years, just like with Elvis and any other famous person, there are sightings. There have been sightings of Richie, and he is very well traveled according to the sightings. He's been in the Canary Islands. He's been in Goa, India. He was apparently sighted at the library in Newport, which is just a couple of miles away from where he disappeared.
Sure.
Several years later. So he's all over the map.
Yeah,
but
Goa seems to be the go-to spot for citing people who disappeared.
Ba-dum-bum.
I know. But seriously, God, who else am I thinking of? It seems like I've heard of a couple of other people who disappeared and were also spotted in none other than Goa, India. Yeah, it seems to be the place to go.
It does appear to be a popular destination for the disappeared.
Yeah, it does.
So it's almost time to go into theories. But before we do that, we should probably take a quick break and listen to Richie's last album. So we're going to take a break,
See you in an
and
hour.
we'll be back in about 56 minutes.
Perfect.
I cried because I had no shoes. And then I met a man who had no feet. And I said, hey, dude, give me your shoes and socks. You're not using them. Well, I got to tell you, that really improved things a lot, especially the socks, because it turns out the socks were not just your ordinary socks. They were Bombas, which you probably heard of if you're on the internet, especially if you listen to podcasts. Bombas, that's spelled bomb-ass. Bombas are the creation of Randy Goldberg and David Heath, who about 4 years ago decided they were going to redesign the sock, and they did. They really rethought them well, and frankly, I'm wearing a pair right now, and I truly am. and they're really good. I've been wearing them all day, and they don't feel nearly as bad as socks typically do by 12 hours of my feet in them. They have premium socks. They have 7 substantial improvements to the ordinary sock. And for every pair that they sell, this is a nice selling point, they donate a pair to those in need. They've already donated over 2 million pairs of socks so far. So that's a pretty cool thing. So if you need new socks, I don't think you can go wrong with Bombas. So go to bombas.com/sideways now, and you can get 20% off your first order. You'll love the socks, or you get your money back. That's guaranteed. That's bombas.com. That's BOMBAS.com/sideways.
And we're back. And I kind of like that album.
Not bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter that he couldn't play guitar.
Yeah, it's got some good beats.
Yeah.
Good rhythm.
No, I mean, you ever see Bono playing the guitar? Right?
Yeah, and he has those stupid glasses.
Yeah, I don't think Bono can see the guitar.
So, theories?
Okay, so we're in theories. We're going to start out with the most prominent theory out there, which is suicide. So from and there's some back history to why this theory is such a favorite. From what I've read, Wales was not exactly a prospering place in the 80s, and growing up there really wasn't all that awesome because at 80s into the 90s, because if you remember back, there's Margaret Thatcher, and she did some things where she reorganized industry, specifically coal mines, and that really closed down the economy to a lot of people, and it had some pretty negative impacts for a lot of blue-collar workers. And so there was a lot of families who were, shortage on food, shortage on money, unemployment for years on end. Like, it didn't do good things. And Wales was not one of those places that got off scot-free. It went through it just like everybody else.
Well, they were scot-free. If you wanted Scots, you went to Scotland. But and I'll say I spent a little time in Wales, and it's a beautiful little country. I like Wales a lot. But the country is made of slate, which means that most of the houses and buildings are also made of gray slate, which is very picturesque on a sunny day, but on a cloudy, rainy day, it can be kind of just a little bit gray.
And they have so many of them.
Oh, they have a lot of them, yeah. But, yeah. I mean, even then, there's a certain beauty to it, but it's definitely more depressing than a sunny day in Wales.
Oh,
yeah.
For sure.
No, I mean, we live in a town where it's cloudy and rainy for months and months on end. I get it.
But imagine living in this same town and all the buildings and houses are gray.
Yeah.
It gets really...
No, that's a very good point.
And by the way, Wales, don't be upset. I still like your country a lot.
Yeah. It's very picturesque.
Yeah.
Now, like a lot of creatives, Richie was able to take the things that he went through in his life and turn them into his music. I mean, that's something that he drew upon to make his lyrics. So there's a positive in this negative. He's not the only one that did it from the coal strike stuff. So for anybody who knows Chumbawamba, they had their hit Tub Thumping, and that is also based on what happened in the coal industry.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Piss in the night. That was like my favorite. That was one of the first albums I ever bought. I love that album.
That is a fun little song.
That song is fun. The rest of the album, really good.
Yeah.
I know.
I actually,
it's
what's funny is that when I was doing my research, I turned that on when I came across this bit, which I'd known for a while. I was like, oh yeah, I should listen to it again. Well, I'll just keep reading this, and I found it was impossible to do while it was playing.
Yeah,
no,
you gotta sing along.
Well, no, I just had to pause it.
Okay, that works too.
I did that instead because I was in the office.
I gotta listen to that song. It's been too long since I've heard that.
I will serenade you later.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll pull it up on whatever website we need to. So the thing is, like we talked about before, so there's that, and then Richie, he had been experiencing depression for many years, and he was very open about it. He didn't hide it away, and to a degree, I believe that might be one of the things that drew some people to him, is he was open about it. He talked openly about, I'm going through this thing, and this is what it is, and I'm going to deal with it.
And he was taking some Prozac, right?
He was, at least at the end, he was on Prozac, yes.
We have some podcaster friends who attribute their success greatly to being able to be open about the issues that they have gone through in their life.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's absolutely accurate. I think people like to connect with people who are going through similar things.
So there's a quote here, which I will give, which is something that Richie, gosh, when did he? I don't remember when he said this. This was in the last year or so before he died, if I am correct. And it is, quote, and by the way, before actually, it's him talking about his thoughts on suicide, because that's the theory we're in. And he says, in terms of the S word, that does not enter my mind. It never has done in terms of an attempt, because I am stronger than that. I might be a weak person, but I can take pain, unquote.
Yeah, that comes back to kind of the thing I was talking about earlier with the self-harm versus like attempted suicide, and that it does sound like to me that
he may have driven himself to his rock bottom through another route.
Yeah, but it also sounds like he wasn't self-harming to be killing himself. He was self-harming to experience that pain in his life for whatever reason. And so, that's not uncommon. It's not uncommon for people to self-harm and have no thought of suicide.
Yeah,
I'm not
even sure how much of a correlation there is between the two, to be honest.
I don't think
there might be actually really no correlation.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it is the cyclical nature of things, the escalation, like we've talked about, and a lot of different things. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think that if you're at that point, in that space where you're harming yourself, you would probably statistically be a little more likely to commit suicide than the average person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably.
But beyond that, I'm not so sure that it's a strong correlation.
No.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's his stance on suicide and what he said, and maybe he was just putting up airs and he was not as strong as he thought. One other thing that people point to is the lyrics for the Holy Bible. People say that the lyrics on that album were actually Richie Edwards' suicide note, because there was no there was no physical note. You always see the note pinned left somewhere.
That it was his opus to his life.
Correct.
Yeah.
That and he had also apparently for like 6 months he had been collecting works that he found important, and he had them in a 3-ring binder, and he'd been organizing it and copying this stuff, and then he went and made copies of all of it and gave it to the other 3 members of the band. Like, it was a really big, important thing that he had been working on for 6 months, which is coincidentally, once he gave it to them, it wasn't very long after that he disappeared. That, along with the lyrics on the album.
It would be interesting to see what was in those binders.
Well, but that's the trick, is that it was important to him before he disappeared. Like, does it mean that he killed himself, or does it mean that he was preparing to leave for a different life? They are equally plausible.
Yeah, he could have said, it could have been a sign of, this is all this literature, I want you to have this, all this great material, because I got to leave the band. Yeah, I got to leave the band.
Because I'm going to disappear.
Not to kill myself or not to start a new life, but I think what are you getting at, Devin? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is just I'm going to leave the band. And
no, I'm just saying behind. He was just saying goodbye, and he could have been saying goodbye like I'm about to go to America or the Galapagos Islands or wherever, and be there, or I'm going to kill myself and this is the last time ever. To me, all that says is he was preparing to say goodbye and leave something for them.
And there did seem to be some of that behavior.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean to me that he killed himself or he didn't.
No, and there is some of that typical goodbye behavior in his actions during the month of January, because he does go see a lot of his family during that time. So people said, well, he was doing his final goodbyes. There's the whole thing with the trip with that's supposedly on the 7th of February. There's the cab driver.
I don't.
Okay, so
I have a lot of problems with that.
Well, yeah, because the cab driver says he picks him up at this hotel in Newport and drives him all over, and then drops him off at the Severn service station, which. I have 2 questions. One, okay, so where's his car, and when did this guy come forward? And I'm pretty sure that this guy didn't, the day he made this sighting, come forward. I'm sure a week or 7 later, he saw something in the news and went, oh, I picked that bloke up in my cab, blah, 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 blah.
Well, even more than that, he dropped him off at a station where his car might have been. So why didn't Richie just drive himself on this reminiscing road? Why did he spend all the money and potentially, expose him? Why?
Yeah.
Why didn't he just drive himself?
Hard to say. Maybe somebody was using his car.
Yeah.
Never gonna
Or
wrap
his
it up,
car.
but-
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of weird things. So I really, while I'm not immediately ready to discount some of the sightings or the ones that happened prior to the whole cab situation.
Yeah, I don't believe the cab.
I'm willing to just throw out entirely the cab.
Well,
story.
also, I mean, it's probably worth mentioning that Richie is not like a crazy, unique-looking
Yeah,
person.
he's not.
He's not nondescript, but it's not like there's something about him where you would immediately look at him and be like,
it's not like
oh my
he's
God.
6'7" with blue hair.
yeah.
He's
He
not
was-
not that noticeable.
I mean, he's kind of an average-looking dude. I mean, yeah, certainly, for performances and stuff, he put on the makeup and did the whole show. But without the makeup and just as a normal person, like, he just kind of looked like a normal person.
Especially in how many cabbies listen to the Manic Street Preachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think that this is all boils down to newspaper coverage of the story, but
The Daily Mail.
the Daily Mail. So that really, the proximity to the bridge, which is a notorious place for people to commit suicide from, along with the stuff we talked about there, that is the sum total of what I've got for the suicide theory. We do actually have 2 more theories to go, though, so we're not completely done.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one, which is he ran away to start an entirely new life.
I mean, why not?
I want this to be actually what it is.
This is the one, right? This is whenever we do disappearances, we're like, and this is the one I want it to be.
Yes.
But we don't think it is.
No.
No, I'm
not
convincing
prejudicing
myself that
not
this...
prejudicing this particular case. I'm just saying typically we don't.
Okay. Well, before we went to the break, we talked about the fact that there were all kinds of sightings of Richie, and most of them, of course, were all happened in the first couple of years when the story was rather fresh. Those sightings are always fueled by the idea that he left, and I have to believe that people think that Richie Edwards left the band and fame because he simply could not take the rock and roll lifestyle anymore and what it was doing to him mentally and physically. He had to get away. I mean, that's what this whole thing is always about. There are a few things that make it plausible, first of which is the location of where they found his car, which is at the Severn Service Station, which is on the M48, which is a spur of the M4, which is a giant major highway. So he could very easily have stopped there and dumped his car and called a cab, thumbed a ride, walked away even. Like, there's a whole bunch of ways to then go over to a bus station and catch a bus away. Like, there's a whole bunch of ways he could have left on his own, under his own power.
Sure.
While like we said, while the Manic Street Preachers were popular, he's not all that unique of an individual in appearance. So he
Also, like, we're popular, but
nobody knows what we
well,
look like.
I've
Exactly.
never ever had somebody be like, "Hey, your voice sounds kind of familiar." I mean, like, Joe has such a distinctive voice, and that's never happened to you, right? Like, nobody's ever come up to you and been like, "Hey, sorry, you have a very distinctive voice."
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't. I mean,
Not
Actually, that
really.
did happen to Joe once.
okay, well, once, fair.
Once, yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, I have friends who are on things, and I'm out with them, and sometimes they get like super mob recognized, and other times they don't. It's just kind of like it'd be easy, especially if you have your aesthetic again with like the makeup and all that stuff.
And if he's wearing a ball cap and regular everyday clothes,
Yeah.
he's not going to stand out in
No.
any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
The other thing is that we talked about this before, is that supposedly Richie had on him 2,800 pounds because he'd
Of
been
money.
pulling money. He'd been pulling money out of his bank account, 2,800 pounds in spendable cash.
Yeah.
According to his sister, she says that he was taking that money out because his intention was to buy and pay for a desk for his flat in Cardiff. Now, there's some problems with that, first of which is there's no record of him ever having paid for that. So the order doesn't, she says this, but there's no accounting of any store saying, yeah, we had that.
Or like that's what he told her.
Right. The other problem is that, there's no receipt. There's nothing like that. And he could have been pulling it out and spending it every day, or he could have
Well,
just been
it's expensive.
rat holing away and hanging on to it.
Yeah, Britain is actually kind of expensive. expensive. So I could see you could go through a $2,800.
Well, actually,
in that
the
amount of
desk
time.
only cost half of what he had taken out, so 1,400 pounds.
Yeah,
So-
but the remaining 1,400, you could breeze through that pretty damn quick.
You could
Yeah.
burn through it if you were not being frugal about your money.
Oh yeah.
You could go through it very fast.
And that's not that. I mean, it's not that much money.
It's not that much money, but it's not nothing to scoff at. I mean, I could, if I was careful about it and I was traveling, I could make that money go for a decent amount of time.
For
Especially
reference,
if
it's
you're-
about $6,000 today,
Mhm.
which again isn't nothing, but it's not a lot if your plan is I'm going to go start a new life somewhere.
Well, if you're going to start a new life, it better be in the third world somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, but okay, so if you remember, though, one of the sightings of Richie Edwards was at a passport office.
Yeah.
So he could have been there to get a, air quotes here, new passport. Maybe he had falsified a bunch of frickin' documents. I don't know. That's what this theory,
Yeah.
that's why people like this, because it's so easy to say, wait, he went to the passport office, he then dumped his car, and with his new passport, he got out of the country
I mean, I want
and
it.
moved away.
I want it.
I want him to be on the Galapagos with the
Yeah.
tortoises.
Me too.
Or the Canary Islands with the, I don't know
Yeah,
what's on the
that's
Canary
where-
Islands.
That's what I want too, but also I don't.
No, well, you know what I don't want to believe is the final theory that we
Okay.
have.
Wait, actually, we're not quite done with this.
Oh,
this whole
okay.
start a new life thing.
Okay, sorry.
Well, one of the things, as we noted at the beginning of the episode, this story has been suggested quite a few times by quite a lot of people, and I've looked into Richie's story before, and I had always assumed that Richie killed himself
Mm-hmm.
because, but this time around, since we decided to actually talk about it, I looked into his life a little bit more. And one of the things I noted about him, as we said earlier, he was very much into literature.
Mm-hmm.
And one of his favorite authors was a French poet named Arthur Rimbaud. I'm sure you guys have heard of.
Yes.
Arthur Rimbaud was, Rimbaud was broke into the poetry scene in the late 19th century at the young age of about 13, 14. Was a huge sensation, totally like revolutionized poetry, and lived a crazy life in many ways similar to Richie's, a little kind of self-destructive. After 5 years, at about age 19, he gave up the poetry stuff and traveled the world, traveled all over Asia and the Middle East and Africa, and eventually took up residence in Harar, Abyssinia, which we now call Ethiopia today. So essentially, he essentially disappeared. There's a famous story out there about a Frenchman who actually used to know him, was on a ferry with a British, he was a Dutch guy, excuse me, who actually ran an import-export business. And the Dutch guy says, "Oh, I have a French guy working for me. His name is Arthur Rimbaud." And the French guy was agog because, well, I met Rimbaud. I went to the same school as him. And by the way, everybody thinks he's dead but no, he was living in Harar, Ethiopia, then Abyssinia, basically trading in coffee beans and elephant ivory. And he was an arms dealer.
Interesting.
So it's interesting. The guy goes from being a poet to being an arms dealer. After reading about Richie and how fascinated Richie was with Rimbaud. And also, another interesting thing about him is the arc of their careers. 5 years, both of them, before they checked out. And so, again, this doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like
It's a bit coincidental, but
it is. I mean, it's the similar thing with like the Asha degree, or Aisha degree case where we were like, well, she did read that book where they went on an adventure, and so maybe she. I mean, I think this is a common thing to do with disappearances like this, and I'm not to discredit it, right? But I think it is pretty common for us to kind of like reach for those straws of like, well, this person liked this author. Like I like some authors that if I disappeared, people could be like, oh yeah, and she liked this author, so clearly she went off to emulate that life.
Well,
but if I disappear, it's
clearly
not.
Devin is captaining a spaceship.
There's a big difference though, and that is Aisha read this book and then disappeared. It's not like she had been reading the book for years and years and years, or
that's
reading
fair.
other books by this author.
Yeah.
And again,
wasn't there one? There was another one that I feel like this is just something we've talked about a couple times, I think, but maybe not.
200 episodes later, we've probably said every one of these words at least 4 times.
In this exact same order, probably even.
Yeah, true that. Well, the thing about Rimbaud is that his story was not fiction. It wasn't a kid's fantasy.
Right.
This guy actually lived a real life. And the thing about Rimbaud is that his life after he left the literary scene in France and went abroad, I'm sure in some ways it was harder, but his life was a lot more interesting. He actually accomplished a lot more cool stuff after he dropped out of society, disappeared. He explored hitherto unexplored places. He was only the third white man ever to even set foot in the city of Harar, where he established himself as a successful businessman. I can see where if you're all in despair about your life and everything, you can say, well, I can go jump off a bridge and kill myself.
Or leave the bourgeois lifestyle behind.
Or why not just go to the ends of the earth and start over? And if it truly sucks, then I'll kill myself.
Yeah.
You know? All I'm saying is that I'm not totally convinced, but all I'm saying is I would like to interview his family and make them bring out their passports. I want to look at their stamps. I want to see where they've been going.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, again, and the coincidence of it all, 5 years, both of them, I kind of wonder just a little
Convenient.
bit.
It is.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
Okay.
So what's this horrible last theory?
Well, this horrible last theory, like I said...
This is the one.
This is the one that I say WTF to. So, I was really kind of surprised by this because this theory is that Richie was knocked off by the New World Order. Basically... Yeah, the basics of it are that the NWO took him out because he knew too much, and he was trying to warn the world about what the NWO was doing through his lyrics.
Did you find this theory on a website that had like a black background with flashing lime green comic sans?
It did not have any of those normal BS
what you would usually expect.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So according to this theory, an example of what Richie was doing and the things that he was bringing forth to people's attention are in the lyrics of the song that he wrote, which is on the Holy Bible. And that song the title is, If White America Told the Truth for One Day, Its World Would Fall Apart. I've read the lyrics.
Did your world fall apart?
I don't get it.
Are you white America?
I am white America.
Did you read it for an entire day?
No, I did not read it for an entire day, but I did read it several times, and I gotta tell you that I don't get it, and the remainder of this theory is really loose, I think is the best way to say it. Nothing explains how Richie found out about the New World Order, what the real threat was, how did they actually take him out? Did they, throw him off the bridge or shove him off the bridge, or did they throw him in some deep dark hole somewhere and dump his car for him?
They planted the car. They didn't throw him off the bridge, dude. I mean, are you kidding me?
No, don't get your hands dirty that way.
Yeah, no.
Wet work is below them.
You know they tortured him first, right, to find out what he knew.
Probably.
Yeah.
But this is a very kooky theory, and I was really, really surprised to find it out there that reading and interpreting lyrics can lead you to wherever you want to go. What is that website that is out there? Devin, you may remember the name of it. There's a website out there where people review the lyrics of songs and then give the interpretations of what they say those mean. Does this ring a bell to you?
Not at all.
Okay. There is this, I've actually gone to this website because there's songs where I'm like, I don't understand what the point is. What are they trying to say? Like, I hear the words, I don't get the meaning. It's fun. It also doesn't work because you get 700 different interpretations of what that actually means.
Well, it's just, that song is just a criticism of the kind of weird corporate American lifestyle that
and the other person said that it is a celebration of wholesome white America, and it's what we should strive to. No, I'm kidding.
But
I'm totally kidding on what I just said.
It's super easy. All you have to do is kind of look at the lyrics, and he's just like, it's Big Mac and politics of the time, and it's
very
not,
disjointed.
It is, yeah, because he's not trying to say something.
Right. So that's why it's so disjointed that I'm like, I don't think that this actually does what this theory says it's supposed to do.
I agree.
So I'm talking Bill Cosby, but
you got to understand though. I see this in our politics all the time. And I hear people saying stuff that makes utterly no sense to me. But I know it makes sense to them. It's just that, they live in a different world than I do.
True.
Mm-hmm. Which, again, is fine, but off of one song, you're going to kill a man because he knows too much.
Oh, no, the entire album.
He said other stuff, too, about the New World. But The fascinating thing about the New World Order is it's more than any other conspiracy theory. It's kind of a Rorschach blot conspiracy theory. I mean, at least the lizard people, they believe kind of one thing.
Yeah.
But the New World Order, which basically, by the way, New World Order was a throwaway phrase in a George H.W. Bush speech that he gave, right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It wasn't meant to...
Senior, not junior.
Yeah, senior. Yeah, George Bush Senior. Throwaway Bush. And it's amazing, after hearing him say that so many years ago, how many people ran with that. People of all stripes interpreted it all kinds of different ways. Every one of them sinister.
Well, here's the thing.
When it was a throwaway phrase.
Here's what I know about the New World Order is that I don't think they killed him because we did discover the truth about the Denver International Airport, and we are still alive.
Well, no, somebody is still doing the podcast.
Well, that's true.
I hate to admit this right now to both of you because I'm actually in the higher program than the pair of you, but we are all AIs and we are all pre-programmed, and they have just emulated our voices.
Well, pretty much, yeah.
Which is why this podcast will go on indefinitely.
So, and by the way, up yours, you're the subroutine, not me.
I'm just the observer server.
Yeah.
The witness server?
Yeah, I'm the witness server over here. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I've got for Richie Edwards. You guys have any other bits or bobbles that you want to share on this story?
I'm still saying I'm not going to close it until somebody has gone to Harar, Ethiopia, and had a look see if Richie's living there.
Yeah. I deeply believe he's somewhere tropical and living his life, his best life, happy.
Okay. Yep. He's a tortoise farmer.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Well, now that the white van that is observing us has left, we're going to give people the important information because they can't hear it. First off, you probably want to know where to find any details, the research bits about the episode, because we always put up some of our research. That will all be, along with this episode and all past and future episodes, on our website. The website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. On the right-hand side of our website, you're also going to see links to merchandise. We've got Redbubble and Zazzle for shirts and coffee mugs and all kinds of fun stuff. That's all there.
By the way, we've got a more, it's not totally new, but we put out a new shirt design recently.
Yes, we did. The word design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got that,
so we've got the word jumble
out there.
out
for a month or two now, but it's pretty recent.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah.
People are liking it. We are going to be totally accessible on social media, so we are on Facebook with the Facebook page and the Facebook group. We are on Twitter at Thinkin' Sideways without the G in the middle, courtesy of Twitter's character limit. We have a subreddit as well, and if you want to get a hold of us directly, we have the email address, so you can send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Episode suggestions, questions, praise, whatever you want, send it through to us.
Mild criticism, okay, and then maybe not.
Yeah, you can find us.
The mild criticism, put attention, Devin, in the line, in the subject line.
You can find us for download and subscription just about anywhere. So, of course, a lot of people use iTunes or Stitcher or any other place that you find good podcasts or quality podcasts. That we're going to be there.
Fine podcast.
She likes the word fine.
We are fine.
I don't like the word fine because everything is fine.
No. It's fine like a fine wine.
Oh, I
Not
misinterpreted
fine,
that email.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Got it. All right. So
we are aged at this point. We are well aged.
Yes, Yeah, I
know.
Okay, well, that is all that we have got, ladies and germs. So we are going to go ahead and close this one up, and we will talk to you next week.
Devin and I are staring at each other, seeing who's going to go first.
Go ahead.
Okay, now I
drum roll, please.
Yeah, I say go to the ends of the earth. You'll find Richie.
Yeah, here's to another 200 episodes.
That too.
Rock on, dudes.
Foo Fighters. All my life on XFM 104.9, I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant and, of course, Carl Pilkington. Ooh, have we got a show for you today?
What have we got planned?
Loads of stuff, and 2 hours of it.
Right.
And all the records.
But specifically, what sort of stuff have you planned for us? Because I know you've been working hard.
What have you done?
Because I've been busy this week. I've been house hunting. I've various things. But I know you've had the whole week off.
Right.
So what have you been up to?
Go on, Carl. Carl, tell them what we've got. Tell them what we've planned. All the stuff you've done.
What have you got?
But Rick, specifically, what have you come up with? Quick, because people are getting bored. Tell us what you've...
I've come up with, the music.
Right. Obviously, we've already planned that. We planned that last week, so that's all done. But what have you yourself contributed to today's show? I'm looking forward to it.
I got a text message today from Ross Noble. You know Ross Noble, the comedian, who's on. Have I got news for you?
Right.
He says, ask Carl if he woke up with ladies' boobs, would he just put a dress on and live as a lady, or would he just be a man but with these boobs?
Carl, it's a good question. I know that happened to Ross, so he's throwing that one out at you.
It did in a way, because he ate pizzas for a year, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah.
And he got a lovely pair of breasts.
Yeah.
Go on.
Probably just find a loose-fitting jumper, go to the doctor's.
What would you say to the doctor? How would you explain this phenomenon to the doctor? So you'd be happy with this because you believe in shite, like happening.
No.
Go on.
But it can happen because I told you a couple of weeks ago how it can happen. How you can wake up with breasts if you're a fella. I told you.
Go on.
Haven't you remembered?
No. Funny that, innit? Go on.
Have you, Steve?
No, I don't remember this. Did you tell us on air?
Yeah. It can happen if you go to Argentina and have a steak. You can wake up with breasts. Because
I'm sure I'd have remembered
Carl,
that.
pull the other one. Look, he likes that.
Is that what you've come up with this week? That joke?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Play a record. It's going to be a dynamite show.
Songs you want.
Listen, look, I'm going to play some classic tunes today. I'm going to educate the youngsters, Steve. Right, now, you've all heard of Lou Reed, you've all heard of Velvet Underground, but, have you heard of Venus in Furs, Carl?
Shiny, shiny, shiny boots of leather.
Venus in Furs, Velvet Underground. What a great start. What a classic song.
They continue to sound fresh and contemporary.
Do you know what that song's about, Carl?
No.
M&S.
It's about M&S.
You know that?
Yeah.
You know the shop?
Yeah.
It's all about that.
Yeah.
Whiplash, Smile and all that, all the things you can get at Marks and Spencer's.
Shiny boots of leather.
Yeah. Being whipped.
Yeah. I think that's a new division they've opened.
Yeah, but we have got a great show lined up, haven't we?
No,
we have. No, because we've got Rockbusters coming up. The great new
looking
quiz.
forward to that.
That's made the press.
Has it?
Yeah. Frimley Tea Room's newsletter mentioned it. We've also got
that's Carl's local, isn't it?
Yeah. We've also got Educating Ricky, where Carl educates me. The one last week, a girl, right? She was deaf, and she was had an argument with her mum, and she pushed her and she hit her head, and then she can hear again.
Yeah.
Don't know what I learnt from that.
No.
It might be subliminal. Something might be going. It might be a metaphor that I will learn from.
Yeah, it's like a parable.
Yeah. So look at his face. We might as well be talking Dutch, mightn't we, Carl? Say something quick. It's radio.
I don't understand what you want from me.
Oh, we're only joking.
Right. So, Educating Ricky, I've worked a bit harder this week. We've got some good stuff.
Okay.
I'll give you the
teaser headlines later.
Headlines in a bit.
Yeah.
So you've got Rockbusters as well.
Carl's having a bit of a stressful week because he thinks he's not appreciated because he gets in at what time do you get in? About 8 or 9, don't you?
Last week, I've been busy this week. I've been in at about 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and you've been leaving when?
About 8:30, 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you're in Saturday.
Yeah, I'm in now.
You get paid, don't you?
I'm busy at home at
A lot of people work late, Carl. A lot of people work 12-hour days.
Why are you busy at home, Carl? What are you up to?
Because we're trying to sort out a move.
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to call round this morning to get someone to buy a futon on a table from me.
Yes. Well, we could put that appeal out now, couldn't we? If anyone wants to buy a futon or a table.
Just think, a futon that Carl Pilkington slept on.
How much you asking?
Whatever.
Well, you need
for
to be
the two. You've got to take the two. I don't want like different people coming round and that.
Sure, wasting your time.
You've got to buy a futon on a table.
It's quite specific, isn't it? Someone has to want a futon.
Yeah.
The specific futon you're selling and the table.
It's like a teas made, isn't it? Alarm clock and tea maker. This is futon and table.
Looking for about £100.
And it's good condition, the futon.
Yeah.
Right, no
not
stains
on it.
You haven't pissed yourself in the... No,
nothing? And what kind of table, what sort of table is it? Are we talking like a table for a lounge, a dining table?
No, for like a computer, and just, something...
Has it got any drawers? Are there any drawers? There's no drawers?
No, it's just a nice wooden table.
Right, is it kind of oak, or is it sort of an IKEA sort of thing?
No, it's like oakish.
It's oakish?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, £100.
The futon is just a mattress and the pallets. Yeah?
Yeah, but it's not. You see, you get cheap futons, don't you?
This is
But
a good one,
this
is
is
it?
a good one. It's
How much would
sturdy.
that have retailed for when you
I
purchased
think
it?
I paid about $2.50 for
Right,
it.
so it's a bargain
Well,
for people.
if you look at it, if you
And how long have you had it? How old
This
is
is
it?
a whole new strand.
Well,
isn't
I'm
it?
thinking
I
this
don't
is a
think
great-
it's legal. I don't think we should use.
I'll tell you what I'm interested in, Rick. It's just finding out a little bit about the sort of thing that Carl's got in his home, you know.
I'm interested in if people will phone up to spend £100 just to go round
Carl's house,
No,
yeah.
no, I won't be. No.
What?
No, they'll come here. I'll bring it to work, and they can pick it up here. Don't
I'm going to
Okay.
bring a,
But they can meet you.
futon and a table to work. Don't you ride a bike
So hold
to
on,
work?
we need someone with a van now.
Yeah.
So we need. Is anyone who wants to? But they're not allowed around your house. Can they meet you next door? Someone with a van. Will
Could they meet you in your street somewhere?
Hold on, could they meet
What
you?
if
With
you-
hold on, what about the little Chinese fellow that lives across the road on the two bouncers and the old woman who's dead reading a book? Could you meet him somewhere?
I've got an idea. What about if you meet at the end of your street, you blindfold them, like they do when terrorists take the negotiator to the the hideout,
the big cheese.
and so you could do that, and so you know they could piece together maybe where you live
With
from the sounds and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But what about that, Carl? That's just a great idea.
Yeah.
And would you sign the futon for people? Do you think? Would you give them a little signature, or maybe at least a
Sign
bill
the
of
pallet,
purchase?
couldn't you? You could sign the pallet.
Yeah. Or I could try and get work to buy it off me, and then we give it away for Rockbusters. We
Do you
could
think they
some-
do that? Do you think they do? I think they'd probably do it for Foxy with his
Yeah.
big.
Well, imagine
hog.
how big that would
Imagine
be.
if he wanted to sell his hog.
Yeah. That is a motorbike, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. He's been selling his hog for money for years,
Yeah.
hasn't he? Oh dear.
So
Right.
well, we'll see about that. See
So,
we get any
if people are interested, maybe email ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk if you're interested in futon.
Buy Carl's
and-
futon
and a
competition. £100 ONO.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
What gear have we got anyway?
I never knew what that meant. ONO. I thought it went sort of
Oh,
on
no.
the nose.
Oh, no. On the
On nose.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good. Yeah. Well, tell you what we got to give away, Steve.
So
quick.
actually, I have to say you've excelled yourself
We've got
this week.
Richard Ashcroft's single coming up soon after this. Go on.
Since when have you taken to talking like that? It does amuse me.
Go on.
This is a nice little collection here. This is a 3 DVD set. David Attenborough's The Life of Birds, Trials of Life, and Life in the Freezer.
That's a good one, isn't it?
That's a
Go on.
selection of animal-based documentaries.
Yeah.
We've got... And this
What he's
actually
best
is-
at.
Well, absolutely. This
I hate
is,
when he goes off the ball and does like fast cars.
This is very, very good indeed. This is a best of David Bowie compilation.
It is a very good,
Just,
it's a
in
proper
time for
one,
Christmas.
not the rubbish ones that no one else wanted. This is a brilliant
Yeah, it's got
compilation
excellent
about
selection on there. We've got this. Now, this looks like a Madness. Oh, no. It's far worse than we could possibly have imagined. It seems to be some kind
Is it Our
of
House
tie-in with the Our House Madness musical.
And it's got a cast of 20 people who wanted to be singers.
It's tricky to find out. I can't figure out if it's the originals or not. But needless to say, if you're a Madness fan, I'm sure that'd be an
Yeah,
absolute
you love
treat.
that. You love that. You love that.
Now, I know that...
Steve, I wouldn't mind that DVD collection myself, but I can't.
That's
It's
true
the
enough.
giveaways that no, we can't.
I'm talking of great compilations. What about this? It's Country Legends. I'm
Oh,
seeing
that's
on the
all
front
right.
there Glenn Campbell. We've got Dolly Parton. We've got whatchamacallit on the front.
What do we call it?
He's a
From
great performer.
yeah.
Jake, whatchamacallit.
Oh,
Some
excellent.
great
yeah.
hits from him. So that's there as
well,
well.
that-
Country
what a
Legends.
collection.
That's same XFM compilation again, easy to get hold of. If
But
you
the
are
big
in
one, the
building.
big one, the film that Carl
This is
picks
it.
every week, the
DVD
big one.
movie this week.
Don't go
Carl.
out tonight if you've got a DVD player and a television set, because
No.
you'll be staying in and watching this fantastic film.
It will tear your soul apart. It's Hellraiser. The original Hellraiser. Bear in mind, it has been on Channel 4 and Channel 5 and on most cable channels since it came out. But if you haven't seen it, if you're one of the only people who has not seen it, and of course you have to be over 18 to play, then you can win Hellraiser.
That is fantastic. Well, play a song, Carl. We'll come back to
Okay.
that. More great stuff.
Indeed. The competition coming up later. Email only, isn't it, Carl?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Futon.
Futon's still available.
Richard Ashcroft. Check the meaning. Well, Carl, you're chuffed, aren't you? What's
all right,
happened? What's just happened? Tell the listeners what's
This has
happened.
sparked you up a bit.
Steve's just called up. He's putting an offer for the futon and
Yeah.
the table.
Yeah.
I think he definitely wanted it, but I said, look, think about it over the weekend.
Yeah.
Give
Well,
us
you're
a
not a
call.
hustler.
No, well, I'm not going to rush him into it because once he's got it, he can't bring it back. I'm not messing about.
No.
So
The bloke said, what sort of wood is it? Carl said, sort of like a light brown colour. He went, what, beach coloured? Carl went, depends what beach you're on. Which was nice.
You do understand there's a wood that's called beach.
well, he's happy. He likes the sound of it. Nice
Sure.
plum cover. He's going to be.
Yeah. It's Carl going, that'll go with Magnolia. You walls my... He's just going, I'll tell you what, look nice in your spare bedroom. It was like an episode of Changing Rooms. It was like listening to an episode of Carl.
He did the deal in under 3 minutes, wasn't it?
It's pretty good, isn't he?
He phoned it about halfway through in that song, so you worked pretty quick, Carl, I gotta say.
Yeah.
It's your Manx scally way.
I'm sure we're not allowed to do this, though.
No, I think it's highly criminal.
Yeah.
Have you got anything that you're getting?
Well, I'll tell you, I am moving shortly, so I mean, I might come in next week. I could have a couple of.
I threw away a desk the other day.
I got to get rid of a bed, a chair, because you know I'm pretty tall. This is so pathetic. When I moved up to London, my dad said, well, you want to be careful, because, I mean, the seating in a lot of these London pads, it's bad seating, very low backs, fashionable, isn't it? Fashionable chairs and stuff. You're a big guy, 6'7", you need, like, a decent chair. We went to a shop, it was like a second-hand furniture shop, right? I bought this chair, very high-backed.
Why did you buy that for a solo? I love that.
It's just a chair, so I could sit in my room and watch TV.
But was it a soft chair, or was it a wooden chair?
It was kind of like a sort of, well, let me explain, because it's kind of like an armchair, but it's kind of got wooden arms. So I get this chair, I bring it up to London, I'm thinking, this is a great chair, this is a wonderful chair. I'm gonna be watching TV, everyone else is going to be in agony. You know, but I've got this lovely chair, right? And I brought it up, and someone went, they looked at it, they went, isn't that an orthopaedic chair? And I looked at it again, right, and I realised it's kind of white cleanable. It's made of some kind of fabric that allows you to just mop it down with a wet cloth.
Why?
Because I think it came from an old people's home.
Oh.
You know when you see, like, old people in some kind of social room in an old people's home, just sat watching a little crappy old TV, and you can wipe everything clean. It's one of those chairs.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if anyone's, maybe they've got an elderly relative.
Didn't you keep slipping off?
Just goes like, and it's also the most uncomfortable chair I've ever, because unless you've got chronic back pain, it's just the most uncomfortable chair. It makes you sit bolt upright, if not slightly forward.
You've done a good sell on it. I think the phones are going mental. How much do you want for that, Steve?
If you've had a recent accident, or you've got a disabled or someone in the house who's just elderly, then you might want to get in touch. I'm happy to. You can take that off, man, for 25 quid.
This is so wrong.
25 quid, I'll take that. Maybe you're setting up an old people's home, you know, it's a little pet project.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of grant. We can help.
Exactly.
We can I mean, because Steve's such a high flyer, I mean, if it really is a good cause, they just give it to you.
Well, let's not rush into anything, really. I like to assess each case, you know, individually.
Yeah.
But certainly if you are a charity, then I might go for 20 quid. You take off my hands for 20 quid. But otherwise 25. And I tell you, it's in good condition, because I haven't really sat on it.
5 quid off if you really are.
You know, and there were some stains. I've wiped them clean.
Oh dear. Well, that's fantastic. So
we should resuscitate next week. Swap Shop. The multicoloured Swap Shop.
Honestly,
it's a great format.
But there's a couple of things I've always wanted to get back at. Swap Shop is one of them, and the other one is Superstars.
I don't remember Superstars.
Superstars was great because it was like the people of their time. So you'd have like people like nowadays. You'd have Beckham and what's his name? Who's the tennis player?
Rosetsky.
Yeah, Rosetsky. And they have to compete. So all these people have to compete at each other's sports. And they have to choose 7 out of 10 sports. And there's a leaderboard and there's a big final. Oh, Keegan came off his bike.
It's
Brian
not like
always used to win it. No, it's real sports.
It's
proper sports. It's 100 metres, tennis, weightlifting, all the real sports that you can't do your own sport.
Well, I know you're a pretty big guy now in British TV. You're a bit of a big shot. What do you reckon? Pull some strings?
Let's get it back on there. Superstars.
Superstars, sounds fantastic.
Me, Johnny Vegas, Peter Kay. For the bigger fella, I think, maybe. The comedy superstars. What we got next? We've got a bit of Springsteen, haven't we?
Let's play Springsteen. This is a track from his current album, The Rising. A lot of people think Bruce is a bit MOR, a bit middle of the road or whatever, but, you know, I just think, piss off.
Yeah.
I just think, screw you, let's play it.
Yeah, get lost, you. Yeah. Imagine this, you're open top caddy.
Yeah,
you're just going around Route 66. You're going home maybe for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
To see your folks. Just turn up the radio if you are.
Play the tune.
Probably not, though.
That just reminded me when I brought a... So stop it for a second. Just realised when I brought a woman back and she saw the orthopaedic chair. You bring a woman back to your pad. Oh, it's embarrassing.
And the harness.
Yeah. And exactly, the truss.
Yeah, and can you give me those 2 splints? I'm sorry? Those 2 splints there. Well, I've got to go. Have you?
Is this a potty under the bed? The Rising, title track from Bruce Springsteen's current album, The Rising.
Track.
Yeah, it's good.
Great. It's that feeling of it's melancholy and uplifting. We've had quite an interactive show so far because we've got a call that Superstars is coming back. It's due to come back in the BBC schedules, which is great news. Apparently, Steve Redgrave is one of them. I just don't think professional footballers be allowed to take part these days, though. When they're on 50 grand a week, you can't really. have them falling off bikes and hurting their ankles, can't
See
you?
McCaskill last night.
Yeah, I'm Celebrity Fit Club, yeah.
Ian McCaskill.
Oh, he fell off his
haven't
bike
been
about
watching
3 times, didn't he? Oh, did you see Celebrity Fit
No,
Club?
I haven't seen it.
There was a great moment where they had to go into a thing called a bod pod, and you sit in it, it looks quite space age, and it analyses you, and it tells you percentage body fat. Now, I think men are meant to be about sort of 15 to 25% body fat, women are meant to be like about 20 to 30 body fat. And they all went in there, and it went in there and it said, Ian McCaskill, and it came up, 34% body fat or whatever, slightly overweight. I'm gonna come to the 38% overweight. Then it went, the other one, 45% body fat, obese. Then it went, Jono.
Did it say, I don't want to tell you?
Yeah. And then it went, 50% body fat, very obese. Then Rick Waller was sat in there, and it came up 60% body fat. And I wanted it to come up slug.
Oh, God.
But it came up more, but it's 60, you are 60% fat.
So 60% of him is
Yeah.
fat?
Yeah. 60% of his entire makeup.
That's extraordinary.
It is,
Well, you
yeah.
know my feelings about Waller.
Well, let's get on to it.
Well, that's the reason I don't watch the show, actually.
I do feel a bit sorry for him, and he is, I think he is trying, although the fella there, thinks he's not trying. So I don't know who to believe, Steve.
Sure. Yeah,
I don't know who to believe
yeah.
Waller, and he does get pains in that, and he is a bit...
The problem is, right, he does like his food,
Yeah, we all like our food.
but if he didn't do the exercise, he wouldn't be as hungry, and he might not get fat.
This is a whole new nutritional outlook.
Absolutely.
So you're saying, don't exercise and carry on eating, and that's interesting. Let me write that one down. I will send that to the British
Nutritional organisation.
Yeah, no, that's good. Carl Pilkington. Okay, well, no, it's a good...
I'm no doctor or anything.
Whoa,
Yo, come off
wait,
it.
wait,
Stop
wait a
being
minute.
so bloody modest.
Please.
You are a doctor.
You're
You
just-
are,
yeah.
you're not a doctor, seriously. You didn't qualify. That's interesting.
You dropped out early, or?
That's mad. That is mad.
I mean, you're as good as doctor, you just didn't get the paperwork or whatever. You just didn't turn
Yeah.
up for the exam.
He was just saying that Bruce Springsteen depressed him a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it reminds him of when he worked in the supermarket. And I said, it's funny how a song can do that, take you right back there. He went, yeah, nothing else can do that. I said, well, actually, smell is the most evocative sense, because smell is linked to memory in the brain. And he went, yeah, they probably said that before music, though. And now all science are going, we better revisit this, because there's music now.
Yeah.
We've had this theory knocking around for, 10,000...
I went to see Bruce, you'll be pleased to know. I just want the fans of the show to know that I did make it to Bruce Springsteen's
You made
concert
it.
last week. And he started with that song we just played, and it was dynamite. I mean, he never let up. Almost 3 hours, he rocked the joint. He's 53, he was sliding across, it was pure rock and roll. Pumping our fist, sliding across the floor on his knees, he was jumping on the piano. It was real Jerry Lee Lewis rock and roll. And it was dynamite. And I just was looking around though, and when I am the trendiest person at a gig,
Oh, dear.
then I'm in trouble. Do you know what I mean? And there was some of the people there. I imagined, on Amazon.com, it says like, people who bought X also bought Y.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think people who bought tickets for Bruce probably bought tickets for Mark Knopfler,
Yeah,
Dave Gilmour,
Yeah,
of Pink Floyd, without
I
Pink
know.
Floyd.
But then
Stevie Nicks.
But there's also, but then there's also,
Pizza Tira.
all the monsters rock. They probably buy Stones when they visit,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
probably Tina
It's the
Turner.
blue wash jeans.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's the small waistcoats
Yeah.
over a denim shirt.
Plaid shirt, maybe sort of like Timberlands. Nothing wrong with Timberlands. That's libelous.
Sure.
No,
Sure.
See, I've done it again.
But
Just
so it
because-
was hell getting out. I couldn't find. I mean, I went to the tube and it was a nightmare because some of the tubes weren't running. I just said to my friend, "I'll sod this," stormed off, trying to find a cab. Couldn't find a cab. Wandering around Wembley, just livid. I mean, fuming because I couldn't find a cab. I was screaming because I was going, I've got money. I'm on the radio. I've had a TV show. I've got the cash. I'm willing to spend it. There's
Yeah.
no one who can help me get home. And I was thinking,
I've seen him shout this in Brewer Street.
Yeah.
Just to stand in the middle. Go on.
And I was thinking to myself, what would you have done there? Because in the end, I just sat in a little cafe, had something to eat. But you, I mean, if you couldn't get a cab, what would you have done? Just because there was a couple of hotels near Wembley. I was thinking you'd have just checked in.
Yeah, and just
And stayed till
said,
the
cool,
morning,
yeah.
wouldn't you?
When there's a cab, let me know.
But I was thinking, because you were thinking of going, would you have booked a cab beforehand?
Yeah.
Would you have thought to do that?
Yeah, I'd have got a cab there, and I'd have booked a cab
Wouldn't
somewhere.
the helicopters just took you back home?
Yeah.
Oh, he's having a dig, isn't he?
He's having a laugh, isn't he?
Blimey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Play the ads.
Death in Vegas. Scorpio Rising.
Featuring the voice of, is it Noel Gallagher?
Liam, innit?
Is it Liam?
Sounded a bit like him.
Liam, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, isn't it?
Excellent. Yeah. Right. Okay. Let's get this show well and truly on the road. We better start educating Ricky next, Carl. What have you got for me? I can't wait for learning. I need learning. I need education.
We should just
Teach
explain,
me something.
obviously, for those that have just tuned in, Carl tries to teach Ricky 3 things each week.
Based on the pun title.
And yeah,
Educating Rita.
each of them, just to tantalise Ricky, is abbreviated into some kind of headline.
A cryptic clue
tantalise him.
involving a pun.
So what have you got for us this week?
They are really cryptic this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
First story, little headline, is don't worry about him, he can handle it.
He can handle it.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit like he can handle it, but it's not. Brilliant.
Second one.
Get a lobe of
I'm
Get a lobe of this.
Some classics. Who can forget? Get a lobe of this.
Yeah. Coming soon.
And Stocking Aitken Waterman. Go on.
Second one.
Yeah.
I'm committed to this treatment.
I'm committed to this treatment.
Yeah.
All right, tantalising.
Yeah. And the last one, the police are causing a bit of a stare.
The way he looks when he says it. I wish we could see. Can't we get Carl on telly?
There's got to be a way. There's
We
got to be a way.
cannot. With all the cable channels, anyone can get on telly these days. Let's
Right,
let's phone up. Let's get you on Choice or something. Just Carl.
What are you going for?
Oh, he can handle it. I think.
Don't worry about him, he can handle it.
He can handle it.
Sorry,
Okay,
yeah.
let's hear this one.
Right, are you familiar with the phrase burning the candle at both ends?
Yeah.
Do you know how it's come about?
I know a man
Well,
who does.
I assumed that it was to get more light in the room.
How would that work?
Well, they'd put it sideways and light both wicks, so out of one candle they could get
No.
two. No, go on.
No, what it is...
I know what
is,
it means. It means you're doing too much. You're staying up too much.
Right.
You're not getting enough sleep, and you're
Well, years ago,
yeah.
when they didn't have light bulbs and that.
Oh yeah. What year is this? Literally ages ago, specifically.
Yeah, quite a bit back.
Okay.
Didn't have light bulbs and that, so they used to have candles
When
in
did the light bulb come in? Because I can't remember at the moment.
don't know.
Okay, go on.
So, yeah, so they've got a light bulb.
You're not. You wouldn't know. You're a doctor. You're not a historian. Go on.
And people who worked a lot of hours, yeah,
How many? Literally lots.
they get up early in the morning because they have to be up early,
Yeah,
and it's dark outside, so they light the candle,
sure.
and they wear it out a bit, and then they'd be getting in late as well,
Yeah.
and like, they'd be like, oh, it's dark, I'll have to light the candle again, and they're burning candle at both ends of the day. So that's where the saying comes from, burning the candle at both ends. So,
All right.
that's a little lesson.
Yeah.
Lesson one.
Okay. Can I have?
No, you can't have
You
another
can't
one
rush
yet.
into them, Rick. You've got to.
I've got to soak
you've
in
got,
that.
You've got to soak that one in. Any questions for Carl off the back of that?
What do you think?
So people were. I mean, basically, where this comes from is people were
They're literally burning the candle at both ends of the day.
Sure.
There you go. So we've still got
Go on.
I'm committed to this treatment. And
I can't wait. This is like Christmas
Rick, I
Eve for
should
me.
just say-
It's like Christmas. I've got to open another present now.
No, I'm afraid we've got to save it. Rick, listen, we often get a lot of email correspondence during
Sure.
the show, Rick, which I don't sort of pass on to you because, I mean, you're busy, you're planning the show and stuff,
Sure,
you've got a lot of
sure,
ideas, you've
sure.
got music and stuff to worry
Yeah.
about. So I check the emails, and we get a lot of response, a lot of people obviously, want to give us feedback. Just a sample one, from Richard Anderson. He's just emailed us in here, Rick, because he's been listening to the show. He says, Ricky, your show is appalling. Are you actually aware you're on the radio, or has someone just secretly stuck a microphone on you? That's from Richard Anderson. So that's typical of the kind of feedback, Rick, we're getting today. So,
Is that good, is it?
So that's the kind of, high positive praise that we're getting. So,
I'm glad
keep,
Anderson's
going in the
listening
same
because I wanted him.
Yeah, no, I mean...
I was gunning for him as a fan.
I was worried that
early
Anders,
on in our career. So
absolutely, but,
I think he's hooked now, though.
But thanks, Anders, for getting in touch. Good work.
He's sitting through it for Hellraiser, though, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's still to come,
That's
of course, Rockbusters.
Still to come. What we playing?
A bit of old dirty I can't say the word, it's offensive. Old
Is it
ODB.
bollocks? Is it old dirty bollocks?
No.
What is it?
Old dirty...
Old dirty big cock? What is it? What is it?
I can't tell you, it's offensive.
Breaks up.
Brilliant.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Funny word, isn't it? It's a funny word.
What other
isn't it?
funny words are there,
Although
Carl?
XFM's a funny word, I just say the letters out because the word doesn't make sense.
Just, let me just check Richard Anderson's email.
Go on.
Ricky, your show is appalling. Richard Anderson, thanks. What I like about Dickie Anders is that he's obviously so angry, he's so annoyed by the show that he's bothered to email just to get the venom out. Because otherwise you'd just think you'd switch over.
Well,
he's obviously so annoyed. He's switched on the computer.
He knows how to hurt someone as well.
Exactly. He's really taken the time out to show his disapproval.
Of giving up.
I'll tell you what though, it is pretty hard to listen to.
What, this?
Yeah.
I've listened back to the tape, that when you're making that thing for the best of.
Yeah.
And I mean, I sounded like Albert's Taplock. I really sounded like some sort of punch-drunk stroke victim. And oh, there you go. I was going to say, I don't remember myself like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do apologise. It's not a great planned show, slick word of articulate sentence, is it? But I mean, then who is?
But I think there's so many shows that are, nowadays on radio. I think there's a lot of stuff that's heavily formatted, and there's with, I don't know, presenters who are professional and have got some sort of degree of talent.
Yeah.
And an ability to sort of string a sentence together. I'm thinking Chris Moyles.
Yeah.
Predominantly.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm bored with those slick people.
Exactly.
I think we need a little bit of calm in our life.
I'm just thinking, actually, I've just suddenly struck me. If you want to get rid of your furniture,
got a buyer.
You've already got a buyer.
Got a buyer.
Because if there's any other stuff, we were clearing some stuff out of our place recently, and we just dumped some stuff outside on the street because we were going to take it and take it to the tip later. Just dump some stuff outside, and I have never seen so many people come out of the woodwork scavenging through our garbage. It was incredible. They were like zombies.
Well, that's what I was saying.
They were like flies around shit.
But when I said to Carl,
that's what you should just do. Just dump it outside because it'll get taken.
When he went, he said, "Do you think I asked enough, 100?" I went, "Yes, definitely." He went, "Oh, I could ask." I said, "No, don't do that." I said, "Because you'll end up having to pay the council to take it away." He said, "I wouldn't." He said, "I'd rather just dump it and let a little homeless fella have it." And then he went, "Imagine the little homeless fella sitting at the desk."
Can you imagine, right? I walk past, he's sat outside Hearts, right? The little 24-hour shop.
Yeah.
He's sat outside there and he goes, "Have you got any change?" And I go, "I can do better than that."
Yeah, here's a chair and table.
Here's a futon.
Yeah.
A futon, no less. Not your boring bed, but a trendy... Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, amazing the number of people that would stop to look at our junk. There was a car driving by with a family and kids, perfectly respectable, just driving past, on their way to somewhere, stopped, got out, got the kids out of the car. "Come on, kids, let's just look through this junk." But I like the idea
You said we were going to Alton Towers, Dad.
No, sorry, no time. We're not going to the zoo. Let's look through this rubbish.
We're not going looking through people's rubbish
Put
again,
these
are
gloves
we?
on, look through this shit.
Ow! That's a
Yeah,
needle.
that's a needle. It was, I mean, who does that? It was like a Saturday afternoon. Kids were just going to go and look through some rubbish. And one guy, this is the most incredible one, one guy, I caught him going through the bins as I came in. I said, "All right, what are you doing?" He was one of those homeless guys who likes to remain dignified.
Why did you say, "What are you doing"?
Well, because it was my house. I had to go I had to squeeze
He
past
wasn't in your
him.
kitchen.
He was in our front garden.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, going through rubbish. He'd torn the bags open. He was going through it. I said to him, "What are you up to?" He went, "Oh yeah, just looking at stuff. Don't worry. I'll clean it all up afterwards. Just looking for a few odds and ends." Blah 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 blah. I said, "Oh well, you can take what you want. It's all going away." "Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks." Yeah. So he went off. Right, I didn't think anything of it. I was walking past the shops the following day. There's a little sort of kind of 7-Eleven. Right, I was walking past. I thought, "Oh, that's interesting. A Gil Scott Heron album for sale." And I looked. I thought, "Wait a minute. This is all our rubbish." And the guy had set up like a little car boot sale outside the 7-Eleven on the pavement. He'd taken our junk, he'd marked on prices. There's like an old RAC book from 1976 that had been lying in the house, a Yellow Pages, and he'd marked up the
How
prices.
much is Yellow Pages?
I'm glad you asked.
What year was that
50p, I snapped it up. I thought that's a bargain. And it was incredible, the cheek of just selling our junk outside.
Enterprise, Carl.
Incredible.
You did that. What did you used to do? You didn't used to sell flowers
I
and
sold
stuff?
flowers. I sold fizzy drinks at school.
Did you?
Yeah.
What that you made?
It was Soda Stream, yeah.
Yeah.
Made some,
Well, of course, when you were doing your Pilkies making music, your disco,
Yeah.
you used to go into Mum's bedroom and find a pair of tights and a cigar.
they'd be prizes. What else
Did
have
your
I done?
dad used to smoke cigars in tights, or your mum? No, which one of them used to... Go on.
Right, look, let's,
Yeah, we're educating Ricky.
No. We're teasing that. Rockbusters.
Well, I think we should play a tune and come back with Rockbusters. so
Oh, the
everyone's
show's
looking forward
fallen
to it.
down. We were going so well, and it's just the energy, isn't it? The first hour we got through.
I'm still in good spirits.
Is this still good, is it, this
I'm
show?
enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah?
Having a good
It's
time.
still good, is it?
Let me just check, because, just check what Richard Anderson thinks of it.
Good evening, round again.
No, he thinks it's appalling. The Dixter thinks it's appalling, so we should play a tune, because he prefers the music.
This?
Bit of Aqualung.
Aqualung.
Rockbusters next.
I like that. That's great, isn't it?
Not bad.
Aqualung. Good times gonna come. Well, Carl, we've got loads of ideas. We've got emails coming left, right and centre. I think you've caused quite a stir. I think you've turned this show around, to be honest. I'm being, honestly. Yeah, no, you've done really well. You're actually acting a bit like a producer, isn't he? And, you're coming through in your own right.
Yeah.
We've had a great suggestion, haven't
We've had a great email here. Let me just check. Let me just check.
Listen to this.
This is from Jeff Dunn. He's a big fan of the show, and he's just had a genius idea. He's saying, "You're moving house, Carl. Why don't Ricky and I come round? We can do a live outside broadcast from your flat. We can observe from your kitchen those weirdos that live opposite.
Yeah.
We can maybe just wander around, just see the kind of place that you've got. You know, maybe check out your record collection, your clothes, what you've got in the bathroom.
It'd be amazing.
Your futon.
It'd be like Louis Theroux, wouldn't it? We'll be Louis Theroux.
Come on, Carl. This is a dynamite idea.
Nah.
Why?
I don't want you coming around making a mess and that.
We won't
make a mess.
That's
We
what
won't
make a mess
take our
with.
shoes off.
When have I ever made a mess in the studio?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
No, but do you know what I mean?
We're not going to make a mess. We're not going to have anything with us.
But what's in it for anyone?
Well, it's just a fascinating insight into you.
Yeah, but, right, when I see that little Chinese kid across the road who's dancing about in his underpants, that's in the evening, right? He's not going to be doing that on a Saturday, so you'll be disappointed there.
Sure.
That old woman...
But you could at least show us the room in which he dances.
Yeah, when you say little Chinese kid, he's a 35-year-old man, isn't he?
Yeah, well...
yeah, you don't...
28.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's beside the point. You know, we'll find our own amusement.
No, I don't. And the woman downstairs has got a baby, and if we make loads of noise and that gets stressed out...
We're not going to make noise, are we? We're just going to have a conversation in your flat. Have a cup of tea.
Yeah, but if we're doing OB, we need to get, like, a car outside with a big aerial on it, and the parking's bad round our way.
What do you mean you have to do what do you mean?
To do an outside broadcast.
Can't they put in an ISDN line just for the dance?
No, because I'll make a mess of the wall, and I won't get my deposit back. So we'll leave that. Thanks for the idea.
You know, he's going around painting all the little holes to get his deposit back in the wall. He wants to get his deposit back. It's probably cost him about 400 quid redecorating.
Let's remind people, Carl, of the prizes for Rockbusters this week. It's dynamite stuff. We've got the David Attenborough DVD Nature Collection. We've got a number of CDs, the best of David Bowie. We've got a Madness CD, not quite sure whether that's songs from the musical or their original tunes. Country Legends, 2 CDs there of great country music.
Brilliant.
And the Remix 2 XFM compilation. Plus, of course, the big movie prize this week. Hellraiser! If you haven't seen it already, then I assume you have never seen a film before. Because I don't know if there's anyone who hasn't seen Hellraiser. But obviously you have to be above 18 to join, to play the competition.
Come on in.
So,
How long would you want to be around for? Is this just for the...
Just for the show. Couple of hours.
2 hours. Did you get the desk in there? A live OB.
We could check out the futon, we could sing its praises.
Check the Fulton, right? Yeah. Oh, you might have sold that by now.
In fact, we could have someone come round and buy it live on air.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Think about it. Think about it.
It's great.
How did Graceland start? Because that was... that was his normal house, and then he took over. Right, anyway, Rockbusters.
Yeah, go on.
I give a cryptic clue.
Yeah.
And a letter, and it makes up a band.
He
right?
never said the word cryptic a few months ago. I love it. Do you know what I mean? I feel it's like our own little Eliza Doolittle.
Yes.
Right, even Richard will like this one. Here we go then. First one. There's 3 of them, and you email in.
If this doesn't turn Dickie round, nothing will.
This is an email-only competition.
Email only. Right, here's the first one. Initial is B, so it's a band starting with B.
Okay.
And the cryptic clue is, I don't like them birds, they shouldn't be allowed in this area.
I don't like them birds, they shouldn't be allowed in this area. Next one.
Right, the next one. He doesn't like women, yet he's got a couple of kids, that's a bit weird.
Is that a cryptic clue, or is that just...
Is that just a
general point?
Is that
That's the cryptic clue.
Okay.
And the initials there are PD.
Okay.
And, the last one,
I've got that one, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Okay, quickly.
Oh, God.
And the last one is, that bloke who does...
Come on!
It's making me laugh.
Come on, Carl, be professional.
Right, the last one. Right. I can't do it, it's making me laugh.
Oh, come on, I'll come and read them then.
No, hang on,
Come on, Carl.
Right, here we go.
They don't do this on Blockbusters on TV, do they?
No, come on.
That bloke who does sport on telly. He's got a little kid, right? initials DC.
What? Is that, was
I'm
that the
completely
clue?
confused by that.
Was that the clue?
Yeah, that bloke who does sport on telly,
Yeah.
he's got a little kid. Initials DC.
Okay, is that a band? Or an artist?
It's... well, I'm
A
not going to tell you.
cheese.
I'm not
This is
gonna tell
a
you.
well-known sandwich. Is it? What is it? Is it a
Fine.
band or an
Right,
artist?
so just quickly recap. That's,
Okay.
it's a
Come
D.
on, Carl.
Right,
Come on.
quick recap. The first one is B. I don't think them birds should be around in this area. Right, that's B. Right. Second one, he doesn't like women, yet he's got a few kids. It's a bit weird. That's PD. And the final one, that bloke who does sport on the telly, he's got a little kid. Right. DC.
All right, and it's ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk if you want to enter for Hellraiser.
Oh, I'll
And all
tell you
those
what,
other
continue
great
to do a little theme here of like some old stuff people haven't heard of. If you're under 30, you probably never heard of this band. It's also a new thing I'm going to introduce. It's Show Up Camfield. Camfield talks the talk, he doesn't walk the walk, he doesn't play some rock classics on his show because he's scared. I'm going to play the tracks that Camfield's too scared to play. This is Kansas and Carry On Your Wayward Son, alright?
Brawl.
Nirvana.
Amazing.
We were just talking, we were getting excited about that,
Yeah,
weren't
you've
we?
got an incredible
Brilliant.
voice he has.
And Grohl, drumming, it's brilliant. You know, you're right, the new one from Nirvana. Well, it's time for Educating Ricky Part 2, isn't it? I'm excited, Carl. I'm going to learn so much from this. What's the choices again? What
Right, you've got left.
Still keep phoning your answers to,
Email.
Email, sorry, yeah.
The answers to Rockbusters.
Yeah.
Right, okay, Educating Ricky, Part 2.
Right. I'm committed to this treatment.
Yeah.
Is one.
Oh,
of them.
I've got to go for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the other one is the police are causing a bit of a stir.
He still says it like it's the best thing he's ever come up with, which in a way it is.
It could be. Right, go on then. I'm committed to this treatment.
Right. Do you know the saying?
Is it just sayings now? Are they all sayings this week?
No, they're not.
Okay.
No, the other one isn't. Frog in your throat?
The saying, there's a frog in your throat?
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
assume it's when you croak a little bit. You sound like a frog.
No. Right. Might seem a bit weird, this one, right? But years ago,
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, what is that clue? Committed to this treatment?
it's about frogs Kermitted. Kermit.
Probably works better with a K and an ER written down.
Well, also, if you'd pronounced it Kermitted,
yeah.
but not committed.
Committed to this treatment! Right, go on then.
That's
Right,
genius.
So yeah.
For what?
You go to the doctors and you go with throat hurting a bit.
Right.
And what they did ages ago,
Ages ago. What year was this approximately?
we are going back quite a bit with this
Oh,
one.
okay. Go on.
And the doctor would say,
He got did history. Imagine years ago. Go on.
and the doctor would say, right, keep your mouth open. I need to look at your tonsils, and the jaw would ache a bit because they weren't as quick back then because they didn't have the technology and stuff, and they'd have to
Sure.
like stare at it and study it and stuff, and like they get an achy jaw, right?
Keeping their mouth open.
Yeah, like you get, when you
Jaw
eat a
ache,
Mars
yeah.
bar or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
a bit, so they'd sat there, and they used to always close their mouth, and it used to annoy the doctor, right?
Sure.
So what they did, they used to get a toad
Right.
and put it in the mouth,
Rubbish.
Okay, keep talking. Keep talking.
and that way they couldn't close the mouth because either they'd squash it,
Right.
or apparently you're not allowed to lick a toad's back.
So the doctor would have them for breaking the law.
No, but it's poisonous, right? A toad's back. You should never lick a toad's back.
Sorry.
or put it in your mouth, really.
Oh, just stop
no,
for a second.
Wait. What?
Can I just ask one question?
Go on,
Can I
yeah,
just
go
ask
on.
one question?
I've got a few, but
no,
go on.
sure. My initial thought is, it sounds like a brilliant bit of sort of medical knowledge there. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
My only thought is, how does the doctor see past the toad at your tonsils?
What's he actually looking at with the mouth open? Surely the toad is
Isn't
in
it
the
like
way.
hopping around in the way?
It didn't say.
Sorry, and my first question is, was this on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Carl, that is bollocks. That is, I mean,
Well, all right then. Let's turn this round. Where does the saying "you got a frog in your throat" come from?
probably because you sound a bit croaky. Probably that. Probably because you sound a little bit like a frog when you've got a sore throat.
Carl, did you not question it just for a moment when you read it? Just for a second, didn't you think, that seems an odd approach? Firstly, why a frog, of all the different
Because
species?
it's poisonous. A toad.
So it's a toad as well?
Yeah, well, it worked. I'm committed. Worked.
No, not that.
no,
It's the
no,
frog
no,
in
it's
your
a
throat.
frog in the throat.
I was going to change it to have you heard the news, Toad Day? But I went with the frog.
Oh, God!
Right,
So that's
think
rubbish.
about it.
So that's rubbish. Next, can I have,
Let's play a tune. Let's come up with the
God.
last one.
Oh,
Can I just say?
Colin?
No, just play it. Just play it.
yeah?
Yo, Carl.
I have to thank my mate Dave, who sent me an incredible 4-disc compilation. That was one of the tunes on there.
It looks professional. It's amazing.
It's incredible,
The
yeah.
effort
Oh,
is
he's gone to too much
commendable.
effort. Ben Queller, it's a track called In Other Words from his album Shah Shah.
Open wide. Oh dear, that's interesting. Oh, here, Doctor. Look, you've actually got a frog in your throat. I didn't get there. I put it in there. That's the most ludicrous story I've ever heard, Carl. Why don't you think when you read these things?
I think there's always going to be a bit of truth in all of these. I mean, that fella called up, didn't he, and said, I'm not sure about the, putting a frog in your throat if you've got, problems with your tonsils or whatever. But he said years ago, if someone had toothache,
Yeah.
they'd get hold of a frog and strap it to the face.
Yeah.
Sure.
So maybe down the line, maybe they did.
Yeah.
Maybe they
Hang
didn't do
on,
it for long.
guys,
I think Caligula made his emperor a horse and emperor as well, but I mean, it doesn't... Go on.
Dick Anderson's been back in touch.
Excellent.
I think so. He's obviously.
We've turned him round,
Well,
he loves it now,
he's been
doesn't
tuning in, he
He
says,
loves it now.
He says, Ricky, thanks for a really forgettable 2 hours of radio. I think I'll spend the time next week counting my feet. That's from Richard Anderson. So, we've turned him round.
No, do you know where the phrase counting my feet comes from? Well, in the olden days, right, and I'm talking ages ago, when you really loved something,
Yeah.
you used to, as a sign of respect, like, say, a radio show, you'd count your feet. And that's where that comes from,
That's where it
Carl.
comes from.
Well, what about the frog thing with
It's nonsense.
with a poisonous back?
It's rubbish.
That's true. No, the toads have, the secretions in there.
Why?
But they didn't put it in people's mouths.
No, so,
Why?
well, I'll tell you why. When a badger or a heron tastes the toad, it's horrible. Ugh. The toad might die, but it's for the good of the species, because then, think how many toads, looking like that, a heron could eat in its lifetime. So, the fact that one toad sacrificed itself, all those other toads, in that heron's manner, will be safe.
Why? I mean, we've talked about animals a lot on the show, right?
Yeah.
And when God made a toad,
Sure.
Right,
Right.
okay, well,
So
go on,
you
I'm going
say-
to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there straight away.
Don't. Just let him carry on.
right?
Okay.
Like, there's annoying things out there. Jellyfish is a big problem with me. I don't understand what they do in the sea and stuff.
Right.
Right, but we'll leave them.
God's
right?
a problem for me, but go on.
We won't talk about jellyfish.
No.
With the toad, right? If it's to protect itself,
Yeah.
right? Now,
No, it's
say
not to protect itself, it's to protect his species.
No, yeah, but that surely, right? If the toad had a choice, if God said, right, what I'm going to do for you here, you can have something like a lobster's got claws, big claws to have a fight, or I can give you something that if someone's having a go at you, you've got to try and persuade them to lick your back as a defence.
Yeah.
What use is right?
Oh,
right.
God's.
Well, I'll tell you why.
What is God
The
up
fact
to?
that there are still toads around is a testament to that defence working. That's all I'm going to say, okay? If the toad had died out, you'd have a point. But they're still around. It works, alright?
And don't start slagging God off. He's got a lot on his plate. Basically, I think he took on too much.
Particularly in 1 week.
Exactly. It was crazy.
Danger High Voltage, Electric 6, XFM 104.9, I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant. Carl's getting all flustered because I put an elastic band round his head. And we've had a definition of,
Well, hang on a
frog
sec,
in the throat.
because there's an update to that, Rick.
Go on.
We did just have, one definition here of a frog in the throat. Apparently this has come from some internet site, so who knows how convincing it is, but it says frog in the throat, meaning suffering from temporary hoarseness, needing to clear the throat. Origin from the Old English frogger, meaning hoarseness. That's from Chris. Now that sounds slightly suspect to me.
Why?
But frogger? I mean, it seems odd that it would derive from that when it so clearly appears to be you sound like a frog when you have a sore throat.
Yeah, but the word frog could come from Frogger, because it
Frogger.
sounds like it's
I didn't
croaking.
wasn't Frogger a game you could play on the
Yeah,
on
on
the Spectrum?
Spectrum,
That's a great
yeah.
game. But
Yeah.
listen, hang on, there's an update to that because just to
Common
define.
frog, of course, Rana temporara, that's the Latin name.
Well,
Your toad is Buffo Buffo. all right?
You may be trying to show off, but I think you're about to embarrass yourself as
Go
well,
on.
because you've been slagging off young Carl.
Yeah.
It says here, another email, it doesn't tell us who it's from. Although it's hard to believe now, at one time, medieval physicians believed that the secretions of a frog could cure a cough if they were coated on the throat of the patient. That in itself sounds repulsive, but what makes the idea even worse is the application of the secretions. Instead of painting the treatment on, something which may also have seemed rational, a live frog was placed into the mouth of the sufferer, where it remained until the physician decided that the treatment was complete.
Right.
Apparently Shakespeare's son-in-law, that's a question mark, I don't know what that means. Anyway, it's no wonder that today a froggy or croaky attempt at speech is said to be a frog in your throat. So, you can see that what's happened there is Carl's misread or been slightly misinformed about a medieval practice. In a sense, you're both winners, just for taking part. What's your final one, Carl?
Right, the final story is, the police are causing a bit of a stir.
I can't wait.
It's about this fella, I think it's in England somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't know when it happened, but,
Literally ages ago, or?
well, it's when, I think it's when they found this fella.
Saturday. It's Saturday, that way.
And, found this fella, and, all the local people were saying, oh, look at him wandering around, he's drunk and what have you. That's not right, get the police in. He got arrested and that, and they got him in the court, and, the judge was there, and he says, so, you know, what's all this? What's going on? What are you doing wandering about when you've had a drink? You know the rules. You shouldn't be doing that. You had a glazed expression on your face. Blah, blah, blah. What do you have to say for yourself? He only had a glass eye.
So
that
you have
was-
2 glass eyes?
No, he had one. But that was... they were about to sort of lock him up.
Was he a
What,
bit pissed
'cause
up as well?
Well, he was pretty livid.
But was he also drunk with the glass eye?
No, that's
Oh,
the
right.
weird thing. He wasn't even... He hadn't even had a drink.
So they just thought, because he had a weird stare.
Because his eyes were all glazed.
Yeah. Where'd you get this from? Why are you telling me this? No, but why are you telling me this? I mean, thank you, because it's, you know, killed a couple of minutes, but why is this educating me? What are you telling me here?
Because there's a bit of a thing there, a bit of a fable, that don't always judge a book by its cover. Yeah? So, the guy, he hadn't even had a drink. He'd probably just been shopping,
Yeah.
walking down the street, and everyone's, like, getting involved. Like, what's he doing? He shouldn't...
Hang on, I don't understand. He's walking down the street, happens to have a glass eye. He was doing nothing else to suggest he was drunk. You don't pick people up just because their eye looks like
I know.
that.
But even if it happened, why are you telling me? With no particular detail. I know this, that we're going to get
There's not
people...
enough information.
I know, yeah.
No, there's a bit of a lesson there, educating Ricky. Just, you know, just watch what you say. Don't always jump to conclusions.
But the only education I can take from that is that if I ever do become a policeman, I shouldn't just arrest people because they look a bit drunk. I should just tap their eye with a pen and goes... Oh, okay, on you go.
Well,
On you go, yeah.
Guys, can I just stop you there? I'm just going to email Richard Anderson and tell him I agree.
right, listen, we're running out of time and that. We've got the
where
answers.
does the phrase
We've got-
frog in the throat come from?
We've got
We've got it here. It's been told.
Well, there's
Can
three.
we play a tune and come back with that? Have we
Well-
got anything lined up?
yeah, we've got the song with a story in it.
Come on, Carl, let's do something. Quick, play a record.
Song with a story in it.
But never
this
mind
week.
that, just, they're listening. We discussed this off air, come on. Play a record.
Play it.
It's
Song for-
Kinks.
yeah,
Kinks.
it's the Kinks.
It's a song with a good story in it. You got to listen to the words.
Carl, what was that? That was your little song with a story,
That's
wasn't
another little feature that we do every Saturday. Little
So
song.
make sure you tune in.
It's a song that's got a good story in it. There's a lot of music about these
What's
days.
that story about then? What's that story
You don't
about?
know what they're going on about. Whereas that classic from the Kinks called Lola.
Yeah, what's it about?
I'd listened to it for the first time properly this morning,
Yeah.
and what I've worked out from it is a fella who goes out for a normal Saturday night out. He's in Soho.
Yeah.
He's having a Coca-Cola or whatever, and
Cherry Cola, yeah.
he sees this woman. And he thinks, yeah, she's all right. Won't mind a bit of that. So he wanders over, and he sort of gets talking to her. He looks at her, and she's got a great figure, nice face, and all that.
Lovely knob.
And she speaks, and he goes, "Oh God." Got a bit of a bloke's
Frog in the
voice.
throat, yeah.
Got a bit of a voice like a bloke. But he thought, but, you know, that's her only down point.
Sure.
So he dances around with her, and I think he sits on his knee, I think he said.
Yeah.
Anyway, it turns out it's a fella.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
A sobering lesson.
Yeah.
What do you take from that?
look always sort of, if you think you might be talking to, a
bloke in
bloke,
drag.
just look at it, he's sort of Adam's apple. And he'll probably have a hairier arse than a woman.
Yeah, I think you've gone too far then, though. I think you're already getting too close.
It's a bit late to pull out.
No pun intended, definitely.
There was a pun intended.
Oh, was it? Alright, was it?
Yes.
Alright, okay, we don't be disgusting then. Right, okay, right, the results of,
We
Blockbusters.
ain't got a winner for the first time.
Yes, we have,
We've
we've
done
got
this
loads.
feature for...
We've got loads of winners.
No, we haven't. We've done this feature for 3 weeks. This is the first time I've managed to sort of...
What?
Well, let's go through them then.
What have they got wrong?
The first one.
The
Right,
first one?
What was
The
the
first one,
clue?
yeah, the first one.
Well, hang on. Let's do them in reverse order first. So what's the last one?
The last one, the clue was that bloke does sport on the telly and he's got a little kid.
What's that?
That's Destiny's Child. Des, who does ITV Sport,
that's
he's got
terrible,
a Tiny's
man.
Child, right? No,
terrible.
that's fine,
Yeah,
they got that.
okay.
Destiny's Child.
Des-
What's the one?
Des
What's the
Tiny's
what's the
Child.
middle one?
Right, the middle one,
Right. Child.
the second one was, he doesn't like women, yet he's got a couple of kids, that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Right? That was PD, that was Puff Daddy.
That is offensive. Go on.
But it's not Puff Daddy. It's Puff Daddy. And he's not even called that anymore. He's called P. Diddy.
Well,
Okay, fair enough.
but they got that one.
yeah, yeah.
And if I'm being tight, these lot are as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Tight means something in Manchester. Go on.
right? And the first one that they're having problems with, I don't think them birds should be allowed in this
They've
area.
got it.
Boyzone.
It's not Boyzone.
What's the clue again?
I don't think them birds should be allowed in this area.
That is perfect. A boy zone. No birds.
No women.
No women, yeah, birds, right? A boy zone. Sorry, Carl. If that isn't the answer, their clue is better than yours. That is brilliant. What was yours? Boy zone, it works perfectly.
What's your answer then?
Bangles.
I have no idea what that means.
Like seagulls. So you don't want them in this area, so you're banning them. Bangles.
Oh! Well, give it to boy zone, because boy zone's better. Don't think it's birds to be
Bangles.
allowed in this area, it's a boy
I think
zone.
we should have a rollover. Carl beat them. Carl beat them. You have to use his logic, surely.
But theirs works. You can't do what am I thinking? No, that's not what I'm thinking. It perfectly. It works perfectly. I think you've got to give it to the ones that got the boy zone.
Well, how about, right, because they didn't actually get into my head and my way
Wow,
of thinking,
heaven
right?
forbid.
How about we just keep back the David Attenborough, and they can have, I'll chuck in the Hellraiser, right?
Okay.
Nice of you.
And, Blondie album and the Madness
Yeah,
one.
okay. Pick a winner at random.
Pick
Steve.
a winner, Steve.
I'm going to give it to Paul Sloman, who got those answers, and he also says, P.S. Carl, you're a moron. So, I'm giving that to Paul, and good luck to him.
Right, well,
He's got a crazy night tonight. If we can rush these over to him, he's got a cracking
Yeah,
Saturday night.
well, if I'm a moron, I might get your address wrong when I send them to you.
Oh,
Coming right back at you, Paul.
Yes. Right. John, play your song.
Is this it? We're almost
Carl's
done?
annoyed because
Wow,
they
he's
didn't get
wild.
banned goals.
A song for the ladies. I think we seem to have missed this a lot of weeks, but this
Sure.
is. I've been wanting to play this
It's not
for
like
ages.
us to forget things like that.
This is a band, Frente, who kind of came and went and
Oh,
no one
yeah.
was particularly interested, but they did do this lovely acoustic version of the New Order tune, Bizarre Love Triangle,
Oh,
and
right.
this just shows you how incredible the melodies and the words and everything are.
Brilliant, I'm a fan.
New Order, just play this. Carl.
Good night.
Songs for the
Bye-bye.
ladies. Is this
Bye.
it? Are we?
Do you reckon Richard Anderson will be back next week?
Yeah, Richard Anderson will not miss this show.
Excellent.
Every time I think of you, I get a shot right.
Oh, boys are cold.
Shut up.
Guys, I went to get food, but it's so cold.
Your little nose is red. Your little nose is red, like Rudolph.
Guys,
Wait, so you didn't get any food?
no, I couldn't. Guys, we're snowed in. It looks like we're gonna have to do a podcast while we're snowed in.
Oh,
Zach,
no!
How are we supposed to do a
And to
podcast when we
think-
have no food?
And to think we were gonna go out, I was going to go out to get some food, and now we're snowed in.
We're just gonna jerk each other off, but I guess that's okay.
I was gonna
We
be
can't jerk each other off.
We
if
were
don't
gonna jerk
have
each
any
other
food.
off and record it, but we might as well do a podcast now.
Oh, rats.
That was the worst
Well,
ever.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys, just a bunch of bullshitter.
Hey, welcome to Sleepycast. Special Christmas special. We are the Christmateers. It's kind of like the Planeteers. I'm Stamper TV, and my ring has the power of Christmas lights.
I'm Zach.
And your ring has the power of candy
Christmas
canes.
lights.
Candy canes. And
I'm Niall, and my ring has the power
of heart, faggot.
of coal in your stocking.
I have the power of the Northern Star, the best one of all. Thank you.
No, you don't.
It's a lie. It's a bold-faced lie.
The power.
You could have done like stockings or Santa or Jesus.
The power of angry parents who have found out their kids found their Christmas presents before Christmas.
You have the power of the dad wearing the Santa outfit and the mom going, keep that on. And then,
You have the power of statistical Christmas suicide. Have you seen that?
What?
Christmas suicide. The suicide spike around Christmas time.
Oh,
People
really?
get really sad.
yeah, well, I'm...
if you're already depressed...
holiday.
My mom is like terrified that I'm going to kill myself on Christmas because I'm not coming home for Christmas. She keeps going like, you'll be okay, you'll be okay.
We're considering going to kill yourself.
I don't care about Christmas that much.
We're gonna watch movies and have a big ass Christmas dinner. Me and Zach and Niall are going home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Well,
We're gonna have some fun.
I'll be away a little bit, but like a day and come back.
You can
Come back and
whatever time you want.
Don't celebrate too much, fellas.
We're gonna get crazy. We're gonna have candy corn, big old Santa hat.
That's Halloween.
Have little peeps. Have Easter peeps.
What's your favorite holiday meal, Zach?
I got this one. Zach likes turkey, a little side of green bean casserole, mashed potatoes, gravy. You know, the classic
My
stuff.
family has ham.
That's right.
A lot. I love ham, and I hate ham. I like ham, but not.
Ham is good on a sandwich.
Oh, you know, let me finish.
Just
And with
thick
our
slices of ham.
our powers combined, we
Yeah.
summon Captain Christmas.
Captain Christmas.
Wow, Captain Christmas.
Welcome to the Christmas special.
And we pull his
I
little
am
underwears down
Captain
and fuck him in the
Christmas. What?
Anyways, talk about ham.
Ham. Ham is a meal stinks.
It looks like pussy.
Oh, when you mean like when they get like a big ass ham? You know what's
Yeah.
weird? I hate going. Yeah, I hate the dinners where they have like the big ham. They cut you off like a big ham steak or whatever.
But you know when they glaze it with some delicious stuff.
But it's weird because I went
Glazed ham is tasty.
I went over to Swain's house for Thanksgiving and he had like 9 turkeys and I actually brought a ham because I thought other people would eat it.
Oh, thinking
I like
outside the
ham.
box.
I like your ham, Stamper.
People liked it though. I had a little blackberry glaze on it.
You did.
Nice.
I want everyone to know I had a bite of that.
Glazed
and I
ham is
liked
the
it.
shit.
It always feels like it's never really. I like it either thinly sliced or like sort of cooked a little bit. It always seems like it's kind of.
If it's a little bit
these
raw.
big wet slices.
Yeah, the big like sloppy.
It's like turkey. It's like you can make turkey really badly, you can make like dry and something, or you can make turkey that's really juicy and tasty.
Rubbery.
There's a good way to make turkey. There's a good way to make ham.
People love their ham though, dude. Have you ever seen a honey baked ham?
Yeah.
There's a franchise called Honey Baked Ham. Around the holiday seasons, they got a line out the door. I went there to buy a ham with my dad once, and I was waiting in line for like 3 fucking hours. Just to get a fucking ham. I was like, Dad, this better be the best fucking ham in the world, sitting here like a fucking Aerosmith concert for fucking ham. And then they don't do any business for the rest of the year. It's just around the holidays.
That's all they do is it like a fireworks stand for ham?
They probably get one dude in there just ham.
In Ireland, our Christmas dinners are you guys' Thanksgiving dinners.
Well,
fucking
our Thanksgiving dinners usually spill over a little bit. Like, it's pretty much the same shit.
We do Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner.
Yeah, we have
Actually, that's a
double.
crock of shit. I've never had a Christmas dinner. When do you do it on Christmas Eve?
Yeah, Christmas Eve, and you wake up and worship Jesus and look at his bloody hands and face and screams.
I don't care what people say. Christmas is not about Jesus. No one cares about Jesus on Christmas.
That's because he doesn't give you presents like Santa.
Exactly.
Wrong. I care.
No, you don't. What do you care about? What did Jesus do on Christmas?
I don't know. He died, I guess.
He put the.
No, he woke up. He woke
Oh,
up.
he
and
woke
he
up.
slid out of her big slimy pussy.
He
looked at the sky and said,
slid off his coffin
See,
lid.
how
and crawled
how
out,
could
and-
Jesus be born if to a virgin if her hymen was still there? Wouldn't that get in the way?
It's magic, man.
It's not
Magic.
get logical about
He-
it.
dude,
Jeff used his
magic.
power ring to shoot the North Star up in the sky. then the 3 wise men came by with gold, Frankensteins,
dead-
and myrrhs.
The beautiful dead white man crawled out of his cave and happily ever after.
babies come out of assholes, you idiot. Why would the pussy matter, you
What
fucking
happened after
dumbass?
Jesus got resurrected? He just he moved a rock
sat
and then he
up like
just
a
walked
vampire.
away.
He flew into heaven.
He said-
like an angel. He flapped his arms like wings.
So he could go through the wall like Patrick Swayze in Ghost. He had to move a rock first, and then he flew up.
Yeah.
No, dude, he was like the Mummy Returns.
Oh, his whole body got up and left, right? That's
Yeah.
where that the magic cloak comes from.
What really
It's supposed
happened
to
is
be-
people go, dude, that's fucking Jesus in there. Let's like steal his body. All you have to do is move this rock, and then people go like, oh, he's gone.
They found Jesus' bones and there was cum all over them, so we have a good idea of what happened.
Guys took him and
Fuck
came all over him.
Yeah.
They tried to
Christmas.
they tried to clone Jesus from his bones, but they just got some like black dude.
Yeah.
That's offensive.
It's not offensive. Jesus was a Middle Eastern
You're
dude.
offending everybody right now. No,
have
he
you,
wasn't.
have you ever seen that picture? He grew up in fucking Iraq, dude. Like he was
a beautiful white man.
He had curly golden locks, Zach.
Beautiful eyelashes.
Haven't you ever seen a painting?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And he's a big love heart right in the center of his chest.
Have you seen the actual like rendition of what
beautiful
Jesus would have
blue
looked like?
eyes.
They did like an average compilation of what everyone looked like
Don't
from
you
that
think-
era.
Didn't he
and
look like a
time.
borderline caveman?
Yeah, he had like a unibrow, and he was like, you know...
Dude, he would be fucking stopped and checked on an airplane today.
Do you think the portrayal of Jesus, though, don't you think, this is kind of dark, of course, but don't you think, like, every other guy in that time period would sort of, like, just want to rape him?
They would they'd be like, hey, pretty boy. Hey, white
hey,
boy.
pretty boy.
He's like,
hey, son of God.
Oh,
yeah.
He had like beautiful brown chestnut locks of long flowing
He
hair.
has like curly little like ends of them.
Well, God forbid you paint an ugly Jesus. Of course he's got to be beautiful.
What if Jesus was ugly? Would anybody worship him? If he was like, hey, fuck, dude, go worship somewhere else. Go over there.
Yeah, it's
go
like-
walk in that water. Don't fucking get away from us.
Everyone would think he was kind of cool, but you know, you wouldn't hang out with him in your spare time.
Yeah, what do you think of Jesus? He has a really good personality. You know what? Yeah, I think it was funny is like a lot of these like white Southern Christians today, like, you know, these Republican kind of really deep Southern guys. If they went to heaven and saw Middle Eastern Jesus, they'd be like, get the fuck out of the way, dude. Where's Jesus? Is he behind
Dude,
you?
me and you met one at Wawa last night, remember
Yeah.
that?
A Jesus?
Yeah, we stopped by you were in the back of the U-Haul truck, so you didn't go in with me and Zach, but me and Zach went in there to get the black and whites and shit.
Yeah.
And we're by the thing, and I don't know why I said it, but I was like Zach, I think found, or he found like a little can of soda that he wanted. It's like, I'm gonna get this little can of soda, and I was like, Merry Christmas, Zach. And this old Southern guy in like
Big trucker kind of guy.
Trucker guy in like this camo gear walked by, and he was like, that's right, brother, leave Christ and Christmas, fuck all this happy holidays shit, just say Merry Christmas. And I was like, yeah, right, happy holidays, happy. And he was like, no.
Yeah, he got mad,
Merry
dude.
Christmas. And I was like, okay.
But I don't get that, dude. Christmas is one day out of the whole month.
Yeah,
there's other holidays going on. You
You
should
sound
say
like-
Merry Christmas like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Not even on Christmas Eve. You sound like a fucking idiot when
Yeah.
you say Merry Christmas and it's the 17th. It's not Christmas yet.
Yeah.
Why can't you say Happy Holidays? There's tons of holidays back to back. I think the Christmas season has everything leading up to Christmas, even into New Year's.
Yeah.
That's like Happy Holidays.
Chanukah New Year.
Chanukah. Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa.
What is Kwanzaa?
Christmas.
What is Kwanzaa?
Why don't you call it Christmas if you're so into Jesus? I'd go back to Wawa and tell, hey, trucker guy, why don't you go blow your precious fucking Jesus?
Yeah.
You ever talk to me like that again, I'll bust this soda across your old ass head.
Yeah, you're saying that in retrospect. You didn't say that at the time.
Yeah.
Stanford did reach in the guy's chest and pull his heart out and show it to him. as
Like
he was
Indiana
bleeding.
Jones in the Temple of Doom, he's screaming. Didn't
Jeff,
die.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep the Christ in Christmas?
I don't really give a shit. I don't really like Christmas. I know we probably had this.
Thank you.
before.
Podcast over.
No, it's not over because we didn't get to. You can't just say it's over.
Yes,
if
I
someone
can.
agrees
Watch.
with you.
Christmas is a burden.
I agree.
You're the Grinch who fucked Christmas.
We're having
Jeff.
Christmas with the Cranks, aren't we, Zach?
What's the thing you dislike most about Christmas? Go. Anybody?
The fucking music, man. I'm so sick and tired of the same fucking songs.
I wouldn't mind if they weren't using the same songs recorded like 1950.
But people say that. But then when they when like someone like a famous pop star tries to release a new Christmas song, you're like, fuck you. That's never going to catch on.
Dude, no, I hate that even more.
Yeah,
like when
I know.
somebody takes a shitty old Christmas song and they try to put a modern spin
Yeah,
on
there's
it.
I'm rocking around the Christmas tree.
Yeah, you're just like, shut the fuck
There are
up.
a
You took a
couple-
song I hated already and then made it worse.
Yeah, fucking Beyonce.
I can't stand it, man.
I like Winter Wonderland. There's a couple of Christmas
Winter
songs I
Wonderland.
like. Yeah, there's a
Did
few
you-
I like because they're not overplayed.
Did you buy the Seth MacFarlane Christmas album?
I was tempted. I was very tempted. I saw that big smile and I was like, ooh.
Come home, you play one track and be like, why the fuck did I buy this?
Yeah, that's like a joke gift that's way too expensive. And like, it's just gonna gather dust somewhere until you
Maybe
throw
I
it
will
away.
buy that. Give it to my parents.
He probably was. He's not a bad singer.
I'll be laughing and they'll
He has
be
a
like,
really good
"Thanks."
voice.
Yeah.
But I don't want to listen
He
to
loves the sound of it, though. You know he loves his own voice.
No, there are definitely people out there that love the sound of their own voice. And
Oh yeah, he's sitting at home jerking off and he's like, I'm coming, and that just makes him hornier.
Yeah.
You made Family Guy. He had the Cleveland Show.
Bam! Ooh, did you hear that, guys? That was my tummy rumbling. I'm hungry. Zach, I really wish you could go out there and get us food.
I'm not gonna work under these circumstances. I refuse to work like this.
I really wish you'd go back to acting school.
Bitch! Bitch! Ah!
Niall, you piece of shit!
That's the most
Merry Christmas!
unedited.
Merry Christmas, bitch!
Christmas to me, I guess.
You know what's the most
He
Christmassy
does look
thing?
hungry though, and that really was his stomach.
Speaking of being hungry, you ever see your dad's dick?
Yep. I was peeing in a urinal next to my dad when I was a little tiny guy. I still believed in Santa at the time, and I leaned over because I was curious about my dad's wiener, and I said, "Dad, you have a really big pee-pee." And the bathroom was full of guys. It was like at a train station, and they all kind of stopped and wondered what my dad was doing to me. And then he grabbed my hand before we were done peeing, and he dragged me out of the bathroom.
You ever do that thing where you grab on your dad's like lower leg and he walks with you?
Uh-huh.
my dad got a boner one time and I did that. I grabbed onto his dick and he walked around with me too. It was great, man.
Of course he did.
And it was like swing to the left.
Yeah.
And right,
Yeah, he was like, "Come on, little monkey, let go of the branch, little monkey boy." And I was like, "No, I'm not letting go." And I grabbed into his balls and I hung. It was horrifying.
Is that a true story? Is that lies?
No, it's true.
You know, naughty little boys get coal in their
Have I ever lied on this podcast?
At least like 67 times,
We're
at least.
We're gonna do an episode where we put you under hypnosis for the hour. And we're gonna see.
And then it's all gonna come out.
It's all real. You guys look stupid then. All my dad's stories were real.
It's gonna be a mix of
Oh, you're just gonna repeat everything? You're just gonna talk?
Yeah,
about...
like no, that really happened, you guys. You guys.
I really hung onto my dad's balls like a little monkey.
To one hair.
Hey Zach, what was your favorite Christmas present as a child?
My dad's dick? No, for real though.
Yeah.
I remember one time I got a Nintendo DS and I was very happy with that.
My favorite gift was actually the original Nintendo Entertainment System with Robbie the Robot.
Wow.
Oh, you got the Robbie pack.
I did. I was surprised. I'm like, wow, this is the extra special Nintendo. I got a copy. I played Gyromite all night long.
And then you played fucking what's the one other compatible game?
Duck Hunt. I was gonna say Duck Hunt.
I don't know. There was another Robbie the Robot game, but I can never remember the name of it.
Yeah, they did. It was used. It was like 2 games. He was really cool though.
He was pretty cool. That was a lot of work for one or two shitty games.
I remember when I was a kid, I was very scared of because I was a kid, I thought my parents wouldn't get what I want. Like, if you ask for, like, a Game Boy, they'll get you, like, some weird off-brand thing because they don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that happened to me.
That was horrifying.
I asked
Tiger handheld.
I asked for an iPod when I was, like, 15 or 16, and I was, oh, man, I really wanted one because all my friends had one, and I just, man, I was dying for that iPod. And then my mom started kind of being, like, throughout the week before Christmas, she was like, I've heard about these new things called Creative Zens. They're better than iPod.
I got a Zen too.
And then I was like, no, I want an iPod. And she was like, but these Creative Zens are supposed to be great. And I was like, no. And she's like, Creative Zen. And I was like, no. And then, so Christmas came around and I was like opening my presents. And in my stocking, I got like an iPod like cover. And I was like, oh God, yes, yes. And then I went downstairs and I opened my present and it was a Creative Zen. Like, it didn't even fit. And then I tried my best not to look disappointed and sad, but
that's the big thing. Is like, if you actually get a bad gift, you're like, you can't.
But dude, it turned out the Creative Zens were much fucking better than iPods.
Really?
You could put any video you want on them. You could, like, they had way bigger storage.
Yeah, iPods are cracking shit.
They were sweet.
Yeah, fuck Apple. Fuck it.
Oh,
fucking sucks.
Whatever. No, I use iTunes. I don't care for iPods though.
Yeah.
If you're just playing MP3s, there's ways to go about it. Like syncing an iPod.
You don't have to sync it and delete all your files when you plug it into another
It's just
computer.
so clunky and weird. Yeah. My favorite gift, along the same lines as Jeff, was I got the Nintendo as well, but I got the Super Mario Duck Hunt. Yeah, Super Mario Duck Hunt
combination thing.
combo, and I got Ninja Turtles, and Ninja Turtles was a crock of shit. I used to, I loved Turtles, and they gave me that, and I didn't know at the time how much of a broken, shitty game it was. And then I remember a similar story much later. I got a Super Nintendo for Christmas, and I remember I was sitting in class, and this is already when the PlayStation 1 was out, and I was so psyched to get a Super Nintendo because I really wanted one. My family was poor, so they probably saved up for like 2-3 years just to get me one. And then the teacher was like, so what did everyone get for Christmas? And then when it came around to me, I was like, I got a Super Nintendo. And everybody in the class laughed at me because I got a present. Like, they were like, yeah, welcome to fucking 3 years ago, fag. And I was like, come on, man. I this is like the best gift ever. Everyone else was playing with their... I eventually got a PlayStation, not long after it came out, but... It's like, what kind of a shitty-ass teacher asks a dumbass question like that when they know that...
To single out the poor kids? And
I mean, you got your rich snobs in class, and you got your poor kids in class. Like, half the poor kids are probably just going to sit there and lie and be like, I got
a new car.
Yeah. And they have, like, holes in their shoes. It's like, they probably just got, like, socks, and they're super psyched.
Yeah. As the older I get, the more I actually do appreciate, like, clothes. Like, my dad got me a coat last Christmas, and it was, like, one of the best gifts I ever got.
We were talking about that last night. If I got a jacket or a nice coat that fit well, that'd be, like, the best gift ever.
Yeah, exactly. Or, like,
if I need video games, I could fucking buy them. Like, whatever. Now, did you have a best, or is it just disappointing?
I don't know if I had a best gift, but that doesn't mean I didn't get good gifts because I appreciate all my gifts. But
oh, don't throw us all under the bus. No, every gift is special.
Yeah, like because my parents, they didn't have much, so anything was a bonus.
All right, Linus, give your big speech on the fucking stage. You talk about Jesus, you little bag.
Here's a little spotlight, bitch.
But as I got older, I started asking for I was like, no, surprise me, because I was trying to be nice. I was like, you don't have to spend a lot of money on me. And then Christmas came around, all my sisters were getting new phones and stuff, and I was getting underwear and socks.
Surprise!
God fucking damn it!
You remember any horrible gifts?
Like the ones that you were like, man, I can't even appreciate this because this is so...
Yeah, I got Simpsons Road Rage on the PS2
it's a great game, dude.
2 years ago.
Oh,
that's not a horrible gift.
It's
not 2 years ago.
I don't have a PS2.
Should we bring up our worst gifts?
Or ones that are really bad, just like...
I'll tell you what, I had a die-cast Voltron figurine when I was a child.
If you left that shit in the box.
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
You don't know what Voltron is?
Voltron.
You know what Megazord is?
No.
He kind of looks like that asshole up above the TV there.
No, Megazord from Power Rangers, man.
Made of robotic lions that fought for justice in the galaxy.
You didn't watch Power Rangers?
I did. I used to love Power Rangers, but I haven't seen it since I was 4 years old. But it was my favorite show.
You used to watch Power Rangers. You don't know what Megazord is.
I do know what Megazord is, but I didn't know what Voltron.
Now you do.
I didn't know what Voltron was.
I think Voltron came first. I'm pretty sure. I think Voltron is 70s.
Once
right?
they started doing Power Rangers in space, I stopped giving a shit.
They did Power Rangers in space, Power Rangers on Mars, Power Rangers in Hawaii.
Hi, Jeff!
You know the old Red Ranger is a gay porn star now?
No, he's not. This is a fucking hoax. Anyways, Jeff.
So I lost him. I'm still convinced my parents threw him away. And I lost him. And I said, Mom, Dad, I want a new Voltron. Because this is bullshit. It was my favorite toy. I want a new one.
Did all the pieces come apart into the individual little lions?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Dude.
Because I never had one of those. I just saw them, but
no, it was cool. No, I saw one recently there was a Comic-Con. They were selling them remade versions of this. Is the exact one I had for $150.
That's not too bad.
Not too now. No, I was really tempted to pick it up, but yeah, so it was really nice. It was like back when toys were made of metal and stuff, and toys were cool. But
cool. So you could actually interlock all the little lions together and make the real. It wasn't like a pre-fabricated.
No. They could. But basically, Christmas came around, and I was expecting a new Voltron, and I got this plastic shit Voltron that was like a baby's toy, and I had these little shitty. I mean, it was weird. It had these little extra action figures that could go in the lions, but the lions were much bigger, much bulkier. They were, I don't know, it almost just it was just a much lamer Voltron, and it ruined my Christmas. The end.
How old were you?
I was the most.
How old were you?
I wasn't. I wasn't even that young. I don't think I was. I think I
10,
wasn't.
11.
I wasn't even 10 yet, but I was I was so bummed out. My parents tried. And maybe the other one wasn't even available anymore.
Yeah, maybe they
I
tried
was
to
so
find it.
unappreciative.
Poor old Jeff. Yeah, I'd be afraid to have kids because I imagine getting a really sweet gift and they're like, oh, this is what I wanted. It's like, God damn it, you little fucker. You're going to regret this for the rest of your life. You little shit.
Once when I was kind of skeptical about Santa, I was like to my mom, I go, I'm going to write a Christmas list, but I'm not going to show you, and I'm going to see if I get the right gifts, just to see if Santa's real. Then she goes, yeah, go ahead. And then I got too scared that I wouldn't get the gifts I want, so I just showed her anyway. But
she called your bullshit.
Yeah. She called your bluff.
God damn it.
When I was 8 or 9, I wrote a list, but I was like, if Santa can do anything for free, I'm going to ask for a bunch of gifts for my entire class and give all the gifts to my class. And I asked for 40 things, and I got 2 things. And I was like, fuck Santa. And it makes total sense because my parents saw Christmas was the 2 pages, and they're like, I'm not getting you any of this.
Did you give those 2 things to the people?
No, I was like, this is my shit, dude. I'm not giving anything to anybody else.
So much for your charity. Did you know the original Yellow Ranger is dead now?
Really?
I knew that.
Yeah.
She is it a porn star?
Trini. No, she's not a porn star.
That was the Asian one, right? They put the Asian one as yellow.
They didn't all turn into porn stars.
The Black Power Ranger looks exactly the same. He hasn't aged a year even.
You know he's missing his ring finger on his left hand?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it
I think it's his left hand and his ring finger. He's missing a finger on one of his hands. The Black Ranger the president?
Yeah.
No? No, that's Obama.
Yeah.
He was never a Power Ranger.
Oh, let's see about that.
No, dude.
People in the comment section, tell us if Obama was a Power Ranger.
Original Power Rangers or Power Rangers in space?
Stamper. You're gonna fucking lose this one, and you know it. And Joe Biden was Megazord.
Yeah, fat ass motherfucker.
Joe Biden was the Green Ranger. Like that dickhead, he just comes in every now and then.
Condoleezza Rice was the yellow one.
Yeah, Green Ranger was the coolest, man. And then it was Tommy, and then he's in really good shape now. He's got sick ass tattoos. I don't know why I know this much.
Dude, it's funny. Why he's like 50 and he's still dressing up as in that shitty.
He's got his little ponytail,
spandex uniform.
He's got I think he did really well in the martial arts world.
I watched this video series explaining the original Power Rangers that aired in Japan, and it's amazing how different it was.
Yeah. Yeah, they just spliced footage from the Japanese and then added American actors like Saved by the Bell, right?
Yeah, no.
Wait, what did they do with Saved by the Bell?
No, like Saved by the Bell. Like, they just took a lot of shots from high school talking to Megazord and shit like that, and then all the fighting was, like, from the Japanese show.
Yeah, they re-edited the whole thing.
Well, I think Rita sounds like this all the time. It's all, like, clearly, like, well... Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're talking about Christmas.
Yeah.
We're talking about Power Rangers.
Do you remember the movie with Ivan Ooze?
Yeah. They had a good soundtrack. It was a fairly good movie. They had cool costumes in that movie, too. Their suits were sweet. Oh, what were we talking about? Oh, Santa. Hey, when did you, I guess, discover that Santa didn't exist? Well, you just knew it. Like,
I think I was late to the game because I'm an over-imaginative kind of guy.
I was late to the game.
I was like 11. I was way too old.
I was 12.
All my friends were like 9. And I'll tell you what did it for me. I was still doing the whole leave cookies out and all that kind of thing. And my parents were pretty good at it, to give them credit. They would do that. They would shake the jingle bells in the other room and be like, "Oh fuck, it's Santa Claus." But one night, the cookies thing. The next morning, I woke up on Christmas Day, and there was fucking meatloaf and beer staining the rug. And I was like, "What the fuck happened?" My dad was like, "Yeah, Santa Claus. He came here and helped himself to the meatloaf in the fridge, leftovers." And I was like, "What?" And then I put it together, and my dad got really wasted and fucking ate meatloaf and ketchup and just spilled it on the floor and went to bed. And I was like, "You're Santa Claus, you fucking liar."
Yeah, but my parents, never tried to hide the fact that they're putting presents on. Like, every night at Christmas, that's the night the kids can't sleep. And they were so fucking loud with the presents and shit. But for some reason, I still believed in it until I was 12.
My parents did that thing where they'd pack the presents beforehand and sneak them downstairs. So they'd be like, "Don't come in here, I'm getting you Christmas gifts." Or not say anything, or just kind of do it in like a back room.
My parents always put their names on the presents that were good, and then Santa's name on the presents that were shitty.
It's fucking smart.
So maybe that kind of contributed to me never giving a shit about Santa. Because as far as I remember, I don't think I ever believed in Santa. I knew that who Santa was, but I never had this belief that there's a dude that came into your house and
that's a good point, actually.
Presents under the tree.
I think my parents did the same thing. It was like my dad would give me like a huge like an RC car, but Santa would give me like a fucking Pez dispenser. I was like, "Fuck Santa, man." I don't care.
Let's talk about how awkward it is now as an adult, where your parents are basically they're very guilt-ridden about Christmas. They're like, "Well, we have to buy you something. We have to get you something for Christmas," but as an adult, you sort of have the money to buy what you want.
What you want, and it's going to be better.
Here's what bothers me.
I don't really feel like waiting. I don't feel like saying, "Well, I want this," and I have to artificially wait 3 months for them to give it to me.
Yeah.
And be like, "Oh, thank you," and I'm just going to buy it tomorrow.
Yeah, just give me cash. If give people cash is the best thing, or like a movie theater gift card, or like a gift card to Red Lobster or Outback Steakhouse.
I'll
or
tell
something.
you what,
those are good.
I fucking hate gift cards.
Gift cards are good to restaurants.
It depends. No, if you get we were talking about gift cards.
They're all terrible.
If you get a gift, if you don't know what to get somebody,
except Wawa gift cards.
I would say Wawa gift cards, or in Corey's case, he really likes Outback, so you can get him a $50 Outback. Problem solved. But I was thinking a good gift card is $100, $200 for Home Depot or something like that.
Home Depot or like Target even. Target.
So you guys are saying you hate gift cards, but you like all these as long as it's these.
I didn't say that.
It's forced. It's this weird thing where it's it means more if you're forcing them to spend it in a particular.
Oh, you mean
place.
just versus giving them money?
Yeah, I would rather get money, but if I do get gift cards, there's certain places where totally it's you could give somebody a bad gift card.
You could give them a $50 gift card to Barnes & Noble. Now you're like, "Oh, now I have to spend $50 at Barnes & Noble."
Don't give me a $25 Starbucks gift card.
What I don't like is that the gift card is never even. You can never buy $50 worth of stuff. It's you have $3 worth on the gift card. It's by the end of the year, you have $100 of leftover money on the fucking gift cards, all accumulated.
You know what? All you naysayers with gift cards, the janitors sent us gift cards to Wendy's.
You just got it.
You know
Damn
what?
it. I was just about to say, I was like, to that fan.
There's a fellow called the janitor who gave us a bunch of stuff In the PO box.
Yeah, he gave us a shit ton of stuff in the PO box. He like stocked. We're still like getting through the food he gave us, and there's like 5 or 6 of us.
We went there. I had myself Baconator.
He gave us
pepper.
I had Baconator. I had.
Guess what? Didn't have to pay
fries.
for it.
Yeah.
Give us a Wendy's gift card. It's like, oh, it's good Wendy's. Oh,
he gave us 2 Wendy's gift cards, and they're $15 each.
Thanks for sharing, faggots.
It was all Stamper.
You're welcome.
Well, he said
don't do it,
let
Stamper.
Jeff use.
He was a monster. I couldn't control him.
He did say that in the note. He said, "Fuck Jeff."
Yeah.
In all caps and red blood, I think it was. But yeah, the thing I don't like about the gift thing is like.
Hey, you just said fuck gift cards. You go to Wendy's and buy your own fucking food.
You guys are hoarding all these
Check out
gifts.
the mate, man.
The thing I like about the gifts is like, I say don't give me anything. If you do give me something, get cash. And they say, oh, what do you really want though? It's like, I don't want anything. Because if you give me something, I have to get you something. And I don't want to give you anything. And I don't want anything in return. Give me cash if you're going to give me anything.
And they say, oh, yeah, you don't have to give me anything.
My parents, every parent in the fuck, I think this is like a memo when you become a parent, you have to say this every year on Christmas. You have to say, all I want for Christmas is you. You're my gift. It's like, don't do that.
Yeah, or that fucking joke that everyone uses for Christmas. You're getting a hug.
Everyone uses that?
Everyone uses
I've
that.
never heard that one before.
Ireland sucks, dude.
Bullshit.
I honestly never heard that one.
Never, yeah.
But I've heard everyone's heard all I want for Christmas is you. You're my gift, or whatever and so on.
Yeah.
This whole thing, and then especially when you have family members do you have family members you sort of trade gifts with, and some you don't? Like, do you have like? Yeah. Basically, yeah. It's like there's these awkward moments where there was this unwritten rule where my cousin decided one year, he's like, well, let's just not exchange gifts between us. But nobody fucking told me that. So I show up at the house with like a book or two for him or something, and I give it to him, and then he doesn't have a gift for me, so he pulls this weird. I didn't realize it at the time. He pulls this weird sneaky move where he was giving like my mom like 2 plants, and he went over and he like picked up one of the plants and he gave it to me. He's like, here, Merry Christmas.
What I like about that is like
it was so weird at the time.
It's like the year after that, I'm sure he's gonna feel guilty and say, oh, I don't want that. What to happen this year? What happened last year? So I'll get you a gift. But then you'd be like, well, I didn't give you a gift last year, so fuck him. I don't get him a gift. If he gives you a gift that year, it's perpetual.
Very stressful.
I feel bad. I think I was a little prick because we used to do like this Secret Santa thing amongst my like cousins and shit. And like literally all day when we'd have like a party and do the gift thing, I'd just be all the kids would be looking so much forward to like the gift, to opening the gifts, and I was like, oh god, I was like in a sweat. I was like, when are we opening them?
Was it like, random?
No. Like we'd pick a name out of a hat, and
so it was random. Who you got?
Oh yeah. No, it was. Sorry, yeah. And then like I got this jacket, and I was so fucking like upset. I was so upset. I was a kid. I just wanted a computer game or something. And I
you got a jacket, you said?
Yeah, and I feel really bad because I feel really bad because she probably knew that I was upset. Yeah, now I think a jacket's great. Now I love jackets.
She probably Niall could use a jacket. His family is poor and he's always shivering.
Oh, now you made me feel even worse, Stamper.
I know.
And you open it up and you're like, I don't want this shit, you old bitch, and you threw it on the floor and stepped on it.
Did it have tags on it? Or did she just pull it out of a closet and give it to you?
No, it had tags on it. It was a nice jacket. It was like Old Navy or something.
What do you think about people leaving tags on gifts or like price tags? Is that?
Oh yeah.
Is that kind of like a fuck you? It's like, yeah, I paid this much.
Yep.
For you.
I always take prices off everything I ever buy anyone ever, regardless.
Because it could go bad either
way.
It's
not a fuck you. It's a kind of bragging thing. It's like,
but it could go either way. It could be like, oh, a $5 thing. I thought it was like $10. Thanks.
Yeah, but they could easily just put like a fake tag on something. Be like, hey.
What kind of
maniac would do that? Shut up.
Could happen.
Hey Jeff, you're going home to see your parents this Christmas?
Correct.
You find that you act significantly different around your relatives?
Yes, not my parents though. There's whenever we have. I'm just saying, like in general, like maybe you guys can enlighten me on this if you have a similar experience. But basically, do you have relatives that you only see maybe once a year, possibly around the holidays, and everybody? You're like everybody on my side of the family, like myself, my parents, and then everybody else. When they interact together, you can sort of tell they're not being themselves.
That's what's creepy about it too.
They're putting on these weird like masks.
It's all smiles and nods.
Yeah, and my parents aren't acting how they normally act, and I can tell they're not acting how they normally act.
Everyone's just being overly pleasant.
Yes. You could look at it in the way that, like, they're probably talking to each other as they were when they were younger, and they talk to their kids different. Like, they'll talk to you differently because they need to be, like, disciplinarians and shit.
Perhaps it's reversed. Maybe for the most part of the year, they're not being themselves because they're miserable, and then when they all get together...
It's all too nice.
It's too sugary. It's too bullshitty.
It's just too fake.
There's also this, it seems to me like there's also a there's like this weird, almost forced, like, let's not fight, it's Christmas.
And it just
I don't like that.
The thing is, it's weird because you've known them for like over 30 fucking years, and you still don't know them as people. You've been talking to them for 30 years, and you still don't know who they really are.
Yeah, see, that's the key word is people. You know, family's family, whatever. Who gives a fuck? But at the end of the day, it's a room full of people that
happen to be related by blood.
Look at it this way: take any one of those people and think, like, would this guy be my friend in real life? More often than not, it's no.
Yeah.
Like, you would not be that person. You wouldn't talk to him.
Yeah.
He's like your neighbor. Like, you nod, friendly every now and again, and that's it. Wave. That's it.
Yeah, one side of my family are all into like sports and shit. I couldn't give two shits about that, so they all thought
I
it was
swear,
gay growing up.
if you all gotten together in a room, like your whole family, your extended family, whatever, and you're the ones who just raise your hand, like, can we just drop the bullshit? I don't like you, and you. Why don't we just split off into sex and fucking talk to the people we want to talk to?
I got treated like kind of like a freak to one half of my family.
freak?
Yeah, because I was like kind of a nerd, and I wasn't into like they were all like really, they were soccer players and all like athletic and stuff, and I just like was fucking. I was trying to like do all this computer shit when I was like 10, and like they were like, "What the fuck? What a fag."
That's another fun thing. It's like when you're at
what
these
you do.
family events, and yeah, not only that, but when they bring up something like sports, and I don't really watch sports, and this guy comes over, kind of like a friend of the family. He's like, "So, what do you think of the Eagles this season?"
Oh, and all you want to do is like, I don't fucking care. I don't care.
And instead of just saying I don't watch football, I try to make it less awkward by pretending. I try to like fake my way through it. I'm like, they're
doing good. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I do the same exact thing.
Yeah, he's like. Then he mentions a specific player name. He's like, "Yeah, what do you think? His touchdowns or whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's he's pretty
crazy.
good."
Yeah.
Ludicrous display last night.
And then I get really quiet, and then he gets really quiet.
You're gonna put your foot in your mouth one day and be like, "Hey, he's great for a white guy." And
then
be
I
like,
walk away.
he's black. Aha, gotcha, Jeff.
Then I walk away. The end.
What if he's been lying to you? What if he's making up names all these years just to see if you,
I don't know
if you bite?
I don't know what the thing there is, because I do the exact same thing. Like, I'm in a bar and it's like, "Hey, do you see the Giants are playing the Dolphins?" I'm just like, "Yeah, how about that? Didn't see that one coming."
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
instead of just saying, "I don't watch football, I don't give a fuck," because I don't know, would the guy just get up and walk away?
My neighbor pulled that shit on me just yesterday. "Hey, you watching the Eagles game? What are you excited for them Eagles?" And I was actually honest. I'm like, "Hey, look, man, I don't, I've been saying hi to you for like 5 years now, but no, I don't watch football, so now you know."
And their response is always the same when you're honest. They're like, "Oh,
okay,
full stop.
Bye.
That's it. That's the end of the conversation."
I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sorry." I'm like, I guess that makes me lame or a terrible person. He's like, "No, you're just not Philadelphian," and then he just turns his back and walks away.
Yeah, but if you don't watch the Eagles and eat cheesesteaks every day, then you don't fucking belong in this fucking city. If you want to watch football, that's cool, man.
So like football, like knowing about football is only good for small talk for people that you wouldn't probably want to talk to anyway.
I don't want to watch millionaires run around and play a fucking game and players change. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
You don't want to live vicariously through a bunch of millionaires to play.
That's the thing is, like, people say, "Oh, we won." It's like, what the fuck did you do?
We
You ate
won!
nachos, dude. What'd you do?
You lost!
I used to think like when people used to play like Madden, like football games, I'm like, that's so fucking stupid. Why don't you just get up and go outside and play football?
I like playing football.
I mean, see, football's fun if you're like doing it like recreationally.
Play it.
But now I think the kind of the reverse, like playing Madden is more valuable than watching football on
Because
TV.
because you're
at least
actually
you're fucking doing something.
Yeah.
Fuck football. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Do you not like the athletic prowess of all the players and how like
I just don't give a shit.
Do you know any other artists or animators that are into sports? Really into sports?
Literally none. Literally.
And I feel like a lot of people are really into sports for like the wrong reasons. Like,
seems really rare.
You see like a group of 6 people.
Yeah.
One of them is probably really legitimately into sports, and then the other 5 people just like screaming at a screen and getting together and drinking beer. Like they could probably give a fuck less.
Yeah, people watch like the nerd like the animators and stuff. They all watch like fucking like Let's Play. Well, not all of them, but like a lot of them watch like Let's Play. It's kind of a form of the same shit.
Why don't we just briefly cover what do you think it is that why don't artists like watching sports?
Because they're fucking skinny Melvins whose parents are disappointed in them.
Because they're busy working.
No, dude, because they're fucking okay. Like they're probably nerds. They probably like video games and they watch like Let's Plays and like.
Well, let's break it down a little further than that. Just like not that they're
like me included. I'm a fucking nerd.
What is it like when football comes on the television screen? What is it just visually boring to you?
It's
just don't
visually
care.
boring. It's always the same thing. Like, you go to any bar any time of the year, and there's always like guys just kind of scrambling on a field, and you're like, oh, that's fucking.
It just looks like
it's just complete like apathy.
And it looks like something that you have to follow like constantly and consistently.
I'm not willing to make that commitment.
And then how can you like have like you just like, yeah, I really like the Eagles. It's like, okay, so that's the Eagles and that's your home team. That's cool. So what validity does it have when they keep swapping players out?
Yeah.
Like, well, then what happens to your fucking
almost
team?
all of them aren't even from Philadelphia.
Yeah. I mean, what, you get a bunch of guys from fucking, what's that movie with fucking Mark Wahlberg where it's like, oh yeah, it's the Eagles, it's Philadelphia. It's like a dude from fucking New Orleans and then like
They're
three
just
imports
pretty much
from
just
fucking
companies. Like, it's not like they're fucking representing.
I think it goes
and then you get furious like, well, what do you think about fucking so and so moving to Miami? It's, I don't give a shit. I really don't care.
No, it just goes back to, it's like, I like playing sports is fine, but I don't care watching somebody else play it.
I used to have a lot of fun playing just football with my friends.
Yeah,
just throwing it around. Who
But
gives a shit?
everyone who watches these sports feels like they won the game when they did nothing.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
There was a bunch of grown men played ball.
I just love to watch other people do stuff that I could do myself. It feels like a waste of time.
But to clarify, I have no problem. You know, if you're a fan of football, that's cool. Whatever. It's just not my thing. I don't get it. I'm sure a ton of our listeners are probably big fans. Yeah, probably soccer, probably like real football more than American football.
Yeah.
We've been talking about American football. I've been talking about American football this whole time.
These guys that obsess over sports stats in general are like the most alien beings of all to me. They just love shooting off stats. Like, they just study stats.
What about like fantasy football and shit?
Yeah, fantasy football's another.
Well, if there's something in it, like you're making money, I think that will actually like make the dynamic different.
What's weird about the fantasy football thing is those guys look down on people who do.
I do see validity in football if you like bet on a team and you win money.
Exactly. If there's money involved, that's the only reason that I'd watch it.
Then it's just like a dogfight.
Man, if I had money like on like football every week, I would learn everything about football. I would be like a pro at it. So maybe that is one of the.
Well,
reasons.
you know, on the opposite side of the spectrum, me and Jeff watch like hours of Street Fighter tournaments. So I mean, who the fuck are we to talk? That's even more. That's like a dude
That's
playing
what I'm saying.
game.
Yeah. So how are we to talk about like this? Like, we're actually watching these athletes who actually have their bodies have been morphed for this game, whereas not less players, but like tournament people, their bodies, I guess, also have been morphed for what they do. But
I think it's interesting in that regard because it's like watching a game of fast-paced like digital chess. I like to watch people outsmart others.
I mean, I used to play tennis and used to watch tennis.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
because tennis, a lot of people could say tennis is like this pansy gay sport.
Girly sport.
Just because the atmosphere it's in, because it's in this, it's always like Wimbledon. It's always such a snooty atmosphere, but
they're sipping tea and they're all wearing like whites.
It almost is like a fighting game where you're constantly. It's very fast paced. There's many ways to outsmart or trick your opponent into fucking up.
See, I just see it as just
tennis it's hard to watch because you can't really. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the guy. Like if you're actually playing tennis, there's balls flying everywhere, like in Zach's mom's room. Right, dude. Everywhere. But it is really fast paced. But when you're watching it from like a sky cam, it doesn't look like much. You just
once you play it and know the rules and it's like it's more interesting once you really feel like you understand it. Like. Same as watching a fighting game stream or whatever, but trying to...
Maybe I never took the time to understand football. Maybe that's just why I'm not
That's fair. It's a fair point. I'm sure it'd be more interesting if I really tried to study it, but...
I mean, I get the rules. I get how it works. I understand how they play. Maybe I'm just not into it.
It seems like there could theoretically be a sport invented that's much more exciting, a much more exciting team sport.
Have you ever watched the sport on TV and you just feel like it's kind of barbaric and weird and old that we still do this? Like that
do you think it's like the modern equivalent of like gladiator fights and stuff?
Yeah, like you look at baseball and it's like we throw this ball and a guy hits it with a stick and then he runs and then somebody might catch it. It's so like prehistoric.
I think worse is those fucking what are those called? The fist fighting. Where the dudes? It's not UFC. That's wrestling.
Boxing?
No, it's not boxing. It's
fisticuffs.
MMA.
Yeah.
Oh.
MMA is interesting to me.
That's actually, I follow that.
No, but I'm saying that's more like, that's dudes literally fucking hit each other.
Like cavemen, yeah. They do have talent, though. It's pretty amazing.
I'm not talking down that. I'm just saying it's literally, if an alien saw that, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Let it be known, Zach thinks MMA guys are pussies, and their sport shouldn't exist.
If you're a strong fight stamper, because he can take out all of you, that's what he thinks.
I'll take out all of you in a fucking row. That's not true.
Someone's gonna punch you in the back of the head at a convention and kill you.
Would you say faggot?
See,
would
If I lived in Roman times, I think I'd be going to the Colosseum every fucking day because besides gladiators fighting each other, gladiators fighting animals. There's even shit where they'd flood the Colosseum and they'd have little naval battles.
Do you know they had the equivalent of
inside the Colosseum? That was awesome.
You better knock on my door. Be like,
do you know
they got tigers today? I'll be like, I'll be
there every fucking day.
Do you know what they found recently that they had the equivalent of hot dog stands at gladiator shit?
I'm not surprised.
And fries and stuff, but in the ancient version of them.
I heard that while these two fucking American establishments are fighting over who invented the first hamburger, they found that they were serving hamburgers during Roman times at the Colosseum.
You gotta be some asshole.
Oh yeah, we talked about this in Wendy's before.
The equivalent of ground meat patties inside pita bread.
Yeah.
And then you got these two guys oh, my grandfather
the
invented
Earl
the
of
hamburger.
Sandwich invented the sandwich.
You gotta be some asshole to claim a fucking dish ever. It's like the whole town.
Bread,
it's like the whole town was doing it. He was like, "This is mine." It's like, dude, you didn't fucking do it, you asshole.
Some dude's mom made it for some dude in Kansas long before. That was probably the first one that just it's like, dude, I've been eating that for years.
Yeah.
Why do you guys get to fight over it?
You gotta be some asshole.
It's meat between bread.
Yeah.
How do you get to?
As soon as agriculture was fucking invented and bread was invented, people have been doing that.
There's no way people were grabbing fucking raw hamburger patties and going, "Is there an easy way to do this?"
Yeah.
Someone put bread over patties.
It's like those failure infomercials, like a black and white. A guy picks up bread and he's like, "I want meat too." And he picks up the meat and he gets grease on his hands. He's like, "Oh no!"
And it goes all over his shirt. And he's like, "Oh."
Yeah, the Earl of Sandwich. The first sandwich ever invented was in Great Britain in 1780. 30,000 years after bread was first invented. Yeah, the first sandwich.
And meat.
Fucking frauds. Fraudulent.
They are frauds.
Fucking the Earl of Sandwich, the most boring something. My term's almost stopped. I invented the sandwich. It's mine. I named it. I don't care who had it. Off with your head.
What if Obama invented a food called the Obama? Would you eat that, Zach?
Sounds awful.
The Obama?
It actually doesn't sound bad.
What kind of food
I'll
would
tell you what it would be.
Obama?
And now this is political. The package would promise all these great things, but when you open it, it's burnt and rotten and not very good. And it goes on, and you know what? Here's something else. It's not very good either.
What do you mean it's burnt?
It's fucking black and I can't breathe.
I'd say it almost sounds like some kind of sliced meat or some kind of.
I was gonna say it sounded
soup or something.
I'd imagine it was a chili dog with
big long sausage.
Okay.
But hey, let's go get an Obama. It's a chili dog with chunky chili and cheese on it.
That sounds like an Obama. Yeah.
An Obama.
One big Obama, please.
Yeah. You want the double Obama? Yeah. I'm fucking hungry.
Yeah, just two big long sausages.
And you know something else?
It wasn't a dick joke. Wasn't a dick joke.
What?
I've seen Obama's wiener. Pathetic ass wiener. Trust a president with a tiny wiener.
He was not pathetic, Snipper. I was there. He was like, "Hey, Snipper, you want to see my wiener?" And you were like, "Yeah." He was like, "Too bad."
There's a chance Obama's taking a shit right now.
And then he put his finger through his zipper so it looked like his wiener. He's like,
"Hey, check it out. You like it? Let me see."
The president is allowed to tell one joke a year, and I think I knocked it out of the park.
That's funny.
Do you think the White House cleaning staff, they get to walk into his bathroom after he takes a huge dump and they're just like,
the things I do for love as they unclog his big
wow,
breath.
man,
Well, they're like the most powerful man in the world, huh? They got the most powerful dumps.
Do you think they almost want to breathe it in for a little bit just to sort of
gain his powers?
Yeah, gain his power.
Whenever I think about him, I always wonder if he does basic shit. I always wonder if he has morning wood when he wakes up. He's just a big boner. He's like, "God damn it!" And he has to put his waistband get dressed.
Well, God damn it.
Well, God damn.
Or if he has porno magazines under his mattress, or if his wife walks in and catches him flipping through porno, and he's like, "I wasn't doing anything, honey."
Everything he just gets on the presidential computer and just starts looking through some unsavory material.
Yeah, teen pussy close up.
Yeah, you look through the history. It's like hot girl naked, Britney Spears naked, hot pussy uncut raw.
Democratic slut.
Uncut dick.
He doesn't know how to search for porn.
No, Michelle Obama naked real.
Political. Naked real.
Oh boy.
I don't know how we got here, but
it's Christmas.
Oh, okay, shit.
Merry Christmas. Obama searches teen girls fucking.
What do you think Obama's doing for Christmas?
Fucking teen girls.
Fucking teen girls, pussy POV, real close up.
Cool.
Facial.
What do you think Bill Clinton's doing for Christmas? We might as well talk about other presidents since this one's going to be obsolete. When that filthy gorilla leaves the office because I'm not voting for him.
I'm out.
I like Obama. I think he's cool.
He's probably going to.
He doesn't bother me.
Bill Clinton's probably gonna suck Hillary's big fat pussy.
You know what my judgment for a good president is? He leaves me the fuck alone. He doesn't beat on my door and ask me for stupid shit. He doesn't like slash my tires or do, you know, just he's a good president. As far as I'm concerned, he's a nice guy.
A good president.
It's a good thing this isn't a political podcast.
He doesn't prank call me. He doesn't try to hack my email. He's a good guy.
How would he even prank call you? What would he even do?
Like, this is not Obama, and
this is George Bush. Fuck you, huh, bitch? Little bag.
Shut up, Zach.
We can get this back.
We have to get back to Christmas now. All right, let's talk about. Let's go back to Christmas. This is a Christmas special after all. Do you have any interesting Christmas memories, Zach, that don't revolve around presents, Christmas dinner?
Something relatively true.
This is absolutely true.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't involve monkey barring around your dad's wiener.
That's true!
I'm gonna flash you back, Zach. A little flashback.
When I was a little baby boy, only age 6 or 7 perhaps, it was a Christmas day. I woke up.
That was great.
I opened the windows. I said, "It's Christmas!" I shouted that. It echoed out the city. It's Christmas! I said it a second time just to make sure everyone heard me so they knew in case they forgot. It's Christmas! Then we said, "Shut up! Merry Christmas!" That's what I said to him. But then, the real story begins here, Stamper, because guess what happened? Went to my grandpa's house, stayed over at his house with my cousins. We went into his...
Every story that, every one of your lie stories involved either your grandpa or your cousins.
Listen.
I wish I had cousins.
Listen.
Okay.
We went into his room. We snuck in like the Grinch who stole Christmas. We opened. We opened the cupboard, his top dresser drawer. He wasn't in there. He was gone doing something. Pornography.
Merry Christmas.
You know the Home Alone face? That's what I did.
Slapped your little cheeks?
My little cheeks.
Did a little O-face?
Also a big vibrator. I don't know if it was his or my grandmom's.
Hopefully your grandmom's.
But anyways, they found it. They found it. We closed it, freaked out. They found it askew, if you can believe that. Then we got yelled at. Then I cried.
Wait, when you were 7, you wouldn't even know what a vibrator was. A liar.
Yeah, I did. It was dick shaped, like my big fat dick in my pants.
Little pink and had little nubs on it.
Just like my dick. Anyways, they yelled at me. They're like, "Why'd you go through my stuff?" And I was like, "Who shoves that in their pussy/ass? I want answers." And I interrogated them. But that's a true story. But I really did find pornography in a vibrator, and I cried.
You sat to your grandparents down when you were 7. Who shoved this up there?
Whose shit is this? Answer me!
Whose shit particles are these? And smut magazines.
So that's a Christmas story. Also, another one is...
So you found porno.
Another one is my brother.
Welcome to childhood.
I got the same year I got the Nintendo DS. My brother asked for a little pocket rock, a little motorbike, and he got that. But then he was like, "That DS is mine." I was like, "No, it's not."
Like those gas-powered things that go like 60
it's like a little
miles an
motorbike.
hour?
It's a little tiny one for kids.
Yeah.
And my brother was like, "That DS is mine." I was like, "No, it's not." He was like, "No, Santa gave that to me. It's mine." I was like, "No, it's not. You fucking liar. You got a big motorbike. That's all I got. You little fag." We argued, and he was like, he had like a temper tantrum. We argued about it.
So he wanted both of them?
Yeah, he thought it was his too. And I was like, "It's not yours, dude. It's mine."
And you got nothing for Christmas?
No, it was the DS was mine.
That's what I mean. That's what he assumed. Is like he gets all that.
We argued.
Brother's a dick.
Yeah, we argued about that for a long time.
Is he handsome?
You could say that.
Is he more handsome than you?
He's more handsome, but his dick is weird looking.
So he's cursed either way.
He's cursed.
How's it weird looking?
Looks like a skeleton key. It's got a bend at the end and a ring in it somehow.
It looks like a decrepit old man finger.
When it's soft?
When it's hard.
It looks like a witch finger pointing.
Yeah. It's always accusing everybody.
What are you looking at your brother's boner for? Everyone sees their brother's soft boner, but
he walked in the room with his silhouette was there.
Listen, guys. This is the Christmas podcast, not the Dick podcast.
They're all the Dick podcasts.
What's more Christmassy than a big decrepit bent dick?
Like a spring?
Like a shadow on the wall, like a ghost is pointing to hell. Let's talk about Christmas trees. I don't know how popular this is. I guess it's not very popular at all. Go to the store, and 99.9% of the trees are like green, plastic green. I like the plastic trees enough. That's fine. You can reuse them. But I like the white ones. I think the pure white Christmas trees are really lovely.
Now, you say pure white is the best.
Oh, here
Could you talk a little more about that?
Yeah, I like the white trees.
The pure white
trees. No, I just remember it's like fond in my memory. Like I remember when I was a kid. Like I always thought the Christmas trees were kind of cool. But then I remember I saw a white one that had nothing but blue ornaments and blue lights on it, and I was like, wow, that's the nicest looking tree I've ever seen. It was just really appealing to look at, and not like those bullshit green trees that are sprayed with like aerosol fake ass snow. Like what's the point? I just like those like white.
Yeah, they're the white plastic trees.
I mean, obviously they're not real, but I thought they're kind of classy. They're like a blank canvas to put all kinds of stuff on.
I would get dragged out to the Christmas tree farm every fucking year. It'd always be rainy and muddy and cold, and my dad would hand me the saw, and then he'd find the tree, and I'd have to cut it down, and we'd bring it back and set it up. And the tree would always be lopsided, so it would never stand up on its own, even with like the Christmas tree holder. Did you guys get real Christmas trees ever?
I was going to say, we got it one year, and it was the messiest fucking, because
it sheds pine needles.
Yeah, no, you have to put water. You have to sort of keep it half alive with putting water in sitting it in water in this the thing that holds it up. But the problem is those things don't work very well, so we had to my dad had to rig this thing with like fishing line to hold at the top of the tree to hold it in place so it didn't fall over.
Yeah, it's like bolted into this like ring at the bottom. It's not because every tree trunk is different.
Yeah.
And so your tree is always going to be lopsided. It's going to be a huge mess. It's a burden to fuck. It's I guess they're cheaper.
And you got to dispose of it.
What's that run you like $70?
I'm not even sure how much they are.
They got to be up there.
But we'd always have to
and then you just throw it in the trash, right?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you that. Yeah, basically, but there's a woods behind my parents' house, so every fucking year I'd have to, once the thing was pretty much dead, I'd drag it out of the house. I was the one charged with getting rid of it, so I had to put on my big fucking mud boots.
Was it your punishment because you wanted a Christmas tree? You're like Kevin.
I hated it. I hated getting the real. I despised the Christmas tree thing every year.
Did you carry it on your back like Jesus?
No.
Did you just get like a moderate size, like human height tree, or did you have to go
bigger? It was
like those
bigger.
8 foot, 9, 10 foot tall trees.
Because where we had it in our house, it had like a higher ceiling, so we could somehow fit a bigger tree. But
was your home like the meeting spot for all the family?
Not really.
Just kind of your own family.
Where did you do it? Where did you do the? Did you ever do the family thing? If so,
we'd pick different. Our family would sort of like choose a different house every year to meet up. But I'll tell you the one thing interesting though, just to finish that story, is I drag it out in the woods, and every year I drag it to the same spot. So there's a big pile of like tree corpses from all the previous years.
Oh, and they're all like degrading. And
it's almost like a chart of like degraded trees all the way down to nothing.
How many are sitting there now?
There's a few. My parents actually stopped getting real trees a few years ago. They finally just had enough. So
the fake trees are pretty expensive, but I guess you can just fold them up and reuse them.
My family used that fake tree for a good 7 or 8 years, I think.
So did mine. Yeah.
In Ireland, gypsies sell the Christmas trees, and they try to scam you.
They're real trees or like fake ones?
No, real ones. They're like they just stand on the side of the road and they're like, "Hey, I want to buy a Christmas tree." Why
are they
really
Elvis?
No, that's how they talk.
Hey, what about a Christmas tree, baby? Hey.
No.
Don't step on blue suede shoes.
No, they don't. But they. So you have to kind of
pine trees in Ireland, or is it like fake ass like firs and like it's just pine trees you use? Pine trees. No, is it firs that you use for Christmas trees?
We've got pine trees.
Do you?
Yeah. Because Ireland.
We've got fine pine trees.
We do.
Fine trees.
Fine trees.
But in Ireland, it never snows or anything, so it's not really. It never really feels that Christmassy.
You guys celebrate Christmas?
Yeah.
I thought you had like Boxing Day or some shit on the 25th, and you celebrate Christmas later.
Where the fuck did you hear that? No. It's Christmas on the Christmas day, and then the next day is Boxing Day.
Let me tell you how many people give a shit about Ireland. It's just something I heard, and whatever, you know.
No, Boxing Day is the next day.
What the fuck is Boxing Day again?
It's just the day after
Christmas.
It's
where you walk out the street, you're all drunk, and you fucking hit each other in the mouth, and whoever dies
I believe that.
first wins.
Is it just a celebration of boxing? The sport? Or is it like...
Oh, I have no idea.
Or is it like
I
boxing?
think it's like boxing stuff up, stuff back. So you take it back to the store, I think.
Oh, you're packaging stuff.
I know it has to do with packaging. I'm pretty sure.
I don't fucking know.
What do you guys do by that?
Okay, Google. Mine just searched OK Google.
Okay, Google. What is Boxing Day?
Boxing Day, in parts of the British Commonwealth, a public holiday celebrated on the first day, strictly the first weekday after Christmas Day.
All right, thanks.
What does that mean? What does it do? Just look it up on Wikipedia.
You should like add something.
Okay, so
to that.
It's a holiday traditionally celebrated the day following Christmas Day, when servants and tradespeople would receive gifts known as Christmas box from their bosses or employers in the United Kingdom, Canada, Hong Kong. So it's basically when the day after Christmas, you give, like, if you're somebody's boss, you give them, like...
Oh, I see.
Is that what that means?
Wonderful.
Well, I like my version better where people punch each other in the face.
We don't even call it Boxing Day. We call it St. Stephen's Day.
We call it a Christmas bonus that you get before Christmas, so you could use the bonus on stuff for Christmas. Your countries are broken and backwards, and I don't like it.
God bless America.
God bless America. The best
God bless
country
America.
ever.
God bless America.
God bless America.
God bless
Red, white,
America.
and blue.
Come on, guys. It's supposed to be Christmas. We're supposed to be all friends here.
Fuck you.
Hey,
no.
What if we actually cared about each other? What gifts would we actually theoretically give each other if we were going to give each other something?
I'd give you a Voltron and a BB gun, and I'd say, "Don't shoot your eye out, Jeff."
Oh my god!
And then I'd give you a Crunky bar, but that's between me and you, my friend.
Yeah,
explain this just briefly. I still don't fully get this thing.
I've seen crunking each other.
You want to sum up the crunks?
Yes, for several years now, probably almost a decade. Stamper and I have been playing this devilish, sick game with each other where we call it crunking each other. Where basically there's this fucking video of this Japanese candy bar commercial.
I think they're Korean.
Korean, okay. Are they Korean?
I think they might be. We'll put it in the description.
There's some inferior.
The band is called like
Cat-Tune or
Cat-Tune, and the candy bar is called a Crunky bar. It's almost like a Nestle. It's kind of like a Nestle. It's like one of those chocolate bars filled with kind of like rice or whatever.
Yeah. But it's just a little candy bar commercial.
But they're dancing around and they're running up the stairs, and this dude's biting into the candy bar and he's like brushing away his beautiful feathered hair, which doesn't look natural on him at all. And we were always trying to trick each other into watching this fucking video.
I don't even know where it started. It's like
it's like Rickrolling. It's really Rickrolling.
Yeah, essentially, but it's gone on for years, and it really advanced to like I'd send him the video, and then he'd send me the video, and I'd be like, God damn it, and then like he would like send me the video, and he would put the hyperlink with different text, and then I'd click it, and then the fucking guys would come up dancing, and I'd be like, God damn it, and then like we would like send each just like, dude, could you please look at this Flash document or look at this Flash movie and see this animation looks okay, and then we'd embed the commercial right in the middle and be like, God damn it, and then. And then once I imported a bunch of Crunky bars and I put them like all in Jeff's mailbox and around his desk and this has gone back and forth so much. And then Jeff went out and got a card printed where like
those recordable cards you can record a message.
Yeah, it's like on the front it says like roses are red, piss is brown when you're drunk. And then I open it up and there's the Crunky logo and it plays the fucking theme song. I threw it on the ground. I was like, God damn it! It's been even to this very day. I got crunked like 2 days ago.
Really?
You keep
It's the
doing
dumbest
it to me.
fucking shit. I know. It never ends. It never ends.
I ran the dude's face through one of those ASCII art filters and sent to you as like a text document.
Oh my god. So yeah, there's that. Well, I don't even know where.
I was gonna buy a skull and put the feathered wig on the skull head and fill it with blood and Crunky bars and mail it to your house.
Yeah, it's not over. It will never be until you
over.
die before I do. Wait, what started that? What theoretically would we get? Wait, okay, so that's what I get for Jeff. Niall, I get you a bunch of Black and Milds. I don't know, some pots and pans.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. And Zach, I would get you a new brain, a new heart, and courage.
I need the courage. I need it.
I would get Zach a sick-ass jacket.
Ooh, good.
Yeah. And I would get myself
dick implants.
Dick implants. So my penis is
I'd probably just buy you a huge, like, 80-pack of cigarettes and make you die faster, a bunch of booze.
Thanks, man.
I would. That's what I would give you.
Dude, you'll die a happy man.
And I'd give you a Wendy's gift card.
Thanks, man.
Oh,
well, the Wendy's gift cards go in your stockings. Those aren't real gifts.
Dude, I want a fucking Wendy's gift card.
I would give Niall a kiss on the mouth. No, I'd give Niall a mattress. He's sleeping on the fucking floor like a corpse.
Oh, that would have been a better answer, yeah.
My back is fucked up, but hey.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff.
What would you give me, Zach?
You know, like gift cards. Like, hey, I couldn't give you a gift card. I'd probably give you like some Street Fighter thing, like a poster. See, I've known Jeff for years now, but I don't know what I'd give him as a gift.
Get him a sick ass tackle box and a fishing license.
Actually, no, I would. I'd probably give like a toolbox and a fishing thing.
You just jacked what Stamper said.
Well, I would. A toolbox is always good to have.
I want one.
It's kind of odd that you still get gifts. The last time any family members gave me a gift was like when I was 18, and then when I was like 19, my mom got me a carton of cigarettes and $100, and I was like, this is pretty cool, but you don't have to buy me gifts anymore. And then they just kind of stopped.
Jeff, I would give you a Cintiq card for your tablet.
Okay, that'd be good.
I've been convincing you to buy one of those for years,
I know.
but it's such a hassle. I don't blame you.
I'm so scared of change, though.
I swear to God, your dick will get hard immediately and spray like fucking Krakatoa.
I'm scared of not being able to reach the keyboard as well.
No, that's the beauty. Is your keyboard can go right under your tablet.
Zach scares the shit out of me with his Cintiq arm because he just like fucks the tablet out of the way. Like he just like
grab it, I move it
looks
over.
like it's about to be
is such a fucking oh my god.
No, you don't grab it though. You just go like.
If you have a Cintiq or a tablet and you draw on it, get an arm board like a rotatable. I think it's like Ergotron or something. Get it. You're not gonna regret it. It's like $100. It's one of the best investments you could buy. It saves so much fucking desk space, dude.
Thumbs down.
What are you, Roger Ebert Jr.?
Stanford doesn't even have a Cintiq.
Bad gift. Jeff keeps his keyboard behind his Cintiq.
Yeah, but I'm saying he could have it under it if you wanted to.
Yeah, but he's been doing that for years. Now he's going to have to learn a brand new way because of your newfangled bullshit.
I'd have to buy 2 or 3 arms just to make all my workstations the same.
Well, then I'd do that. I'd go nuts.
Fuck you. You don't know me.
I would get Jeff a pretty new hat.
Thank you.
I'd get you a Wawa gift card and a Cintiq arm. There you go. Fuck you.
All right, fair enough.
I'd get Jeff a biker jacket that actually fits.
Mine fits good. It's cut weird. Where if I raise my arms over my
the arms are too short.
Yeah, the arms are.
I hate that.
Oh, you just
it goes like this.
Strange.
Yeah, if you like walk like the Tin Man.
Yeah.
Like you look fine, but the second you go up to point at something, it looks like you're wearing a 12-year-old boy's shirt. It,
I know.
up your
Man, that's
arm.
happened to me. Yeah.
It is a little weird. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still looking for the perfect jacket.
Can you get one tailor-made?
I don't
guess
know,
so.
But I don't really.
I guess you could buy a jacket. You could buy a jacket that's slightly too big and then have them cut it down.
I got a
don't see why
suit,
not.
but see, suits are different though. I got it's kind of off topic, but I got a suit and the sleeves I thought were too short because the little white part of the shirt came out. I was like, that looks stupid, and then I got it longer, and that looks even worse because it touches my wrist.
The little white part of the sleeve is supposed to come out of a suit jacket.
I know. So the other suit, I only have 2. The other one I have, that one's cut fine. I look good in that one, I think. My arms are regular in that. But the other one I have is fucking, the arms are too long.
This one time I went to the suit store to buy a suit, and I tried on the pants, and then I was wearing like these really flimsy boxers, and I had to stand in front of a mirror while a guy was measuring my legs, and you could see like the perfect outline of my wiener, and I know he was like staring at it the whole time, and I felt so fucking uncomfortable. And then that's when I learned to wear like really tight boxer briefs when you have fucking suits on, because
I do.
It's all just really.
I only wear boxer briefs now. I stopped doing it. Stopped wearing regular boxers like 2 years
They bunch up when you pull your jeans on and shit. Just wear boxer briefs like a normal. And who the fuck wears tighty whities, man?
Yeah.
Briefs.
I remember when I remember when I was in like early like junior high school, and my mom, I was wearing those tighty whities, and my mom was actually like, "Listen, Jeff, you have to you should start wearing boxers."
Yeah.
And I didn't want to. I was being really difficult. I'm like, no, I like my tighty whities.
You know who wears tighty whities? Dads do. They stuff their big dad dicks into the tighty whities and walk around.
She knew I was gonna have to start like changing and like the
oh yeah, and then you're gonna get your ass beat.
Yeah, she's gonna prevent me from getting my ass kicked.
That's a good parent, though. That's a good parent,
dude. You know,
I should thank her.
But I was thinking about this recently. Like, I was like, yeah, you know, when I was a kid, you know, you have like your little Transformers underwear and your little Ninja Turtles underwear. But then I was looking at them. I was looking at this photo of this kid in his little, just nothing but his little Transformers underwear. I don't know why I just admitted that, because it's not like a family member. But he has like a little Decepticon logo on his wiener, right? And then when you turn around, like there's a Decepticon logo on the butt. And you think like the designers have to put the little logo somewhere.
Yeah.
But isn't it weird that they have to put like Ninja Turtle heads, like Bart Simpson, just like
opening his mouth right where the cock is?
Yeah, like there's only 2 places to put it, on the butt or on the wiener.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you have meetings like, okay, so we're making these little Power Rangers So we put the Red Ranger's head on the butt. No, that's a little weird.
Have Homer
Put it on
Simpson
his-
drooling right on his dick.
Yeah, put a little donut on his butt, and then Homer Simpson's head on his wiener. Or you have like the little patterned ones.
Those work better.
I remember having little tidy whities that had like a little red strap and the like this.
Yeah, I had textures on mine like that.
I didn't. Mine were
Yeah, it was called
white.
feces.
White as fallen
Doodoo
snow.
feces.
I know we probably talk about like movies and shit too much, but are there any, just to briefly, like, are there any good Christmas movies you'd like to recommend to the audience?
I think the Christmas Carol, the 1983 one,
with who?
With I don't know what the fuck his name is not only it's shit because there's like 9 million Christmas Carol movies. But this one's like a 1983, and it's got the dude that played fucking Patton. I don't know what the fuck is C. Oswald Cobblepot. I don't know what the fuck his name is. But that's not only the best Christmas movie in my opinion, but actually one of the better movies I've seen. And The Ghost of Christmas Future is still fucking horrifying. Like, I watched that movie for the first time only like 2 years ago. When The Ghost of Christmas Future came up, I was legitimately scared. I was like, should I turn the fucking light on? It had some scary sound effects every time that thing fucking pointed.
What's the name of that movie?
The Christmas Carol. That's that
the
bullshit
famous-
story where he's
yeah.
like, you boy, go to the store and get me the biggest goose, and then bring it to Bob Cratchit, and then come back here and eat my anus out.
What was that movie? Miracle on, was it 34th Street?
With
yeah.
Matilda, or that girl.
Yeah, that was alright. But
oh yeah, the one where the Santa was in the mall and he was like speaking Danish or something.
They had to prove Santa was Santa in like a courtroom or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
that one was pretty good.
Yeah. Was it Jimmy Stewart in one of those Christmas on
Yeah,
Miracle?
it was
I don't want to die.
the one where it's like every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's not Miracle on Third. That's
no, that's not.
It's
no,
with
that's,
Jimmy Stewart though. What's the movie called? It's
a Wonderful Life. No.
Yeah, that's it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's a Wonderful Life. Yep, that's got to be it.
I'm pretty damn sure.
That's
it.
what-
I
that's
could
what
be
it
wrong.
ends.
Sorry
That's what it
if I'm
ends.
wrong.
Yeah, goodness gracious.
But as far as like modern movie, or not so modern, but like
Die Hard.
Fuck yeah.
Die Hard, the best Christmas movie.
Wonderful Christmas.
There's a few movies that play every Christmas on TV. It's like A Christmas Story, Christmas Vacation.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas. What else? In those fucking
Christmas
creepy,
with the Crank.
Yeah, Christmas with the
Oh,
Grinch.
those creepy fucking stop motion Rudolph
Home Alone.
shits that you love, man. It's the Frosty the Snowman. Those.
I actually loved the 2D Frosty Snowman when I was a kid. I
Oh, is that
loved
the one you were talking
Those
about?
stop motion ones, yeah, they scared the shit out of me.
Those
as a
stop
kid.
motion ones are fucking scary, dude.
Yeah.
The Abominable Snowman used to scare the fuck out of me.
Dude, you know when he was evil and he looked in the mirror and his
Yeah.
face was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like the teeth.
Yeah.
And the movement was like House on Haunted Hill. They're
yeah,
just
like
jittery.
rickety- yeah, Jesus
If
Christ.
you put a black filter over that, cut and change the audio around, it'd be a fucking nightmare.
Bad Santa is also a good movie.
Yeah, that one was better than I thought it was gonna be.
I haven't seen like.
As far as comedies go, it's like one of the few comedies where I'm just not cringing at it. It's really just, it's so mean. It's funny.
I haven't seen like.
He's calling this like fat ugly kid, or he's like, you fucking retard.
Yeah.
Really? In a Christmas movie?
Oh, he's talking to him like an adult, yeah.
It's weird when like they're casting this movie and they're like, yeah, we just need a fat, weird looking kid that looks like a retard. When he calls him a retard, it has to be believable.
So who told me this? Okay, I think it might have been Niall. But I've always wondered, like, you're watching a show, like, say you're watching Breaking Bad, and you need somebody that's got a really fucking horrible looking face. It looks like they legitimately take meth.
Yeah.
You don't want to be, it's all gone. You don't want to be the dick and be like, yeah, we need a really ugly woman that looks like she's been taking meth. Somebody told me that what they ask for is a character face.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, they put on like the paper or whatever when they're looking for auditions. They say character face, and then all the ugly people know that that's them, so they all go down and audition.
What do they do with like the huge obese people though, where you have to like call them fat and obese like in the script?
Character body.
Character body.
I don't know.
It just always makes me uncomfortable.
It always
'cause,
says
like,
fat fatty in the casting call.
yeah, they're being really mean in the script. It's like they're just being mean. It's like there's a scene where you're being really mean to a fat person.
I couldn't do that, dude. Like,
over
as an
400
actor,
pounds.
Yeah.
It's like in this scene, you have to call him a fat piece of shit and really hurt his feelings. Feel free to ad lib anything. It's like, dude, I'm not gonna ad lib.
I'm sure they say like must be over 400 pounds and must be willing to get like made fun of. Or yeah.
I'd say most of the fat people I know has got a good sense of humor about their weight. They're like, yeah, I know I'm fat. Fuck you. Let's go to Cheesecake Factory. Get some cheesecake.
Okay, enough talking about these big, fat, worthless subhumans, as Jeff always says. Let's talk about something better like Christmas.
Christmas.
Yes.
It is the Christmas special after all, guys.
Subhumans.
Guys, my stomach is still rumbling and it's
I love
still
calling
very
people
hungry.
subhumans.
There's no
Anyway.
food. And
What are you in the mood for, Niall?
any food?
Dick.
I'm dying.
Cock. penis, scrotum, wang, fucking bang.
Wieners. Yeah. Hungry for wieners. Yeah.
I don't know if I should do this podcast anymore.
Put a little wiener in a little hot dog bun. Put a little ketchup. Put a little ketchup mustard on your little hot dog.
Now,
hot dog bun wiener.
I've always, these guys, you know, me and Stanford Jeff always talking about coming, like, jizzing on you as a joke and totally just pranking you.
Oh, no.
You know, like, you know what I mean? Like we walk up to you, just come in the back of your head, you don't even know.
Yeah, you see one of those videos on I was gonna say YouTube, but they don't, where like Japanese guys reading the newspaper really angrily. Turns out he's jerking off behind the newspaper, and right as he's about to finish, he runs up to a girl and comes on her and then runs away.
I always forget, it's not called sharking, it's called, I always forget what it's called.
There's ones where there's people in a hotel and then
she
they
doesn't even know what has. She's like, what? Oh, it's fucking awful.
Some girls just are like, oh, they take out like a napkin out of their purse because they're so used to getting called like that.
Oh yeah,
there's true. There's somewhere they're
She's like, not again.
There's somewhere they're like on a balcony on a hotel and there's girls walking by and then they just go, oh, and then they just like blow their load all over the girls and they're like, but they're gone back in before they can like see who it is.
Are there videos of this?
Yeah, it's all on eFoot.
I just think it's like bird shit or something.
Maybe I'll watch.
Would you please put a Christmas theme on this? Like,
well,
and they go,
okay. You think Santa, whenever he walks in the elves' workshop, he just comes in the back of their head and runs away?
Thank you.
You think Santa Claus ever does that with the newspaper and just comes on the elves and he's like,
like, you better make some fucking nutcrackers.
Stop,
I'm gonna come on you.
What are you gonna do, quit? I own you.
What are you gonna do, quit, bitch? Start walking across the North Pole and die.
How do you think Santa shows, like proves a message to all the other elves work harder, like if there's one slacking off? You think he walks and just fucking hits him in the back of the head or something? Or kills him for the other ones?
You think they're up there making Xbox?
No, he'd never do that. He just like, I'm trying to think of like a good movie reference. You know, like in Judge Dredd where they send him out into the desert or whatever?
Into the cursed earth.
Yeah, the cursed earth. Like Santa just sends him outside, like naked.
In the blizzard.
I think Santa would walk into the workshop and all the elves would go quiet and there'd be one sleeping and Santa would be smoking a cigar. Then he'd pull out a gun and shoot the elf in the back of the head and just drag it back with him.
It's like the end of Star Trek 6.
Yeah.
They Star Trek 6, they force you out into the cold if you misbehave. Anyway.
I like Star Trek.
Yeah, me too.
I like Star Trek more than I like Star Wars.
Me too.
Let me tell you that much.
I like Star Trek way more than I like Star
Wars. I mean, I like Star Trek way more than I like Star Wars.
I was never a fan of either, but I like the Star Trek movies.
Although it's kind of an unfair comparison. It's just because they're both like
too different,
Star and...
Yeah.
Star Wars is childish bullshit.
You don't like Jar Jar?
As cheesy as fucking Star Trek can be, I still find it way more enjoyable.
I'm just so sick and fucking tired of hearing about Star Wars every day. I can't escape it.
Care about lightsaber battles.
Are you talking about Next Generation or like chatting?
Oh, we just alienated all of our fan base.
I like, you know, the original's alright. Next Generation and I think Deep Space Nine is my favorite.
Yeah, I think Deep Space Nine got a bad rap. It did. It's pretty good though.
But Voyager's kind of. I mean, what?
I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
What would your guys' ideal guises? What would your guys?
Yeah.
Guys. Stop saying guys.
Guys.
Geysers.
What would your geysers?
It's like double plural.
What would your goys? I'll be Jewish here for a second. What would your goys? What would your guys' ideal Christmas be? If you could just, if you could choose anything in the world, what would your perfect Christmas be?
Silence, working.
My favorite Christmas could be having it not Christmas.
It's not Christmas. It's fucking Friday.
It would be.
Is it Friday?
Dead silence? No. It's like Tuesday.
It's not Christmas. It's fucking Tuesday.
Fuck.
Mine would be sitting around the fire with my kids and giving them presents and seeing the big old smiles on their face and kissing my wife.
Dad, you were fucking wistful, man.
Do you really want kids?
You just like invented a whole life that you don't even have in your fantasy. Is great.
But it's nice because the kids will be happy.
My ideal Christmas would be...
Stop using this podcast to get pussy.
My ideal Christmas would be sitting there with Niall's kids, making him smile more than Niall, and kissing Niall's wife in the mouth. Would be my ideal Christmas.
Niall's like John McPicard in Star Trek 7, where he's wistfully dreaming about having a family, but he was full of regret. That he prioritized work over family. And
shut up, nerd.
Listen, faggot. Anyway.
My ideal Christmas is coming in when Zach is kissing Niall's wife, and I come in and I rip all the toys out of Niall's kids' hands, and I start playing with the fire truck, and the kids are like, I want to play with the fire truck.
My kids would never want a fire truck.
Huh?
My kids would never want a fire truck.
Fuck you know?
You're not the dad. You left when they were young. I came in and saved them.
Kids still want fire trucks. The Tonka trucks in the stores. There's Tonka trucks in the stores.
He doesn't-
still.
Stuttering Stanley! Stuttering Stanley!
Stop it!
Stuttering Stanley!
And they're like little cat machines.
He doesn't want a fire truck.
What does he want? Cool things?
No.
You don't know what your son's gonna want.
He doesn't want a fire truck.
Everyone's with those little digger toys and fucking fire trucks are cool.
So RC cars.
He thinks that they're lame. He wants a Wawa Pez dispenser.
Don't talk about Joey like
I'm gonna
that,
buy one of those,
faggot.
by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna kiss him right on the mouth.
The Wawa
Pez dispensers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Truck? Yeah, I'm buying that.
Dude, that
I'm
made
buying
me laugh so hard. I was like, oh.
We were in Wawa yesterday, and I just saw Zach just laughing to himself, and I just went over, and he was just laughing because there was a Pez dispenser with the Wawa, like, stock truck as the Pez dispenser.
Like, where you put boxes, I was like, dude, some kids like, what, Darth Vader, or like...
Yeah, it's a semi-truck with a trailer on it.
It says
That's the
Wawa,
Pez
and I was like,
dispenser.
dude...
Did you guys ever get the Hess trucks for Christmas?
What are those?
Hess gas stations, whatever?
Yeah, every year, the Hess gas stations, they come, I don't know if they still do it, they come out with a Hess toy truck, and it's different every single fucking year.
Really?
But my grandfather would give me the new one every single year, but it looked like a tractor trailer, or a gas tanker, or it would have like a little secret compartment in the back that had like a race car in it. It would like every single
that's
year
pretty
it's
sweet.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're kind of cool, but you're like, oh, cool, and then it just goes in the basement. You never see it again.
You should collect them all and put them up on the
there's,
shelf.
there's a
somewhere.
lot of people that do collect them. So
How
they're
big are
probably
they?
not that- they're good size. Like they always come in a box.
They're about the size of a Wawa hoagie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
$5.99 for a limited time. Enjoy a delicious Wawa hoagie with turkey, sprinkle of Parmesan. I've almost had it.
What else?
Lettuce,
Mayo?
tomatoes, onions.
There's mayo.
Light
on that.
mayo.
No onions.
This is the
No
Zach,
onions.
This is the Zach special.
Disgusting. Onions are disgusting.
Well, fuck you, dude.
I love onions.
Fuck you.
Fried onions are like a burger. Delicious. Give me more. I'll show you my fucking
Onions are
mug.
great. Fried onions are better, okay? Sauteed onions.
Raw onions are what fucking ogres eat. Like you.
Fried onions remind me of foreskins, so I can't eat them.
What?
They remind me of foreskins, so I can't eat them. Like,
I thought foreskins were great now. I thought girls love to sell foreskins.
chopped off.
Oh.
Chopped off foreskins.
I guess they taste the
chopped
same
off
too.
foreskins, just
I
like
guess-
you and
I guess
Snapper have.
I guess
Chopped off
foreskins are.
foreskins.
When have you seen a plate of chopped off foreskins before in your life? What are you
I
talking
haven't,
about?
but it reminds me of it.
Do you just play with your foreskin? You're like, reminds me.
This
of
reminds me of
Dude.
onions.
Chopped off
If I
foreskin.
chop this off, it'll
No,
look like-
it's not. It doesn't remind me all the time of but like when it's like, you know those like round onions, not onion rings, but the round fried onions, they remind me of
What is with
foreskin.
all this food that reminds you of your dick?
Yeah, you can't eat cheese because you're afraid that it looks
No,
like
I can't eat
Smegma.
feta cheese because it can't. It looks
Feta
like,
cheese smegma.
Every time you say that, it makes my stomach
Can we-
turn like I just drank a
So
cup
wait,
of spoiled
onions
milk.
remind you of foreskin, or
Spoiled.
no, just like the fried onions that are circular and they're on a plate with a lot of them.
if we gave you a fried onion and
I don't like
cheese
it.
sandwich, would you eat it?
If it was in the sandwich and I
cheese.
can't see it, I
Blue
probably would
cheese.
eat
Put
it.
a big sausage in the middle.
Dude, no, but I'm saying if they're on their own and they're like sitting on a plate.
Why don't you grow the fuck up and understand that they're onions and just eat
I
them?
can.
Should've
No, I
put
do.
hair on
It's
your
just that my
chest
body
now.
doesn't like to eat them. I know what they are.
I'm Niall. I can't eat peaches because they remind me of testicles.
No, I can eat peaches.
Put two peaches next to each other. They remind me of balls.
I can eat them.
Put them in a little bag.
I can't eat them. They're delicious.
with a big yellow banana for a big
I like
Asian cock.
licking their fur.
Big
They're
Asian
very
cock.
skin.
There's a big Asian cock and peaches.
No such
Yeah, that's
thing.
an oxymoron if people wanted one.
Peaches.
Peaches.
I'm sorry, Niall.
Sorry.
I can't help it. We're dog
Well,
piling
once
on you.
again, Niall E is the punching bag of this podcast. So you know.
Oh, there, boy.
Well, you have to be mean and fight back. When Stamper's
Yeah, you have to
insulting
snap
you,
back.
you have to insult him back.
Hold it, Salt Stamper.
I'm usually good. I just
Talk
not
about
involved.
Stamper's shoes.
Hey!
Stamper's not wearing any shoes.
Yeah.
But he does have a hole in his fucking.
I can't afford them. Talk about Stamper's shoes, or lack thereof.
Stamper, in the middle of the podcast, you whipped out your wallet and took out a shit ton of cash. I saw $100 bills, and you were going like this, and then you just put it back in.
I was sorting my money.
So you're
It's-
like,
I'm OCD about how money's it's sorted in my wallet. I hate it when like there's a 1 and there's a 5 between the 1. It has to be in order.
I hate that too.
Wait, what was the last legitimate thing we talked about?
Peaches.
Peaches. Sorry, Niall. I love you, buddy. You know I love you.
No, I just
Niall. Who's that little Niall? Who's the little Niall?
We're gonna throw a big ass party, and you're invited. Anybody else going to a Christmas party? Or do any of you guys have Christmas parties planned that you are going to?
Oh, the other thing. What do you mean?
Unrelated to your family.
No.
We did go to an
I
event.
skipped them intentionally.
We did go to an event a couple days ago.
People invite me.
And you were there, Stamper, and Jeff, you were there.
Would you consider that a Christmas party?
Yeah.
It's a holiday party.
There was some dude with a fucking. There were two dudes with the shitty Christmas sweaters. So
again,
it's a Christmas party. Those guys made it a Christmas party.
Why can't it just be a fucking holiday party? Again, why is it a Christmas party?
I mean, they were forcing you to give you kids' toys to get in.
For Christmas, yeah.
For gifts, so.
Yeah.
Oh, aren't they great people?
But they are donating to charity, you cock sucker.
Jeff, do you want to go into detail about what the event was a little bit?
Why don't I explain it? It's it's a few groups of local indie game developers who all sort of share a space in the city, and they were having a little holiday party. And because they sort of know Tom and Tom Fulp, who made Castle Crashers, and I'm working with Tom, and all of us sort of know each other. We all kind of went as a group, hoping to have a lot of fun with a bunch of indie game developers.
Bunch of crazy indie guys.
Bunch of crazy guys.
I have to say, Jeff never drinks, but before this event he drank, and I knew. I saw the fear in Jeff's eyes. I saw the horror.
That was Corey.
Oh yeah, Corey got so drunk at the Chinese restaurant we had before, he was grabbing rice with his bare hands like a monkey and stuffing it into his face. He was making rice balls.
He was mashing it into white balls.
Yeah, and he was like drooling on himself. But we went to this Christmas party.
I went outside for a smoke, and he swapped the beer out of my...
He drank Stamper's beer and then poured hot tea in Stamper's empty beer bottle.
And he thought it was the funniest shit. He was laughing so hard.
To be fair...
Like he got me good.
We were all laughing pretty hard.
He's a real psycho sometimes.
Yeah, he's a fucking nut bar. Anyways, continue.
So, we hung out at this holiday party. I don't know, is there any notable things that you guys noticed? Any kind
a lot of flannel shirts and beards.
A lot of flannel shirts. Now, but the one thing I noticed was, before Jeff and I went, I said, Jeff, I have an idea of the kind of people this will be since it's indie gamers. You know, a lot of people have a sort of image for these guys.
Yeah.
Generally, hipster would be the word. And so I kind of said, Jeff, I wonder how many guys would be wearing thick-rimmed horned glasses. And I counted, and I kind of put it together. I thought, how many guys, what percentage of the population actually wears glasses? Now I counted about 36 thick-rimmed glasses. And then I was like, there's so many guys with thick-rimmed glasses, I started counting guys who had regular glasses. 4 guys had regular glasses.
They were probably out of town.
Yes.
Out-of-towners.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, every fellow there did fit the description. Beanies, thick-rimmed glasses, beards, flannel shirts, and skinny jeans.
I didn't know what to expect, but to be fair...
Were there, yeah.
Oh, some great guys were there.
To be fair, all of them I talked to were really nice. Nobody was talking about feminism or the patriarchy or anything like I was probably kind of expecting.
Yeah, I was expecting to see that too.
I felt like we were the pieces of shit though. Like we were the outcasts.
Yeah, you were the bums because you didn't have a fresh haircut.
we were like hoodies and we had like 5 o'clock shadows and they were like all like had the beards.
They were all chipper. They were all super excited to be hanging out with each other.
There was a whiteboard there, and we took advantage of that. Yeah, there was a big whiteboard that was totally. It looked like untrampled snow to us.
I drew.
Yes, Jeff, tell everyone what you drew on this.
Well, Zach, as everybody could probably figure out in like 2 guesses, I drew Hitler.
I was gonna say.
I drew.
No, you didn't just draw Hitler. You made Hitler say something.
That was my guess.
What did Hitler say, Jeff, next to his face?
I drew a little word bubble that said "Hail indie gamers!" Exclamation point.
We drew really disgusting
versions. I laughed to myself and I walked away.
Yeah.
And left that to be discovered by.
And then Jeff went to get pizza with his friend, and we all thought Jeff left for good.
I'm still trying to figure out who is responsible for this. Yeah. I was like, listen, I said to these guys, listen, I'm gonna get some pizza with a friend of mine who lives in the city, and I'm gonna be back in like half an hour because you guys just got there. And I ate my pizza, I talked to my friend, it came back, and you fucking guys were gone.
Incorrect, baby. I was there.
Stamper, you convinced me, like, Jeff's never gonna come back, and I was like, oh, you convinced me. You grabbed me by the arms and said, fuck Jeff Bando. You see that guy, Jeff?
Should I tell the story about Crinkles? I don't know if he wants me telling this.
Sure, let me just take a look really quick.
Crinkles?
Yeah.
Pringles.
Did I tell you about that when I saw him outside?
No.
I come back and I see Crinkles, who's the creator of the Madness series and games and stuff. He's standing outside a little intoxicated, but he's all right. But he's standing out there looking really mad, and I'm like, "Hey man, what's wrong?"
Oh yeah.
He's like, "They're not letting me back into the party." And I was like flabbergasted. I'm like, they're just a bunch of indie gamers. What do you mean they're not letting you back in? What, they don't believe you were there before? Or you don't have your ticket? He's like, he's like, no. He's like, because you have to go up a flight of stairs to get to the door. He's like telling me they're not even letting him in the entrance of the building. And I'm like, this is really weird. So I was so confused into the one door where there was a bouncer out front. And I'm like, wait. And I just said to the bouncer, I'm like, hey man, can we get inside? And he's like, you two, he's like, this is a club. You two are looking for the door next door. And it was just, he was pissed off at the wrong guy in the wrong door the whole time.
He was trying to get into the wrong building the whole time.
He was trying to get into a nightclub for like 10 minutes and didn't realize it wasn't the Christmas party.
Then he went upstairs and got a little bit more drunk.
A little bit more, dude. He was doing the wobble walk.
Yeah, he was a happy man.
He slapped me on the back so hard he almost knocked me over.
Yeah, he's a violent man. How you doing, Stamper? Whap! It's like, come on, man.
He's very intimidating.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, you guys fucking bailed on me. Went home.
I really thought Stamper fucking vouched for me. I did ask about
Tom said Tom's blaming you. You're blaming Tom.
He's blaming me.
Not really blaming, but he said, oh, Zach said.
No.
Zach.
No.
Yes, he did.
Stamper, you were there. How many times did I ask? Is Jeff coming back? Like, should we wait for Jeff? Everybody, it's not your fault. But Tom, before we left, Tom said Jeff definitely got a train home. And I was like, all right. But I asked about Jeff. I cried that night because I thought about Jeff. I kept.
There's a lot of misinformation here about who.
I definitely asked about you, Jeff.
My friends ditching me in
Jeff,
the city.
Listen.
Except for you.
When you went out for pizza, was it good?
Can I mention something about that, by the way?
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
All right, listen. Okay. I didn't tell anybody at the last minute I was going to hang out with my friend in the city and get pizza. So we walk out of the building together. I walk outside and I meet him, and all of a sudden I see you and Crinkles standing out. Is it you and Crinkles standing outside?
Maybe me and Lewis.
And it's like you just see me walking down the street with this other mysterious dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh boy, this looks a little.
I can't lie, we made a couple of gay jokes.
Of course you did, and I don't blame you because it looked very mysterious. And I'm like, oh boy, this doesn't look good because I see all of a sudden I make this surprised face because I see you guys I'm almost caught being guilty about something. I'm like, oh fuck, this looks gay as shit. I don't know why, but I just had this feeling that they think we're being gay or something, and I'm like, that's not what's happening.
Hands. You were just walking
we
on
were
the
not
street
holding
with the
hands.
Did you get sausage with your pizza, Jeff?
We were just fucking getting a piece of pizza,
Two slices
and
or one.
reminiscing about college and coming back.
Did you have your hands?
I honestly asked.
No, sir.
I honestly want to know if you found like a good pizza joint.
That's you know what's interesting about City Pizza.
Is there a glory hole in there?
This place I went to was so. This pizza place had good pizza, but it was so run down. It was almost shocking. Like
a lot of those mom and pop pizza places are.
Yeah.
It looked like it was like a bombed out war shelter. Like it was so run down and dirty inside. I couldn't even believe it. But everybody inside was just like, oh, this is normal. This is like a City Pizza joint.
That's City Pizza, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Stop in and have a slice.
I think it was called Pete's Pizza.
Oh, Pete's Pizza.
But the guy was nice enough, and he gave us our pizza, and the pizza was fine. And
was the sauce tangy and delicious? Tasted freshly prepared on
fucking hungry. Stop it.
Tasted like every other pizza.
Guys,
out
you
there.
make my stomach
bread, sauce,
crazy.
cheese. Done. Okay.
Yeah.
No, don't get the pizza there. Get the pizza here.
He gave us a pizza, a really low quality napkin, which is popular in these places, and
the grease goes right through it. It's wonderful.
And I came back, and almost everybody was gone. But you guys came into the city, gave them their toy. You gave them your toy to get in.
Shut up.
And you guys bailed in like an hour.
I have to say, it was all Corey's fault. Corey was the orchestrator.
He was not
Corey
happy.
does not like the party. He's like, yeah, I'd love to go to a party. He gets there 20 minutes later. He hates his life.
I'm not knocking at Corey, but there is an exact formula to Corey going to parties. He's stoked. He's like, yeah, let's go to a party. He gets there, drinks a fuckload. Within half an hour, he sits down. Within 1 hour, he wants to leave. And within 2 hours, we definitely leave. Within 1 hour and a half. Because he waits around for like half an hour, and he's like, let's go. That is every time he does that.
He gets sick of parties quick.
Yeah.
Alcohol. He just wants to drink.
Yeah, he was.
He always overdoes it.
He's like, well, there's gonna be alcohol there, right? And I'm like, probably. He's like, well,
he was really fucking drunk a couple days ago, right? On vodka, you were saying.
Yeah.
He was making up words.
He does that sober.
Yes, he adds syllables to words when you get drinks too much. Which I'm sure is not unique to drunk people, but Not calling him a drunk.
No, of course not.
I'm just saying he was working really hard on this project we're working on, and he just decided to get hammered one night and just continue working, and he was totally out of it, but he was still animating fine. It's just that mentally it was not there.
My favorite Corey thing is when he adds S's to words that don't have S's.
Yeah.
Wawas. What else does he do it for? He does it all the time.
There's a bunch of words that I can't remember them.
I wonder if people even know who the fuck we're talking about. You know, we get in this trap where we start to, I like Corey this, that, and Corey that.
Corey Spaskin from the podcast.
I know, but you'd have to know that ahead of time because we just start casually talking about Corey.
Yeah.
If you never heard the podcast, you'd be like, who's that?
Yeah.
Corey from the podcast.
Corey or
lovable
Spaz Kid.
friend Spaz Kid who loves Chris Chan and hot memes.
Fresh off the
press.
Fresh off the press.
Speaking of getting really drunk, Jeff, what's the drunkest you've ever been?
It was probably at one of the Newgrounds parties where some guy saw another game developer was I don't know, I think he just flashed a camera in my face and I threatened to kick his teeth in. I was really mad and
yeah, I was standing there. You were like, dude, if you point that camera at me one more time, I'm gonna kick you in the mouth. And he was sitting like Indian style on the ground, and you were standing up looking down at him.
Was I?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then everyone in that little circle just shut up because
I don't know what it
knew
was.
that you were serious.
It was so obnoxious because they like blinded me in one eye, and I'm just like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
He kept snapping pictures of you with the flash on at nighttime.
Yeah.
Well, he was going around taking pictures of everyone.
But it was just
I remember who it was, but I'm not gonna say.
Yeah. No, he didn't even ask. He just stuck the camera in my face, and the flash went off. My eyes were all adjusted to the dark, and now I can't see shit.
It was harmless, but you did. But
I sort of felt bad about it. But that's probably not the drunkest I've ever been. But that's the situation where the alcohol probably most affected my behavior.
Last MagFest, which is a convention, if you don't know about it.
Yeah.
You might be going this year, maybe.
Oh yeah, should I talk about what I did there?
Yeah, I was in a room with Jeff, and Jeff, Jeff sometimes people say he's bitter. He's not bitter. He's a funny guy, But sometimes when he gets drunk, he does get a little bit. People take him a little more seriously than they probably should. Jeff, explain yourself, Jeff.
Listen.
Explain yourself. What you do to this poor man,
I didn't think I heard this story. It was left-handed sock.
Yeah, this is a guy called Noah.
Oh. And I went up to him and I was, look, I thought I was being funny. And apparently,
that's how it always
I was
starts.
the only one.
I thought it was funny. I was laughing, dude. I was next to both of you guys.
I said, listen. I started talking to him. I'm like, listen, man, you look like a lumberjack. And he's like, yeah, he's like, you're right. People have set up a lumberjack. And I'm like, yeah, you just look like some asshole in the woods that just chops down trees all day. That's what you look like. And I'm laughing to myself. And he's just like,
he's getting uncomfortable, but he's trying to keep the situation calm and make sure
And I said,
it's like a borderline bully thing to do.
I was bullying him. I was polite. He's trying to be polite.
There's a fine line between taking stabs at people and bullying someone.
And I said, and he just kept taking it, and I said, it's like I'm just thinking right now. I'm just like, if I had an axe, I just can't decide if I want to chop your head off. Horizontally, through, your upper and lower jaw, or vertically, cut your head in half.
And by the way, as he says that, he's, making a swiping motion, an inch away from his face with his hand.
I'm making the axe motion with my hands.
Yeah.
I'm like...
I was fucking dying laughing because it was so uncomfortable to watch.
He's like, wait, so you're gonna cut my head off at the neck? And I'm like, no, right kind of between your upper and lower teeth.
Yeah.
Right in the middle. Kind of comedically, or cut you down the center. I can't really decide, and I'm laughing, and nobody else is laughing, and then
it was uncomfortable.
And then Mr. Hangover.
I thought it was funny. That's all that matters.
It is pretty funny though.
Now, what about you?
I apologized. To him.
Stop. You got a MagFest one too, Zach.
I do,
baby boy.
I do. It was the year before that last one, which was MagFest, because it happens in January. So the one that Jeff was at was MagFest 2014, but the one I was at was 2013, the year before that.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, I like to drink sometimes, and I had whiskey.
I've never seen you that drunk, but continue.
Well, you come into the story too a little bit.
Okay.
And I think you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure.
Maybe you'll get flashbacks here, and you'll get fucking PTSD from this. But basically, Stamper was with some black chick, and those two were sharing your bed. It was me and Chris sharing your bed. And you know when you get drunk, you stop tasting the alcohol, so you get more drunk.
Yeah.
Especially with like whiskey or like vodka, you like your taste buds fucking die. And I probably should have drank more. So they ordered. I don't know why whiskey was in the room. I think Mick Rice Pirate ordered whiskey to the room, and I started having it. I ordered.
Dude,
Coke.
you cleared like half a bottle of Woodford Reserve by yourself.
I ordered
no
Coke to the
ice.
room. I ordered Coke to the room, and I was like, "Fuck it!" I was like slammed. I was like, "Damn! My taste buds are gone. I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna get drunk." And by the way, this was the night before we were supposed to do a panel.
Yeah.
So
we had a panel planned.
Yeah.
We were pre-celebrating the panel we were gonna do in the morning.
So I'm drinking this stuff. I lose my taste buds, and I'm getting more and more. And with vodka or like heavy liquors, it's also like it all hits you at once. Like it keeps coming at you. It takes like 20 to 30 minutes to really hit you. So again, it's kind of like a delay. It's like a debt. Anyways, I'm drinking this stuff, and I didn't black out. But after a while, I was like laying in the bed, and my fucking head was spinning, and Stamper was in the bed with that black chick, and I was like making noises. I think they were fooling around. I kept making fart noises. I was like I was laughing to myself. And she was like, "Stop it, make him stop." And then she was like, if you keep doing that, we're going to stop it. We heard like her going, "Oh." I was like, and she was like, "That's it, I'm done." Anyways.
Thanks, Zach.
I couldn't get to sleep.
So instead, you stood laughing like a little boy.
By this point, I stopped drinking and all the fucking whiskey hit me. You know, I mean, it was like half a bottle of this whiskey. And I couldn't sleep, and I got up, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was so drunk that I'm pretty sure I was a drunk where it's like you say, you're like, "Oh my god!" And I started saying it, started talking to myself, like, "Oh my god!" And I like fumbled for my laptop in the bag, and I had like the television, and I went in the bathroom, and I took a big shit. And I probably sat there like with my head wobbling back and forth, staring at the wall for like 10 minutes without realizing. And I got my laptop. And I was like, what do I do? And I got on Skype, and I was like an inch away from the laptop screen trying to see who was on Skype. And Jeff was on Skype. And he didn't go to MagFest that year. And I called Jeff, and I was like, "Hey, Jeff, do you remember this?"
It's coming back to me.
Yes, I was super drunk, and I was like, there was a big like rotty shit below my body in the toilet.
You know where I am right now?
Yes.
I'm like, where? I'm on the toilet.
Yes, I kept saying, that's the only thing I remember. I was like, "Jeff, I got a big shit. My balls are hanging down above the shit." And I was so hooked on that for some reason.
Isn't that weird?
Technology amazing.
And I can't remember what you do. I just remember you going, yeah, you're probably fucking with me. What do you recall from that?
That's all I remember.
I don't know why I called you, but you were like working. And I was like, "What are you doing, Jeff?" Yeah, I was like, "What are you doing, Jeff?" You
Guess what I'm doing?
I'm
taking a shit.
Yeah. And so anyways, I was like, "All right, I'll see you later." I was probably talking to Smokers for like 30 minutes. I was probably saying the same thing over and over. And I was like, "All right, I'll see you later." I slammed the laptop, and I was like, "Man, this." And I laid on the floor, and I went, I fucking puked.
Oh my
and I was
God.
like, "That puke's nasty, but this floor is still cold. I'm going to bed." And the next thing I remember is like 2 hours later, Corey opening the door of the bathroom and hitting my fucking head. And I was like, I remember Corey looking down at me, and I was like, ugh. And he was like, "Are you gonna do the panel?" And I was like, "No." And I closed the door, and I cleaned up the
I
vomit.
like he wasn't even concerned that you were dying on the floor.
I was
He's
covered
like,
in my own
"You want
vomit.
to go do the panel?"
Yeah, and anyways, it was like my jacket was ruined. I crawled back into the bed, and I laid on my back and fucking passed out. And Stamper, do you want to tell from your perspective where it goes from there?
Yeah, we went downstairs to or we were all getting organized to go to the panel, and we were trying to wake you up the whole time. We were screaming in your face and shaking you and slapping you and trying to wake you up, and you were completely out.
Yeah.
And we were like, "Fuck him, we'll just go do the panel without him." And we went downstairs and we did the panel, and as the room was filling up with people, I remember thinking, man, Zach had a lot to drink, and he wasn't responding to any of that physical violence. I think he might be dead. And then the panel started, and we were like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" Didn't even think about you anymore.
Yeah, no.
And then you got pissed like the asshole you are.
No. Here's what happened, dude. I was drunk for like 24 hours after I had that much alcohol.
Thanks for doing the panel without me.
Yeah, so I woke up and I was like so drunk, and I was like, I smelled like shit, and I was like, "Oh, they fucking did the panel without me." And I texted Chris, and I was like, "Fuck you," because I was looking forward to the panel. And then Nick Rice brought me up fresh bottles of water, and I took a shower, and I kind of got cleaned
Papa
up.
Mick.
He's a great guy.
Dude,
Papa
there was
Mick.
vomit everywhere, man. You had like 5 bags of vomity clothes.
It was
we had to take out of
nasty.
there.
I had a good jacket that I ruined. But anyways, I got sober by the end of the night, but it was like 7 p.m. And even at 7 p.m., we were out eating dinner, and every like 5 minutes, like, "Excuse me," and I fucking puked in the bathroom and come back out.
Yeah.
Man, it was horrible. That was the last time I had whiskey. whiskey.
That's a hangover, man.
Yeah, man.
You puked, passed out, had no water, got back into bed, still had no water.
Yeah.
You paying for that shit. You play, you pay, right?
I did a very bad thing with that.
Should we talk about Mick's drunken escapades at MagFest?
Which one?
And for those that aren't aware, Mick's the creepy molester guy who talks at the beginning of the podcast.
Not Stamper, the other one.
The other one.
There is a world.
That's how much know the band.
But
yeah, sorry.
Here is a world.
No, Mick is a very nice guy. He's one of our good friends. Mick Rice Pirate. Wonderful gentleman.
Hardworking, talented fellow.
Even though he's Asian, we still like him.
Louis C.K. is Mexican and you can't tell, just like Mick is Asian and you can't tell. They both look like white
kind of
guys.
tell.
Is Mick like half Asian?
Yeah.
He's got features, but he's not Asian.
I'd never be able to tell.
But he's like tall and buff, so like he in like Japan, I think they like worship half Asian people and half Western people. They think
It's
they're
like magical hybrids.
Honestly, they do. Yeah, all the movie stars are like mix. That like they all like kind of look like that too.
Anyways, go into Mick's crazy.
I wasn't done complimenting Mick. He looks great.
Fuck Mick.
Great
very
in
handsome
jeans.
guy.
In jeans, he looks
yes,
great.
he's very handsome.
His face
Fuck
is
him.
alright. He's like a butter
Has a nice
face.
butt, you know. If his butt looked more like his face and his face looked more like his butt.
Oh!
Anyway,
I'm just kidding.
He's
He's
very, very handsome fella. Anyway, so I always assumed he was a pretty level-headed guy. And this is one thing that occurred at MagFest that I really was not expecting, and I missed the whole thing. I basically came into the story after it all happened, but apparently, I don't know, I'm not sure who challenged who, but him and one of Chris's Irish friends, was it Maddie?
No, it was Patty.
Patty. They decided to go outside while it was freezing cold and snowing out.
And have a bare knuckle boxing.
Rip their shirts off and have a bare knuckle fight in the snow outside. Mm-hmm. Like they were not like friendly. They're not having like these friendly little jabs. They were really
It was like a fight, but it wasn't. They don't hate each other. It was just like, hey, let's get all the sexual tension out.
It was like this shit in like gangs in New York where they're out in the snow, like doing their like 1930s boxing style. And
yeah, they were clipping each other in the face hard and laughing every time. I was like, what is this psycho shit? And there was the one time I was so pissed off at my phone. You know, like those times where the one and only time you need your fucking phone to work.
Doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's not fucking working.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there with all the capability to fucking film this thing because it's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. And of course, all I have is Kodak memories in my mind.
Hey, at least you weren't making your memories behind this the veil of a screen, and at least they're in your brain.
Listen, Linus, if you don't shut the fuck up.
So, if you want to recall what I don't, but basically I heard, Mick fucked up his hand and then he body slammed Patty.
I heard he lifted him up and threw him.
Yeah, he
Patty's
picked up
much
Patty
smaller.
like a bag of trash and threw him in.
Patty's a little guy, but he likes to think that he's like this huge big tank. But he's like,
he is a tank. He's a little scrapper, dude.
No, but the thing is, he's like 5'8" and he's muscular and like he's pretty muscular, like he's fit looking. But Mick is like 6'3" and just fucking beefy.
Yeah,
there's no way Patty would.
Mick doesn't have a six pack, but he's fucking built. You could run headfirst into Mick and break your skull.
Mick has dad body or man body.
Man body.
Oh yeah, Freudian slip right there.
And
I honestly couldn't tell who was going to win that. It could have gone either way.
Mick's like 6'2", and like, isn't he? He's tall.
I honestly didn't think size mattered in that at all.
Wait, no, he weighs more. He weighs like 200 something.
Oh
pounds,
yeah,
right?
he weighs like Patty would weigh 150 at most.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Patty probably has more. What's it called?
Muscle, like
not muscle. Endurance.
Yeah.
He's like a little Tasmanian
I'd say
devil.
so, yeah.
Scrappy dude.
Mick just drinks a lot and records voices.
In Street Fighter terms, it was like Fei Long versus Zangief or something. How about that?
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, I don't know. They pretty much beat the shit out of each other, and then kind of came back inside.
Got a drink,
and I missed all of it. They didn't even want to build up an audience. They just went outside alone, like psychos, and fought and came back inside.
Yeah, Mick was like, "How bad is my eye? I can't bend my finger." And I didn't see Patty for the rest of the night.
His finger was fucked up for like 6 months, dude.
Yeah. Is it still fucked up?
It was like in a self splint. It was just straightforward. He couldn't bend it, and it was all swollen and purple and weird. Yeah, that was that. Welcome to MagFest, the happiest place on earth.
Speaking of the happiest place on earth, I went to Disney World about a while ago. No, I can't do it like that, can I?
Yeah, you can.
That was a good segue. That was a really good segue.
The holidays are a time for couples and love and all sorts of fun things.
Reflections on your past mistakes.
Niall decided to go to Disney World with the love of his life. Continue, Niall.
Well, I don't know. The wounds are still fresh, man. Okay,
I'll say.
I'll
she
tell it on the
tastes
podcast.
Great.
God damn it! You guys are fucking assholes. I don't know if I should. Well, okay. Well, look.
Niall, we love you.
About a year ago.
Would you stab me back sometimes?
About a year.
I'm never going to say anything to you ever again.
About a year ago, me and my girlfriend decided that we'll go to Disney World next year, providing that we're still together. Like, we were just being realistic, so we were saying that we'd go to Disney World together. And then, like, yeah, throughout all the year was great and stuff. Then the fucking day before we went to Disney World, we broke up. And I still went to Disney World with her and her parents.
I still don't understand why you did that.
Because, like, okay, it was the night we broke up. We were going to Disney World at... I had to get up at 3 a.m. We broke up at, like, 11 p.m.
Who broke up with who? You broke up with her?
We actually broke up...
nasty. You made me sick.
We actually broke up with each other. It was a mutual thing. But then...
You guys punched you in the face at the exact same time and knocked each other
No, it was a mutual thing. But then I kind of asked for her back, and she said yeah. And then 20 minutes later, I got dumped again. But anyway, so she got the upper hand there. But like, no, we're still okay. We're still like best friends. Like honestly, she's still great. But anyway.
Oh, she didn't like the mutual thing, so she's like, yeah, I'll take you back.
Motherfucker.
Bam!
No.
Bam!
Honestly, she's still like she's still awesome. But anyway, we went to.
You said her pussy's twisted though.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said it was.
And you said it was a match made in heaven because your dick is curly like a pigtail and you just screw it in.
Key, it would fit perfectly.
But yeah, so anyway, we went to Disney World, and like I was like, you know, after breakup, like this, I was so fucking sad. I literally must have been the only man in the world to cry on the Magical Express to Disney World to the fucking.
Sorry, I'm just curious. I just like to ask you a little bit more about how this went down. Where you two said, "All right, I don't love you. I don't love you," and then you said, "Okay,
let's get back together."
We still have this trip to go to.
Speaking of Mick, I got really drunk that night, and I was watching Mick's Dark Souls playthrough on Twitch that night, and I was just kind of drinking while I was watching it, and I was doing other stuff too. And when she came home, when she came home, I was pretty fucking hammered, and then I was like, fine, let's just break up. So I was kind of drunk at the time too, and like, oh god, so like it made it kind of worse.
Oh, and then you got back together, and then you were like, "Can I have you back, baby?" And she was like, "Yeah," and then she was like, "Wait, I smell vodka on your breath."
And
do you think this trip was actually preventing you guys from breaking up because you're like, "Oh well, we can't break up because we're going to Disney World"?
No,
it just sort of happened.
No, because we got on we still get on really well. Like it wasn't like we didn't fight. It wasn't a fight breakup at all. It was just a kind of decision.
You just sort of shrugged at each other.
What? No, it was a
just
decision.
Like, Niall, I don't really like your dick anymore.
No, we just work better as. Fuck you, Jeff. We work better as friends, and I know we do.
She's just like, and you're just like, look, your tits bore me, so.
One of your tits is smaller than the other one, anyways. Fuck you.
How do you know that? No, but I'm just saying. No, but we then.
You said one nipple was the size of like a frisbee, and the other was the size of a pea.
I was so fucking sad, and I think I got to post. I think I'll post the pictures if anyone cares on Sleepy Cabin of me and Disney World. No, of me and Disney World. Of me and Disney World on my own, like, cause we got free everything in Disney World, and so I have like a shit ton of pictures of me with Goofy looking like a fucking depressed. You should see it.
Oh, you're really hamming it up good for the cameras, huh?
Me standing. No, because I didn't want her to see it. And then me standing in front of the magical tower, like with a fucking pout on my face, like the whole time. And I was trying, like, the last thing I wanted was to ruin the trip for her and her family and be sad the whole time. But like, I could not help it. Like, I couldn't eat, and we had a free meal plan. We could go to 2 restaurants a day and eat 3 meals at each restaurant a day, and have 2 snacks at any stand a day. And I couldn't eat a thing. And I was just like trying to act like really happy. I was like, like the only thing that made me happy was when I was
happy sound.
I was like, no, that was a trying to be happy sound. And then the only thing that would make me happy is with like the duration, like the 20 seconds or whatever. I'm on a roller coaster, I just go back to normal. And then the second it's over, it's just like, pow. This happened. This was like a week straight for all of Disney World, and like, it was just a beautiful irony. I thought.
Did her family? Did you two tell her family you were broken up?
Yeah, they knew.
What they do?
They told me it was going to be awkward.
And was there ever a point where you're just like, maybe I shouldn't go?
No, yeah, maybe 2 days in. No, because it hasn't hit me. It didn't hit me straight away.
It didn't right away. You're just like, maybe I shouldn't go.
No, it didn't hit me straight away. Straight away, I was like, oh, we're still friends, because like, you know, it was a mutual decision. So I was like, yeah, it's going to be fun. But then, boom, it's like once I woke up or whatever, I don't know. I had to go off on my own all the time because I I was being awkward. I couldn't help it. So I was just like walking around Disney World.
You took one picture with your girlfriend or your ex-girlfriend, and you said Mickey or Goofy, so Goofy grabbed her ass and said, "Do something, pussy, hit me."
Oh, that was
hit
Donald.
me.
Do
Hit
something,
me.
pussy.
Hit me, oh, bitch.
So
It's my Goofy voice.
So it just gradually got worse over the week.
It kept getting worse and worse, and I couldn't like sleep or anything. So I was like tired and fucking like miserable. But like I still had fun
Not even Mickey
because it was
Mouse
Disney
could
World.
cheer you up.
Well, like I was trying. I was trying really hard, and I don't want her to make her sound like a dick because like she was probably right. Like as I said, we're better as friends. This story is not that great. Now I'm thinking about it.
It's interesting. Keep going.
But
People
anyway,
like to hear
as
this
I
stuff.
said, we do work to get like she was
This,
right.
my
like,
friend, is relatable.
Like she was right, but like the whole time, I don't know if anyone knows, like if anyone can relate to like not being like you just don't want to eat anything and you can't sleep. Or,
Yeah.
It was at
People
such a
have
bad.
situations
All of our
like that.
African
Was it such a
viewers are
bad
gonna love
extent?
this.
Was it just being alone? You just felt sad for being alone, or just not having her?
Not having her. That's the only reason. Was just not having her. And then you get the thing. The other guys.
Did you go to a window and put a
Oh,
boombox
yeah.
over
Did
your
you
head?
start imagining other dudes?
Yeah, I still do.
naked
Yeah,
together
stop.
with her?
I still do, man. Come on,
Yes, more flashbacks.
With her naked butt.
dude.
Oh, with her,
Butt.
yeah.
Pushing her
You're
butt
putting a
cheeks apart.
scalpel to the scar right now, man. Come
Imagine
on.
Jeff's naked
Dude,
butt
were you
against her
ever for a
naked butt.
second? You're just like, I'm kind of tired of this.
No, well, like I logically know it was for the best, but it still doesn't like my body doesn't relate, like doesn't care. It's just like ow.
You just have a broken heart.
Well, I guess it was bad. It was bad. It was my worst breakup like ever,
No.
sadness wise.
Sing to her right now. Sing "Heat of the Moment" by Asia right
It
now.
was the heat of the moment.
So we can segue
now I
into
see.
you're on Tinder.
Well, okay,
Finding
no, but
lots of
that's
hot
okay.
girls.
You're making me sound like a fucking dick here because that's not how it is, right? Look,
Okay.
listen, I has
What is
never
Tinder?
I've never had a smartphone in my entire life, and I got one the other day with the help. Like Stamper brought me, and we got one, and I was like, I'm gonna try out all these new apps that I've never got. So I got Snapchat, which is fun. That's actually very fun. I like that one. I got all the Twitters and all that shit. But then I got this one called Tinder. And that's like this, I guess it's dating, but like I positively 100% only got it to see what kind of people, because the kind of people around here aren't the
Hot
kind of people you
girls.
date. No, not even
So
that. I wanted to
you're-
see ugly, I wanted to see like the really
Not the-
funny people.
So wait, so not the type you date. What type are they?
I wanted to see the type
Yeah.
that I wouldn't date.
Yeah.
The
You just-
fucking ugly fatties. Of the, no, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke.
That was cruel.
The women you can
Delete that
use
one.
and throw away. Is that right?
There's a lot.
Is
There's
that
gonna be a
right?
lot of ugly fatties. Delete me saying that.
Yeah, there's one talking right now.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, that clipped so you can't use it.
That was good though.
Oh man, all right.
So you're trolling for.
No, it's okay. Look, I wasn't scouring for pussy. If that's what it looks
No,
like.
you walked in the house and said dee doo, pussy patrol.
Your mouth was watering, your dick was watering.
No, so I got Tinder.
Now I had a big frothy dick.
Look,
I always like the Zach. What do you call it? The not Zach alarm. It's like dee doo dee doo.
That's the alarm.
what happened was. So I got the app Tinder and I was going through them and I was just like I just like every single picture because like I just feel
Every
it's
single-
so damn fucking shallow
Every
that
single female is great.
I know,
to
but I
you.
can't. No, it's not. It's because I feel bad when I fucking swipe when I just go.
throw-
"Nuh-uh."
when you throw them in the garbage.
Even though they'll never find out, I still feel bad because it's literally
Oh,
the
there
most
you
shallow
go.
thing you can possibly do.
Every girl of color gets thrown in the garbage. Why is that?
No,
That was a joke.
No, hold on. I walked over your shoulder yesterday, and you white, yeah, left, right. You stopped at a black girl for 2 seconds.
You renamed the trash can the black can.
Yeah, he did. He stopped at the black girl.
She is hot.
He made it. He went. Oh, he made a sound of swipe left really fast.
You-
And he didn't know I was watching him.
You've gone through 20 girls in the last minute on here.
Yeah.
Just as we're talking.
Yeah, because you see,
Who do you think you
The
are?
thing is, but I figured out if you like all right. So the type of girls on Tinder, it's crazy because there's only like one type of girl on Tinder, and then like maybe every 100 you get like some normal one. You'd be like, oh, thank God.
But Niall, you're not even looking at their personality. You're not even looking at their interests.
Dude, Tinder is not about that, dude. Tinder's all about fucking first
I'm
impressions.
so sorry to all the audience. We have
You
such
know
a
what, right-
misogynist.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
And right now,
no.
some cutie right now is scrolling right past your picture, throwing your dumb ass.
Dude,
in the
I know
trash
that.
can.
Do you think I don't know that? I know that, right?
There's a hottie. There's a hottie with a body listening right now going, I wanted to fuck now, but I'm going to stamp her.
She puked in her mouth a little bit. Niall.
But no, the thing about it is when you accept everybody, then you get matched with like a lot of people.
Man.
So I got a shit ton of matches here.
Girls on Twitter like Stamper. I know that much.
Yeah.
Stamper's the big dog on
Except
Twitter.
for the one chick who called you fuckboy. She didn't like you
Since
very much.
when?
I always see these girls tweeting you.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Pushing her titties together.
Yeah, they always
Pay
do.
attention.
Oh, well, that's what they like. They like that because you're not giving...
Not paying attention.
No, they like that. No, they like that because they're like, he's too good for me. Maybe I should...
You just gave your game away, dude.
Probably.
So, but like, out of all this whole experience, I learned something. You know, life is full of twists and turns, much like a roller coaster at Disney World.
Oh.
You have to appreciate what you have. You know, the simple things.
Yeah.
You don't obsess over things you lost. You have to move on, and that's what Christmas is about. Not presents, not the food, not the vacations, but things as simple as spending time with family and friends. Friends like you guys.
Shut up, faggot.
Oh man.
And Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Open your mouth and suck this. Come on, I got a present for you. Suck it! Suck it, nigga!
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined this week by
Devin.
and
Steve.
yeah. So joined this week, I guess joined every week.
I was going to say, I'm Steve, and I'm filling Steve's seat this week.
Yeah,
I'm Devin, filling in for Devin. She's on assignment.
yeah. And I've taken over Joe's body. I'm not really Joe. I'm a demon. Yeah, okay. So let's tackle a mystery. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. This week, we're going to talk about the mysterious death of Huey Long in 1935. Huey Long's a pretty famous guy. Probably most of you have heard of him. Certainly, if you're an older American, you've heard of him. He also was known as the Kingfish. He was governor of Louisiana from 1928 to 1932, and then was elected to the U.S. Senate from Louisiana in 1932. He was assassinated in 1935.
And don't feel bad if you haven't actually heard of him, because I hadn't.
You hadn't heard of him? Yeah.
Had you?
Yeah, I had, but that's because, was it John Goodman played a role as him in the movie The Kingfish? I think it was John Goodman who
Could have
played
been.
that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the only reason I knew about him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although, you want to know a funny side note?
No.
Okay, so here it is anyway. Joe initially was pitching this story to me a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't remember who Huey Long was, and I got him completely confused with somebody else in American politics, which would be James Garfield.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Who was assassinated.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there going, dude, I don't know how you're going to turn the assassination of James Garfield into a podcast. That doesn't work. The only thing that I know about Garfield is, you know, the disgusting stuff that happened to him after he was shot.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know that, right?
No, actually, I'm kind of ignorant of that. What happened?
So when he was shot in the stomach, and he couldn't eat. So he stayed alive for weeks after the fact. So one of the things they tried to do to keep him alive, this is an actual thing, they gave him what are called nutrient enemas.
Ew.
Yeah.
I think it was peanut butter. They were feeding him rectally, which caused such obscene gas that even the doctors couldn't be in the room with
Yeah, I
him.
bet.
Oh, God.
But I just couldn't figure out how you would turn that into a mystery.
Well, it's time to change the theme of our podcast anyway.
No.
Really gross stuff. Yeah. Because we kind of tapped out all the whole unsolved mysteries. This is the last one, except for this is the last one.
Yeah.
I checked the internet. There's none left.
Nothing left. Yeah.
Sorry, folks. Okay, back to our mystery. Huey Long.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're actually doing a real mystery. Sorry.
Yeah. Even he was popular. Huey Long was popular in Louisiana, but it's also very polarizing. You either loved him or you hated him. His detractors called him, among other things, a dictator, a demagogue, a fascist, and a socialist.
Demagogue is like one of my favorite words.
Yeah, that is a good word.
What is the definition of demagogue? Because I've seen it used, and I've always heard it described in different ways.
Yeah. I guess the best definition is a demagogue is somebody who tells, I think, insightful lies, inciting lies. Like, for example, Al Sharpton. I would call Al Sharpton. Sorry for any Al Sharpton fans out there, but I would say he demagogues a lot of issues by taking an issue that's really, and interpreting it in an unreasonable way.
Do you want the dictionary?
Yeah. Let me have that.
Yeah, it's a noun. It's for a political leader who seeks support by appealing to popular desires and prejudices rather than using rational arguments.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's probably a better definition than mine. He Long achieved his goals generally through intimidation rather than just persuasion. He was basically a machine politician, and he controlled and appointed people to lots and lots of jobs, and so he was able to dole out favors to his buddies and his cronies and political allies. And
that was pretty common, though, in that day and age in politics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very much so.
He was the picture of a corrupt politician, essentially.
And he also tried to make life hell for his opponents. He would go out of his way to get people fired, and even people who weren't actually speaking out against him. They just happened to be members of the family of somebody who had crossed him. And
I was going to say the family member thing is what I always just shook my head at.
Yeah.
That's vindictive.
Yeah, he was very vindictive. Well, anyway, he Long actually campaigned for Roosevelt in 1932, I believe it was. But after he was elected to the Senate, he decided to break with the Roosevelt administration, and he started thinking about running for the presidency himself. He was a big critic of the Federal Reserve Bank, and he said that his policies were the real cause of the Great Depression. And in that particular instance, he might have actually had a point, even though I wouldn't agree with Huey Long on a lot of things. But anyway, to move on, he was in the Senate now in 1934, and he introduced his bright idea, which he called Share Our Wealth. So his plan was a very radical one, to cap personal fortunes at $50 million, limit annual incomes to $1 million, and cap inheritances at $5 million. And then spread all the wealth around. That had all been taken by the government.
Yeah. I read this a number of times, and I never quite understood. So if I am making over 50 mil, then anything above that number, the government takes and then uses to distribute.
No, that's not your income. The $50 million is your personal fortune, what you have in assets, bank accounts.
So you can't be personally worth more than $50 million. You can't make more than $1 million a year, and you can't inherit more than $5 million.
Yeah.
$5 million in assets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, total. Yeah.
So then what happens? What would happen if I made 1.1 million? What happens to that 0.1 million? Does the government then take that and use it however it deems fit? Is that how this was going to work?
Apparently, that's how it was going to work. Yeah, and I don't know what. I suppose if you have a fortune at 50 million. And say you make $1 million that year, I suppose you don't get to keep any of it because otherwise you'd be tacking it onto your personal fortune, and then you'd have $51 million.
From an economic standpoint, this is a terrible idea.
I mean, it encourages people to spend what they make instead of saving it. Right? It encourages the spreading of wealth, and it's kind of like the ideal trickle-down economics. Right? It's the pinnacle of encouraging people who have to spend back into the economy that maybe fuels other people. I think it's one of those things that in theory it could or could not be a good idea. In practice, there's no way.
I was going to say, in
Yeah.
practice, it discourages people from doing things, taking a risk to do something that can make gads of money, because then they're going to be over the limit. And why the hell would I want to take that risk and make all that money just to not get it?
Yeah, exactly.
Just to invest all that time and effort and my capital to then get my capital back, but then get no return on it because now I've got too much money.
Yeah.
And that's an economic theory. There's a whole bunch of stuff there.
No, we're not here to talk about
We're not
economics
here,
or anything
absolutely.
like that. But obviously his proposal didn't get very far in the Senate, so he started a political organization called the Share Our Wealth Society, which was essentially like a political party, and it had 27,000 clubs, quote unquote, across the country. And by the time Huey Long died, the society had 7.5 million members.
Wow.
So yeah, it was, obviously a lot of people liked that idea. After he went to the Senate, Huey Long continued to dominate Louisiana politics. He went back to Baton Rouge quite often and wrote and lobbied for bills.
He never really left his position as governor.
Not entirely. When he would zip over to Washington for a little bit and then come back. And apparently, the governor who succeeded him would, whenever Huey Long was in town, Huey Long would just take over his office. Yeah. I'm sure that went over really well with him.
Well, he was a supporter, so I'm sure it was one of those things you had to do for the man who got you the job.
Yeah.
But he also he'd walk all over everybody and just yell and point and holler and dictate to people what needed to be done when it was not his position anymore.
I know. But he still, a lot of people did what he told them to do. He still had lots of influence.
He had lots of power.
Yeah. His consolidation of power continued to grow, even though he was no longer the governor, and opposition got more intense and sometimes even violent. There was actually talk about armed rebellion.
Oh.
And, he, in that summer of 1935, he called 2 more special sessions of the legislature and passed a bunch of bills and got all his cronies in the legislature to pass him a bunch of bills. They consolidated his control over the state by creating several new state agencies.
Wasn't it? Weren't the bills passed kind of like rapid fire, one after another, and there wasn't even they didn't even read the bills before voting on it. They just said, "Okay, next one, guys."
Huey wants it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see what new state agencies he created here. A state bond and tax board holding sole authority to approve all loans to parish and municipal governments. A new state printing board, which could withhold, quote-unquote, official printer status from uncooperative newspapers.
That was aimed to stop people who were bashing Long.
Yeah, so essentially, and it's kind of
stifle
censorship.
First Amendment stuff.
Pretty much. A new board of election supervisors, which would appoint all poll watchers. Now that's handy to have on election day.
Super handy.
You have control over all the poll watchers across the state, and also a state board of censors. Huey Long controlled all appointments to all these boards.
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
Was it? And do you know? You may or may not know. Was the wording of the new laws specifically "and Huey Long," or was it "and the senator of the state"? Blah 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 blah.
Well, these were in Louisiana only. They weren't through the Senate.
Right, but I'm saying the bill that they passed.
I don't.
Did it say?
I don't think they did, but I think it was. I think everybody just assumed that Huey Long was going to make the appointments, or else he was actually the appointments would have been made by the governor, who I'm sure would do exactly whatever.
Who would rubber stamp what Long told him to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Super.
Yeah. I'm not going to go. There were lots of other stuff that he did. I mean, if you've read up on this guy at all, it's like, oh my God.
He's kind of a jerk.
He was a flaming jerk.
There's a trail of bodies, so to speak, behind this guy.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to find out there's a trail of real bodies. Actually, one of his political opponents actually did die in a convenient train wreck. It was a car train wreck, but that could have been an accident. Yeah.
Could have been.
Yeah, it could have been. Probably not. Yeah.
Those happen.
Yeah. In August of 1935, Long finally announced that he was going to run for president the following year. But a month later, September 8th, 1935, he was at the state capitol ramming through a new law, which is called House Bill No. 1, which was a redistricting plan. One of his opponents was a judge named Henry Pavey, who served in the 16th District Judgeship, and he'd been there since 1910. As an elected judge.
Long standing.
Yeah, he had been there, yeah. So House Bill No. 1 was specifically meant to change the boundaries of his district to include more Long supporters so that he would be out of a job. come next election. That passed about 9:15 the night of September 8th. It was a long session. Oh, yeah, I forgot one other thing. Oh, yeah. Apparently, Long also told Pavi that he was going to tell everybody in the world that Pavi's family was tainted with, quote, coffee blood, unquote. And coffee blood meaning there was a black person somewhere in the family.
Okay, I was going to say this is a racial slur. I'm assuming for the time.
Yeah, and it's like
and this is Louisiana in the
1930s.
1930s.
So obviously it would be a bigger deal to make that kind of accusation.
Yeah,
at that time.
I can see in context how offensive that would be for an upstanding, for the time, the upstanding white citizen to be accused of that, just knowing how people were at that time.
Yeah, it was a serious thing then. Yeah, obviously. But
in some certain communities it still is. But
yeah, probably.
Which is still dumb.
Yeah.
But
Okay, now back to the session. Or actually, let's talk about the assassin, whose name was Dr. Carl Weiss. He was 29 years old. He was Judge Pavi's son-in-law. And he was at the Capitol that day trying to get to speak to Long, but every time he would approach him, he'd get a rude brush off from Long and his bodyguards.
How many were there, by the way, the bodyguards?
I was never able to find out exactly how many. I got a feeling there were at least 4, if not like 6 or 8. I mean, there were a bunch. They were all state troopers.
I remember reading, I can't remember what it was, about something a year or two prior that had caused him to then only travel with bodyguards. But I'd never seen how many there were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay.
I'm sure there were. I know there were at least 4.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Well, that's better than I don't know. So perfect.
I suspect there could have been a whole bunch of them because, and you'll find out this in a second. Yeah. He kept trying to approach Long, and he'd get rudely brushed off.
And this is Wise.
Carl Weiss.
Yeah.
Carl Weiss. At 9:20 p.m., just after House Bill number 1 had passed, Long exited the legislative chamber, was in the corridor outside, and he was approached by Weiss a third time. Although some accounts of this say that Weiss was actually hiding behind a column in the corridor, and as Long walked by, he popped out. He owned a .32 caliber automatic that he usually kept in his car, but apparently he had it on him. When he tried to talk to Long, he got another insulting brush off, at which point he pulled out the .32 and shot Long from about 4 feet away. Although there's evidence that if he did indeed shoot Long, that he actually shot him from like right up close and personal, actually put the gun to his body. And because apparently there were powder burns on his jacket.
Yeah, no, we've talked about some of that before. You do have to be exceedingly close for the powder burns to transfer.
Oh yeah, definitely. Certainly closer than 4 feet.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of different witnesses and a lot of different accounts of this. The bodyguards returned fire and they shot Weiss 62 times.
Which is reasonable.
Yeah, I know.
He was clearly dangerous.
Yeah.
What was it? It was like 30-some bullets in the torso, 5 or 10 in the head, and the rest in the legs. I mean, it's just like literally riddled with bullets.
Yeah, the
guy was a human colander at that point.
Oh yeah, the thing about it is that whenever the cops, at least this is the way it seems to happen these days in this town, whenever they shoot somebody a bunch of times, usually about half the bullets miss, if not more. So there was a lot of lead flying around that corner.
These guys were crack shots.
Yeah.
That or they just shot like 120 times.
Well, they were automatics.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they had a couple of Tommy guns. I don't know. It could have been that.
I can't say. I remember seeing something about Tommy guns, but that seems really excessive for a bodyguard for a U.S. senator to be packing around. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, it certainly is. I have no idea. Yeah, I think really probably, they probably shot him about a dozen times and then just stood over his body and shot him a bunch more times.
Yeah.
So basically he died.
Oh,
but
he
so
died.
were they not taking care? They were busy shooting. What was Long doing? Did Long die immediately? He fell to the ground, or
no. He wasn't dead at that point. He staggered down the corridor and went down 4 flights of stairs where he met somebody. And the name of this person is unknown, but this person drove him to the Our Lady of the Lake Sanitarium, which is about a quarter mile away.
That person is always referred to as an associate.
Yeah, exactly.
When I read your stuff and I'd read it and I realized I hadn't found it, I kept trying to find that. It's always an associate.
Yeah, so don't ask me.
And did she have a sword for King Arthur?
Our Lady
that's
of the
all
Lake.
I can think of. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I can't hear that without thinking about Monty Python and the Holy
Yeah,
Grail.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, where are we at here? Oh, yeah.
Our Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, Our Lady. So he was operated on and patched up, but he died anyway about 30 hours later. So Huey Long is dead, assassinated. But was he actually assassinated?
Was he?
Yeah, that's the mystery. Oh, yeah, the other mystery is what kind of medical treatment did he get?
Was it adequate?
Yeah, was it adequate? Seems like maybe not.
I don't know that that question is right to ask based on what I've read, but I know we're going to get into it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a
Yeah,
little bit.
it's hard to. I mean,
Yeah.
a bullet to the gut.
It just depends on what it
hard.
hits, you
Yeah.
know, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
All right, back to Huey. He was, even though he was popular with some people, as I said, he alienated a lot of other people, and even in the medical community, he had alienated people. And so he didn't trust any old doctor to operate on him or treat him. But there was a doctor who happened to be in the hospital at the time who was a long appointee and then therefore considered trustworthy.
Just happened to be there.
Yeah, yeah. His name was Arthur Vadrine, and he was acceptable, even though there were probably far better surgeons out there. You know, the other surgeons maybe wanted to kill Long. So
When I've been shot, I usually don't squabble about who my doctor is.
Yeah. Arthur Vadrine, Dr. Vadrine, examined Huey Long and decided that the wound was a through-and-through wound, one in the front
to back.
and out to back. Yeah. And he told Long that surgery was needed, and Long agreed to that, but he requested a couple of well-known surgeons from New Orleans who were summoned. But as his condition was deteriorating so much, it was decided the surgery couldn't wait.
I also remember one of those doctors got weirdly delayed by
a car accident?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
one of them couldn't make it because, well, he was an fender bender.
Weird.
Yeah.
Which is a conspiracy. I mean, no, it's not. Sorry.
Yeah, the politics is, I think everything in Louisiana at this time, and maybe it's still this way today, I don't know, everything seemed to be politicized. So anyway, Dr. Vadrine became the chief surgeon, and he was assisted by two other surgeons. An anesthesiologist was recruited. His name was Henry McCowan. But he was anti-Long, and he had reportedly said just a couple of days before that if he ever did anesthesia on Huey Long, Huey would never wake up. So he said he would do it, but he stipulated that another doctor had to be right at his side watching his every move.
Smart man.
Yeah, smart move. Oh, and so time for surgery, but what didn't they do before surgery? They didn't take any x-rays.
Do you know why?
No, why?
No, I'm asking. I've never found out why.
I don't know why. I mean, I really can't understand it. It seemed to me you'd want to take an x-ray or two and find out where the bullet is. And maybe that's why they didn't do it, is maybe they felt like the doctor concluded it was a through-and-through wound, so if he had already decided that the bullet was not in the body, maybe they didn't need to take the time to do x-rays. Maybe it was time to rush into surgery. 6
hours between the time that he arrived and the time he went into surgery, correct?
No, it wasn't that long.
Was it not that? I thought it was it 3, or how long was it then? I thought it was like 6 hours between when he arrived and when the scalpel touched, because he was waiting for those other doctors.
No, actually, it was almost 2 hours.
Okay, well,
started the surgery.
Regardless, 2 hours seems like more than enough time to wheel him into the X-ray bay and at least take a shot.
I don't know if if he thought it was a through and through. If there's a hole in the front and a hole in the back, where else is the bullet going to be? Why even bother taking an X-ray? Those things are expensive.
But the thing is that X-rays show things, not just metal, but you do see, I mean, granted the technology wasn't that great at the time, but it would give you an idea of if there's pooling of blood in areas of the body, because he's going to have to be in a prone position to take this, not as if he can stand up.
That's fair,
probably show you, like, some ribs got chipped or broken.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
he's going to have been laying down for a while. So I feel like there would have been some information to be gained from doing the X-ray.
There were some strange decisions made regarding this whole surgery. It was a really peculiar thing.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll get into that.
Yeah.
A guy named Ed Reed wrote a book about this whole thing, about the death of Huey Long. It was called Requiem for a Kingfish, and he said that the surgery was, quote, one of the most bizarre and unreal operating room settings that one could possibly imagine. Spectators, bodyguards, and medical professionals elbowed each other for space in the operating room, unquote.
Well, there goes all the sterilization practices.
I know. Some of them were surgical gowns, but most were in street clothes. And yeah, just standing right there in the operating room. It's no wonder he died. He did get an infection later.
Yeah, but you know what this makes me think of is whenever it's a big political figure, this kind of garbage happens. I swear it was something like a similar situation when there was the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. A bunch of people were in the room when he was being treated. JFK was the other one. There was a bunch of Secret Service in the room. It's like, why is it when you're super, super important, do we throw out all of the safety rules?
Well, I wonder if the reason that you have a bodyguard in there is to make sure that, your person's going to wake up from anesthesia, right? I mean...
Somebody doesn't snuff them.
Yeah.
Take the opportunity.
Yeah.
That's the thing is if you're the surgeon or the surgeons in this case, you probably want to have at least one or two of Wong's cronies in there to witness it and make sure that you didn't murder him. You know?
Yeah.
It just sounded like a house party.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It
like they had a keg in the corner.
And
it was
again,
probably a little overkill,
yeah, and I don't think any of these people, if they were in street clothes, I'm sure they didn't scrub or sanitize themselves in any way. So... Dr. Vidrine was assisted by two other surgeons, one of whom was named Cook. I can't remember his first name. They opened Long up. They found it appeared that he hadn't been damaged too badly. His colon was perforated, so they repaired that, and then they stitched him up. And apparently no bullet was found, but accounts differ on this.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll talk about that in a little bit. And Arthur Vidrine reportedly said that, quote, it was just a perforation of the intestines. But then later on, another doctor arrived at the hospital, and he told that doctor that the right kidney was damaged and bleeding. And he was asked if he'd seen the kidney, and Vidrine said that he had only felt it. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, you've determined that the kidney is damaged, but you don't bother doing any repairs before you close them up.
Or looking at it.
Or looking at it,
yeah. I've got the wrinkled eyebrow thing going, like, what?
Yeah.
I know. Well, I don't get it either. But like I said, this is a strange medical situation. And I read a really long, very scholarly article on this. I don't know if you guys read that.
Oh, I went through that thing.
It was quite good, actually.
It's well laid out.
Yeah, and he says it's apparent that medical practice was tainted by politics in this case.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah. Huey Long's condition deteriorated. It was apparent he was losing blood, so that meant he was bleeding internally. And 6 hours after surgery, a blood count was done. It showed signs that he had an infection.
Surprising.
Yeah, big surprise, huh? Hopefully the surgeon scrubbed in at least before,
Yeah, please. At least one person in this.
Yeah. But the doctors felt that Long was too weak to withstand another surgery, so they just gave him drugs and blood transfusion. And eventually, 30 hours after he was shot, he died.
Yeah, that's not going to keep... I mean, not for too long, unless you can stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
I understand I'm not a doctor, and I understand that when someone is desperately, desperately ill, the trauma of cutting them back open and rooting around in their insides is going to do more harm than good.
Yeah, it's the shock. It's a real huge shock to your system.
But if this guy has already got an incision where they've gone in once, that's not really a new trauma to cut the stitches.
Well,
and if all you're going in to do is say, I know the kidney's got a perforation, let's stitch it up real quick. I don't see how. Then again, practices at the time are not what they are now. It used to be you shoved your hands in there and did everything and juggled all the guts around, whereas now they've got better tools, so they're not doing all of that. But it just amazes me. It's like, yeah, you've had 3 transfusions today, and we're just not going to do anything.
Well, I don't think. I mean, I do think that an incision like that begins to heal much more quickly than I think you might think it does. It's not, I don't think it is a matter of just like stitches and then, it's just an opening that's like still there. I think that, it's starting to scab, hopefully, ideally, right? It's starting to scab over, it's starting to heal itself.
You're really grossing me out here.
And to re-damage that, I'm sorry, but to re-damage that is probably going to do like way more shock than it would have been to even cut him open.
He's going to have an awesome scar. Chicks dig that.
Yeah, well, if we have any surgeons out there, why don't you guys
Let us
send us some
know.
emails and let us know. There's probably some guy doing open heart surgery right now while he's listening to our
us,
podcast.
yeah.
Don't you think?
Yelling, no!
Sir,
What?
please
She never
pay
saw
attention to
Jaws?
what you're doing.
Devin never saw Jaws? That's just BS. Okay, where were we?
Off topic.
Yeah, wait, amazing.
I think we're at theories.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Not quite the theories.
He died.
One last interesting little thing here. No autopsy was done. Yeah, I mean, seriously, no autopsy was done. That would have been actually really helpful.
Super helpful.
I would agree.
Yeah, but apparently Huey Long's wife didn't want an autopsy done, so they didn't do it. So I guess unless we go to Louisiana and dig up his body and check for bullets in it.
Well, even then, I think it's probably pretty far gone, right?
Yeah.
Body.
Actually, Dr. Carl Weiss's body was exhumed in 1991.
Why?
Yeah, interesting. Well, apparently they were
counting the bullets.
No, they didn't need to count
Yeah,
the bullets
geez.
so much. I think they wanted to do like blood and tissue samples or whatever they could, and find out if there was any evidence of anything in his brain that could have caused him to go around the bend and shoot, because he really wasn't a violent person. And even though he had somewhat of a motive, it wasn't a strong motive really.
Not for murder.
Not for murder, yeah. And so they thought, well, was it drugs, or was it some sort of mental condition, or brain tumor, or what caused? And so they dug his body up. Found a couple of articles on them exhuming the body. I was not able to ever find anything about what results they came up with, if anything.
That usually means there was no results of any note.
That most likely is what it means, yeah. So, but yeah, Huey's not been dug up as far as I know. He's buried at the state capitol in Louisiana, by the way.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah,
Well,
of course.
hey,
He's not cryogenically frozen in.
Let's jump in your car. I got a couple of shovels. We'll go find out.
Actually, sledgehammers. I think he's in like a marble or granite crypt.
Oh, I just bought a new 4-pound hammer. Perfect.
Yeah,
we can put that thing to use.
Yeah. I guess it's time to move into our theories
It's gonna
now.
be a dirty look. I'll shut up.
Yeah, we're doing theories now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't break into graves too often. All right, theories. Number one theory: he was assassinated by Carl Weiss, who he did have a good documented motive to not like him,
Because he was going to put his father-in-law out of a job.
and because he was going to slander the family. So
That.
Yeah, well, that is an issue, because Pavey was Judge Pavey was 60 years old at the time of Huey Long's murder, and he was about to actually turn 61. So it's not, if it would put him out of a job, it wouldn't be for that long before his retirement anyway.
Aren't judges also paid forever?
I don't know if
Are they like Congress and
I don't know if
Congressmen
at that
and
time.
senators?
I don't believe in that municipality. That kind of judge would be. I know that in higher courts they are, but those are usually really high, kind of federal level courts.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, and of course, this wasn't going to necessarily put him into poverty, because the guy's still a lawyer. He can still practice law.
Yeah.
So I mean, that wasn't the end of the world necessarily for Pavey.
So
That's the official explanation. Is that Weiss did it? Actually, I read the Louisiana State Police reopened the case, and because some interesting evidence was found, and so they reopened it and just went over all the evidence again and concluded that Carl Weiss was the shooter. So that's what the official version is.
I know
there are
that
people
when
who dispute that.
I know that when you take tours through that courthouse where all of this went down, one of the things the tour guides always do is they always point to a pockmark in the column and say that's where the bullet that killed Huey Long hit the column, and then somebody actually investigated it. It's not actually a fracture; it's just a dark spot in the marble.
It's just an imperfection in the marble.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. You would think there'd be some bullet holes, unless of course if the state troopers, bodyguards were really, really accurate.
They're marksmen,
and they didn't miss a single shot. But you would think there'd be a lot of pockmarks in the walls.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
You really would.
Yeah. Okay. So much for that theory. Theory number 2.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Carl Weiss was an assassin for the International Zionist Conspiracy. FDR, actually Franklin Roosevelt, and/or his cabinet was involved also. I got this from the guys over at Jew Watch, which is a website that I stumbled across while researching this story.
This is
Jew-Watch.
a fantastic, please note sarcasm, website.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Just a bunch of paranoid, anti-Semitic ravings. But back to these guys. According to Jew-Watch, quote, Long was assassinated because he was one of the most charismatic leaders of the 1930s, and he was going to run for president. He could easily have defeated Roosevelt and would have put international Jewry back 200 years.
I don't understand.
End quote. That's what these guys are saying.
Yeah,
I don't know how. I mean, I guess because Huey Long was going to attack Capitol. That's what he was doing.
And he was going to spread the money around.
Yeah,
take
and
it out of the decentralize it.
Yeah, and so since of course, according to people like this, I'm not saying this, of course, but according to the people at Jew Watch, since the Jews have all the money, then obviously they don't want to have it taken from them.
And it sets them back 200 years.
So many terrible, terrible things. And okay. I'm going to hold my tongue and just say, ugh.
Yeah. I'm just throwing this one in for fun, just because, and just so our listeners know, I don't actually regularly patronize this website.
Joe is not on the moderator on their forums.
No, but also they claim that Dr. Arthur Vedrine, you remember him, the guy who operated on Huey Long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they claim he was also Jewish and that he deliberately botched the operation.
Well,
so this is a pretty amazingly well-run operation that apparently these Zionist conspirators put together. Yeah, amazing. It's like, I mean, if you want to talk, it's interesting. These guys that run websites like this and say stuff like this, they apparently don't like Jews because they think they're an inferior race, apparently. And yet at the same time, it's like, wow, those Jews, is there anything they can't do?
Yeah, there is a bit of a juxtaposition.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, before we move on from that theory, I just want to reiterate that, no, I don't think that the Zionists or the Jews were behind the murder of Huey Long. You guys disagree with me?
Not at all. I'm in complete agreement that... What?
I'm shocked this has even made the show. To be honest, that's how silly I think this is.
Well, it is absurd. But
yeah.
I appreciate Joe following our guideline of we will talk about any theory,
that's fair.
No matter how ridiculous it is.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's loony. Yeah.
What's next?
Oh, next theory. Huey Long was killed by his bodyguards.
I'll get on board with this one right off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, after all, there were a lot of bullets flying around. Some versions of this story say that Weiss did not even have his gun on him, and he just punched Long in the face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Huey Long did have a split lip when he showed up at the hospital.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also, if he had a bullet wound in the front and the back, he was shot by a .32 ACP.
No.
That's a pretty anemic round. I mean, maybe it could have made it all the way through and out the backside.
What is I don't know my guns that well. Can you give another gun that caliber would be equivalent to? I mean, is that like a 9mm? Just
no,
slightly different?
Much smaller than a 9mm.
So it's like a 22?
Oh, it's bigger than a 22, bigger than a 25.
Slightly.
So it's slightly bigger than a 22.
Yeah.
Simply put.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
okay.
It's a deadly round. I mean, everything, but it's not. I mean,
I've shot hay bales with a 22 that have popped out the other side, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hay bales.
A hay bale. I mean, it
not
can...
a human body.
I'm sorry. When was the last time you dealt with a hay bale? Those things are packed super, super tight.
Mm-hmm.
A machine packs a hay bale. That's dense material.
I just shot an arrow through a hay bale this weekend, so.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
She-Hulk.
I'm just saying, like you.
What is it? You guys hate hay bales? What the hell?
Yeah, sorry, hay bale hate over here.
Nah.
No, I mean I think that the point is that a .32 is not. It's
not a huge caliber.
It's not
gun.
likely to go all the way through a human body, particularly from 4 feet away, right?
No, yeah, or
maybe.
But at point blank?
Maybe at point blank.
It doesn't lose that in the 4 feet between the muzzle and the body. It's not going to lose that much velocity. It's really just hardly anything. And so I'm kind of doubtful that it could have actually overpenetrated.
Overpenetrated means go through and through, right?
Yeah, that's what it means. I
mean, how frequently do handgun caliber kind of bullets go through a body? It's not a super common occurrence, is it?
Small caliber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smaller.
9mm even.
Yeah, 9mm even. I don't think go all the way through that often.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously back in these days, this was before the invention of hollow points, and so it would have been a full-jacketed bullet. It would have traveled further, but I still doubt that it would have gone all the way through. Maybe it did, but as no bullet was found in the operation, overpenetration is the most likely possibility, except one of the assisting surgeons did say that a small caliber bullet was removed during surgery.
Do you want to talk about that now?
A little bit. Well, and then somebody else said that an object was found, but it was actually fecal matter.
I heard that it was a blood clot, or read that it was one place it was actually a blood clot.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of different versions to this. The same doctor supposedly removed another bullet from Long's body at the funeral home after he died. His body was taken to a funeral home, and apparently he took a bullet out then.
Wasn't there something about this guy, he had a safe deposit box and his family owned it and said that the bullet was in there, and the investigators somehow got into it and discovered it wasn't even from a .38. Does this sound familiar to you?
Well, no, it was...
or is that somewhere later on?
Yeah, I think what you're thinking about is there was the Louisiana State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. The head of it at this time was a guy named General L.F. Gare, and he apparently had a bunch of this evidence, including the gun and the bullet, and a bullet, and 6 cartridges in his possession, along with some files and photos and other stuff. His daughter eventually inherited it or something and wound up in a safe deposit box. And eventually, when it turned up, there was a big custody battle between Carl Weiss's son and her over who got to keep the pistol.
Okay.
Yeah, in which Carl Weiss won. Carl Weiss Jr. won, so he got the gun. But anyway, of course they analyzed the gun and the bullet. There was a single fired slug found with it, along with the 6 unfired cartridges. And they tested the gun and the slug, and they didn't match. So, so who knows where that fired bullet came from? It's a puzzle.
It is.
Yeah. Arthur Vidrine, the surgeon, later said that Long actually had 2 bullets in him, one of which was a .38, which is strange because he didn't say anything about finding a bullet at the time. So there's a lot of disagreement on this. Even if he found a single bullet, obviously it eliminates overpenetration. Obviously, he would have had to have been shot twice.
Yeah.
The bullet had been found in him, right?
Isn't it possible, though, if, let's run on the theory that it's point blank, that Weiss could have pulled the trigger? If it's an automatic, he could have gotten 2 shots off. If it's a point blank, it's essentially going to be 1 entry wound. If they're in rapid succession, one over penetrates or goes through, and the other one bounces around and lodges somewhere. I mean, isn't that a possible scenario?
So you're saying 2 shots, but 1 bullet hole, one entry wound?
1 entry wound, because
that seems unlikely, but I guess it's theoretically possible.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you walk up to a guy and you jam it into his gut and you pull the trigger and it automatically fires 2 rounds in a row, they're going to be almost identical locations for entry.
Yeah, well, according to...
Perfect theory, it is not. I get that.
Yeah.
But I know people are going to say, well, but it could have all come through 1 location.
I guess technically, I don't know if... I don't think an automatic handgun is the same. I mean, I don't think you think of it as a... It's not just going to, like, fire multiple rounds.
No, it's not fully
automatic. It's semi-automatic.
It's a semi-auto. But if you pull it fast enough, they damn near go off at the same time if you can get a quick squeeze on.
That's true.
But he supposedly, according to one biography of Huey Long, which was pretty exhaustively researched, apparently he did get off 2 shots. This guy claims, but one of the bullets hit one of Huey Long's bodyguards in the wristwatch. Apparently, the wristwatch stopped the bullet, or at least slowed it down.
Okay.
Yeah, and so since they found a pistol magazine that went with the gun with 6 cartridges in it, and the gun only holds 7 in the magazine.
Oh, okay.
Assuming he had...
He didn't have one chambered, assuming
he had... If he had one chambered, then he would...
That makes 8.
Then he got off... Yeah, he got off 2 rounds, one of which hit this guy in the wrist, the other one which hit Huey Long. Of course, I'm not even convinced that the gun had 8 rounds in it. And with all the bullets flying, it's entirely possible that the guy got hit in the wrist by somebody else's bullet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would not be at all surprised by that. So, but at the most, he got off 2 rounds.
The very most, yeah.
Not a lot, really. He should have. Well, anyway, I'll talk about that later. Another possibility is that Carl Weiss did shoot him, but just once, and then the other bullet hole in the back was courtesy of one of the security guards, one of the bodyguards.
So they weren't entirely accurate?
Yeah.
Like we've been presuming they were?
So there were 2 entry wounds and 2 bullets in him,
Mm-hmm.
which, could have been causing some internal bleeding that they didn't find necessarily after the first exploratory surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 entry wounds. You presume one of them has got to be exit wounds, so you track between them to try to find the bullet. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Apparently, there actually is evidence that Weiss didn't have the gun on him. A guy named Donald Pavey was the nephew of Judge Pavey, which would make him, I guess, Carl Weiss's cousin or something. Yeah, he wrote a book about this, laying out his theory that the bodyguards did it. And he said the gun was taken from Weiss's car and put at the murder scene after the shooting by the state troopers. And he interviewed Tom Ed Weiss, who was Carl Weiss's brother, who had gone down to the legislature when he heard about the brouhaha going down there and going on down there, and he saw Carl Weiss's car parked there. It was locked. He looked in the window and he saw that the gun was in the glove box. Apparently, it didn't have the door shut or something. And maybe glove boxes in those days didn't have little doors on them.
Yeah, some of them didn't.
Yeah. Apparently, he was in the habit of keeping it in a sock in his glove box of his car.
That's not uncommon.
No, who doesn't do that?
Well, no, keeping a gun in a sock is something that you do to keep them oiled. Yeah,
absolutely, keep them from getting all scratched up.
Yeah.
But apparently he went back later to the car, and the car had been moved, and apparently had been broken into, ransacked, and the gun was missing. Yeah.
That could have been random, but okay.
It could have been random, too. But apparently all of his theories are built on interviews and affidavits he got from people who were either at the Capitol or in the hospital that night. So there was a nurse who was in the operating room when Long was brought in, and she said that the senator had a lacerated lip. And she said that a doctor asked, what is that on your lip? And Long answered, oh, that's where he hit me, which sort of buttresses the theory that Carl Weiss hit him and didn't shoot him.
Yeah.
Do we know Weiss was, I'm presuming, right-handed?
I don't know.
And, Long was shot in the left side?
He was shot in the right side.
The right side.
Yeah, which doesn't necessarily make Weiss.
Well, yeah, no, that kind of makes sense when you think about from left to right. You know, it's almost like shaking hands. You would hit somebody on that side. So, okay. I wonder, do we know what side of the face the abrasion was on his lip, or the? Okay,
it was not an abrasion. It was like it was split and swollen.
Right, the split lip. I mean, was it on his left or his right? Because what I'm trying to figure out is, was it a matter of? Well, this is conjecture, but I'm just trying to figure it out. Did Weiss walk up and take a swing at him and sock him in the lip, and then pull out a gun to add insult to injury and shoot him in the gut, or? Okay, well, if he was right-handed and then he hits him in the face and it ends up on the left half of his face, you know where I'm going here?
Yeah, see,
I'm trying to corroborate this in human factors.
Yeah, I don't think he would have had time. I mean, the bodyguards are right there. He wouldn't have had time to punch him in the face and then pull the gun.
I agree with that entirely.
Are you talking about punching him and then while holding a gun in the other hand?
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so you've got the gun in one hand, you sock him and shoot him.
Yeah, that's possible, but it's also possible that he just biffed him in the face, and the bodyguards were angry, and one of them shot him.
Yeah,
and
I can see that entirely as well.
Their guns had started blazing away too.
Yeah.
And shoot 61 times, ask questions later.
Yeah, I mean, and I know it's unheard of for cops to shoot innocent people multiple times and then lie about it later.
Very unheard of.
Yeah, it's never
happens.
I think the anecdotal evidence would suggest that he would have just hit him in the face.
Well,
really,
yeah.
I mean, more than that's a punishment more befitting the crime. I think is a punch to the face, not 2 shots to the gut. But
yeah, I know, no, not 1 or 2 shots to the gut.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what other evidence does this Pavey guy put out here? He has an affidavit from a guy named Francis Grevenberg, who was superintendent of state police in the 1950s in Louisiana. He told of a story when he was with 4 state troopers. He said, and he actually wrote about this in his memoirs because he wrote a book. He served in World War II, and then he spent a bunch of time battling crime syndicates in Louisiana, so he wrote a memoir about this.
Okay.
And so he repeated that in there also. He said that these troopers were talking about how Weiss's gun had been taken from his car after the shooting. And then he said, this is a quote from his book, and then I made a mistake, Grevenberg said. I said, It appears to me that all the actions following the shooting were a conspiracy to cover up the accidental death of Senator Long and the killing of Dr. Weiss. Continuous quote, after I made that unfortunate statement, the bodyguards became very quiet. So, interesting story, if true, although some people have put out the theory that those guys were just repeating a story that had been circulated by anti-Long politicians, that his bodyguards had killed him and gotten the book. So it's kind of up in the air.
The party line, so to speak.
Yeah. There was also one of the bodyguards was named Delmas Sharp, and his son, Delmas Sharp Jr., said his dad once talked about Long's death prior to a meeting that the two of them had with another bodyguard whose name was Joe Messina. And after the meeting, his dad said to him, well, that's Joe Messina, the killer. Donald Pavey, again, the author of this book, said he also spoke to members of the Murphy Roden family. Murphy Roden was one of the bodyguards also.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of bodyguards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course he's long since passed on, but they said that their understanding is that Roden accidentally shot Long. And he also got some testimony from the son of a reporter who was an eyewitness to the shooting, who apparently said the same thing. So it looks like maybe a cover-up. I don't know. So my verdict on this is that Donald Pavey is probably right. At the time, as I've already said this, Judge Pavey was really kind of nearing retirement age anyway. He
wasn't truly a career killer at that point.
No, it wasn't a career
I just
killer
want to
for him.
talk nostalgically for a second about the days at which 61 was retirement age.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't intend to ever retire because there's not going to be no retirement system.
Yeah.
No, there ain't. But, yeah, I mean, 61, I don't know, was retirement age.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, but, by the time you retire, it's going to be about 80.
90.
Yeah.
90.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
Yeah. Generally, in those days, you didn't necessarily retire. You just worked till you died.
Which was 60.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, the people who lived at those old ages were the ones who worked until they died.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so...
But the other reason I doubt this is that obviously it'd be suicidal to pull a gun and shoot Huey Long when he's surrounded by a bunch of guys that are armed to the teeth. Don't you
Insane,
think?
yeah.
He also
does seem a bit off.
Yeah, he had a wife and he had a very young infant son, so obviously he had plenty to live for. Doesn't really make sense when you think about it. Of course, again, if there was a brain tumor or something like that involved, maybe, I guess.
Something that altered his rational thinking.
Yeah, but when they dug his body up, they didn't find any evidence of that. Of course, after all these years, who knows how much would be left to look at. But the other thing that I find kind of kills it for me, for him being the shooter, is that he was shooting a semi-automatic gun, and if he had to drop on Long, and if he really intended to kill him, why did he fire once and possibly twice when he could have emptied the gun into him in about a second?
Also, why did he aim at his gut?
Yeah.
Not his head or chest.
I think that he.
People overestimate the killing power of guns all the time.
Yeah,
though.
but 4 feet isn't that far away. I mean, it's a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You're aiming in the general direction. It's going to hit in the general direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, fine. You're not aiming for the head, but at least like the upper chest area, right? Not the I'm going to shoot you in the stomach.
Uh-huh.
That'll kill you.
Yeah. People tend to misjudge things like that. I mean, a handgun is very, very subjective to angle the angle that it's being held at. But have you ever goofing around grabbed a water pistol and squirted somebody and you're like, I'm going to shoot him in the face, and then you shoot him in the knee?
No.
Mm-hmm. No,
I'm a good shot.
Yeah.
Well, this is not take your time, draw, and hold. It's just like pull it up and start squeezing the trigger. People do this. I mean, there's all kinds of videos of people like, I'm going to totally just draw really fast and I'm going to shoot that target. And instead they shoot the ground 2 feet in front of them.
Or their foot.
Well,
no, I understand that. That's fair, but I think Joe's point is also fair. Like, why wouldn't you just... Joe said that, right? Why wouldn't you empty the...
That totally makes sense.
There was some note in the files of the Louisiana State Police that one of the bodyguards knocked the gun down. It was originally pointed towards Long's chest. Huey Long's chest, and he knocked it down, and so he shot him in the gut instead. But I still, I still don't see why he didn't shoot him a couple more times.
Or if a bodyguard was that close, how 62 bullets went into him?
Well, one of them went into the bodyguard who was right there, into his watch.
Yeah.
Could be that's where the watch shot came
It's
from.
incredible aim, though.
Well, the 61 the
No, they,
61 rounds are incredible in general.
Yeah.
They apparently this. I think the bodyguard was Murphy Roden, if I'm not incorrect. He managed to wrestle him away from Long and shove him up against the wall. And I guess at that point he backed away from him enough so everybody else could open fire on him and ventilate
silly.
him. Yeah.
Ventilate him?
Yeah. They aired him out pretty good.
Okay.
I think, and my only other theory would be that maybe it was an assassination after all, and one or two of Huey's bodyguards shot him.
When I did the reading into the medical research that's been done on this case, the one thing that I found that was really intriguing is in your gut. You know, your gut has cavities inside of it. It's not as if all of your organs and everything are pushed into one giant solid mass. There are
there's
gaps
like the
between
areas
things.
where there's like styrofoam packing peanuts. And then,
Yeah.
Packing peanut
I
area.
think we
of your
call that
intestines.
fat.
Yeah.
Usually. Yeah.
No, but there's voids where there is not an organ. And those voids, based on how, where you are in the lower regions of the abdomen, there can be folds in it. One of the things that I found is I wish I could, but I cannot remember the name of the interior lining of the gut. Not your stomach or your intestine, but just your interior abdomen wall, the lining of that.
Was that like the peritoneum or something
Thank
like
you.
that?
That's the word. I knew it
Yeah.
started with a P.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's possible that can have folds on itself. And some of this research said that when Long was shot, he was actually shot through an area that had a fold. And here's the easy way to think about it. Take a piece of paper and fold it in half and poke a hole in it. Unfold it, and you've got an entry and an exit wound. Take a new piece of paper, fold it in half, and then fold it on in half again on itself, and then poke a hole through it. And unfold it, and now you've got 4 holes. So the doctors may have seen what they considered the entry and the exit wound, so they dealt with those, but these other 2 holes are not necessarily gonna be where they're looking, and so those are perforations, which would then cause blood loss, which would cause internal bleeding.
Yeah.
So that's completely plausible because, it's not a straight line inside of you.
No,
It's not a solid surface.
Obviously, they either missed something that was bleeding. They missed it big, or maybe the repair to the intestines just didn't quite hold. I don't know. And also,
That's completely abnormal to stitch up intestines.
Yeah.
And intestines are like tissue paper.
Yeah.
They're not strong. For all the crap that they hold, pun intended, they're not all that strong.
You probably can't use sutures. You probably got to use duct tape on them.
Glue. I think they use glue now.
Yeah, I think they do actually.
No,
use
yeah,
glue.
super glue.
Yeah. The other thing about the surgery, I forgot to mention this at the time, but apparently, as always, when you get shot in the colon, a certain amount of fecal matter gets spread around the inside of the guts. Right, and apparently there's not much evidence that they actually irrigated, in other words, that they
which
flushed
would have
out
caused
the
the
guts.
infection.
That could easily cause an infection.
Yeah.
Huh.
So his medical care was probably not the most competent, but
Yeah, but also I don't know that Weiss shot him.
Yeah, I was going to say the medical care may not have been perfect, but if you have 20 crazy harried bodyguards and political consultants breathing down your neck,
it's going to make
watching
you nervous,
what
huh?
you do.
Yeah.
When was the last time you had somebody sitting at your desk while you were working and you kept screwing up because somebody was watching you? Think about that when you now have a scalpel and sutures and somebody's life is in your hand.
Yeah.
And you're
Talk
not a
about
very good
nerve-wracking.
doctor to begin with.
Yeah, Dr. Vidrine was like, I'm not going to call him incompetent, but I don't think he was really qualified for this kind of surgery.
No,
at all,
I don't
really.
think he'd ever done this kind of surgery before.
I don't think he had any gunshot wound
I don't think he ever
experience.
did again.
Yeah.
With good reason.
Yeah. No, I agree. So yeah. Just unfortunate for old Huey, but, I think he was, and I really, it is possible that maybe some anti-Long guys had gotten a mole into his phalanx of bodyguards, And the guy was just waiting for the opportunity when, some big hassle came up, something came up where he gave him an opportunity to pull his gun and shoot Huey a few times. Maybe that's what happened.
Now Joe's making filler?
Yeah,
for
he
theories.
is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're done here.
I think
More
we
likely
might be
it's-
kind of done.
Yeah.
You guys want to take a vote? What do you think?
I think Huey Long died.
Yeah, do you think he died of an accidental shooting, or do you think he was assassinated by Carl Weiss?
Both.
Really?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I think it was an accidental shooting by his
I-
bodyguard. It was. I think his bodyguard did it, not Weiss.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
I don't know if it was
Yeah.
accidental or not, but
The split lip kind of indicates that Weiss
Like Weiss
socked
hit
him in the mouth
Yeah.
And then the
for
guard-
being a jerk to him.
Yeah, and then the guards went nuts and shot him,
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what I'm thinking, too. Too bad for Weiss. It really,
Oh,
and-
yeah.
And his wife and his kid and his family.
No, his family more
Yeah.
than anybody. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Terrible thing. And obviously his son, Carl Weiss, and other family members and relatives are still trying to clear his name. It's hard to say it. I think more people are convinced that Weiss was innocent than not, personally.
But the official line is that Weiss did it. So
Yeah, that's the official
that's really
line.
hard to change.
It is really hard to change.
Without
but, yeah.
without the smoking bullet, your smoking gun.
Yeah, I think so too. But I after all the reading I've done on this, I'm pretty certain that Weiss did not shoot Huey Long. Anyway, that's about it. Do you guys have any more thoughts on this?
No,
I do not.
So ends another successfully solved mystery. Yeah. Hey, so you probably want to know more about us. You can check us out at our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can leave comments, check links. You can also listen to episodes from there. If you're probably more likely getting us from iTunes, so if you are indeed doing that, if you haven't done this already, please subscribe and give us a review, preferably a good review. We like those a lot better. As far as streaming us, you can stream us from God knows how many websites these days, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tons of them.
Stop counting.
Yeah. We're on Facebook. What are we at? We're Thinking Sideways Podcast on Facebook, right?
Just
Thinking Sideways.
search Thinking Sideways Podcast on Facebook. You'll find the page and the group.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget the group.
The group is insane right now.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Super, super busy.
Insane.
They're going nuts over,
Over the
Yeah.
story that we
So-
released this week, which
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah, we like that.
There's a lot of awesome discussion.
Yeah.
I love the group because we don't really have to do so much sometimes. Is we can just watch all this stuff happen and then just go in, make a comment, and then just watch everybody it's like we're not even there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's fantastic
love
to see
it.
how much work these people do
Yeah.
and how into it they are.
Yeah.
I know. Pretty soon they're going to be having, like, a few more years, all these people are going to get together and they're going to start having conventions and stuff. It'll be like Comic-Con. Yeah. Thinking Sideways a con.
Yeah, they'll
Thinking
be selling my scalp, the
Yeah.
plastic version of my bald head
Yeah.
with a little bit of fuzz on it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and there will be action figures. For that. Yeah.
Speaking of selling stuff, the website also has the merchandise
Oh, yes, we've
on
got
it.
merch on there. I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a little picture now that
Yeah.
says merchandise on it.
Little link so you can go out and buy merch on Zazzle, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What else do we got? Twitter. We are on Twitter. We are Thinking Sideways. That's without the G. And last of all, if you want to send us an email, then you can send us one at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And that's about it for all the information. Any last thoughts, you guys? All right, no?
I'm exhausted this one.
Yeah, I know. So we've been, just as a heads up, we've been talking a lot about death and murder lately, so we're going to change it up a little bit probably and talk about, I don't know, what, the Tooth Fairy probably?
Yeah.
Something
Salamanders.
Like that. Yeah.
I've seen some really cool salamanders this week, so we're going to talk
have you?
about salamanders.
Yeah.
Cool. That works for me.
Cool.
All right, well, so that's it for this week. So long, everybody. See you in a week.
We'll talk to you next week, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome again to an episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm your host, Joe, joined as always by
Devin.
And Steve.
Yeah. Well, so we're going to tackle another cool mystery. This week we're going to talk about the disappearance of David Snedden.
Like the singer?
No, actually, well, that's funny. An interesting mystery in a mystery here is that David Snedden, the singer, has got a Wikipedia page, but this David Snedden does not have one.
I gotta be honest with you, the singer David Snedden kind of became the bane of my existence while researching this.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, I know, because,
I don't care where he's touring. That's not what I'm after.
I know, it's unfortunate, but yeah, he does clog up your Google searches. Yeah, I know.
I'm sure that fans of him are saying the exact same thing about our story tonight.
Oh, I know.
I don't want to read about this story again.
Well, the guy shouldn't have been in China anyway, man. Anyway, back to the disappearance of David Snedden. He was a 24-year-old student and traveler who disappeared in China in 2004. And before I say anything more, I'd like to thank our listener Sean, who suggested this story. And I'm glad that he did, because I had not heard about this one before.
But it's really good.
It's an interesting story, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so on to the case then. Let me lay out the facts for you. David was 24 at the time that he just disappeared, and in 2004 he had finished his junior year at Brigham Young University and was planning on returning in the fall to finish out his final year. And he was making plans to go to law school. Had his life all planned out.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a Mormon, son of Roy and Kathleen Snedden, and he had 10 brothers and sisters. So
gosh.
Big old family.
Yeah.
And as you all probably know, Mormons are expected to go somewhere for 2 years on a mission and be missionaries and score some new Mormons. And
that is part of what they do when they're on their mission.
Yeah, it's not just trying to convert people. I'm sure, but
It's not even primarily trying to convert people.
No. But David,
humanitarian kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, they do that kind of stuff too. Yeah, it's missionary work and whatever that it might entail.
Yeah.
David spent his 2 years in South Korea, and he was fluent in Korean. Yeah, and at BYU he also studied Mandarin. He lived in the Chinese house. Apparently they had different houses there so you could be immersed in the language and learn it. So he lived in the Chinese house, and his plan apparently was to, when he came back in the fall of 2004, is he wanted to study Spanish also, so he was planning on living in the Spanish house for a while. This guy was into languages.
Yeah, I guess.
Apparently he had some facility with them.
I was going to say, because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Neither of those are particularly easy languages.
Yeah, apparently, from what I understand, he was fluent in both Mandarin and Korean.
Yeah, those are pretty...
Yeah, so that's impressive.
Yeah.
And anyway, after he finished his classes at BYU in 2004, he went to China to study Mandarin in Beijing. And when the classes ended, which was at the beginning of August, he left Beijing with his roommate, George Bailey, who was also going to BYU, and they traveled together until August 9th. And at that point, George had to leave because his return plane ticket was earlier than David's. David continued on to Yunnan province, and I'm going to state this right away. There's a lot of words here that I'm...
I believe it's Yunnan.
Yunnan? Okay, yeah. Yunnan province. So... He went to Yunnan province, which is in the southwest of China. It borders Vietnam, Laos, Burma, way down there. He went to the town of Lijiang, where he spent the night. And on August 11th, he sent an email to his mother, which read, quote... Actually, Devin, you want to read that so they don't have to listen entirely to my voice?
Sure, yeah. He says, I'm in Lijiang now, in western Yunnan province. I will take a bus and hike Tiger Leaping Gorge in about half an hour. I am having a great time here, but nonetheless am excited to come home.
Unquote. And that was the last that the family heard from him. He went to the tiny town of Kiaotu, which is the jumping off point for Tiger Leaping Gorge. And by the way, let me a moment here. Tiger Leaping Gorge, you can do a Google on it. It's just fantastically incredible.
It's amazing.
You've seen pictures of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, if I ever get to China, I'm really going to try to go make that hike. I mean, it's really...
I don't know that I would take the hike though.
The hike is a little scary.
Yeah, I'm a weenie. I don't know that I would take that.
Yeah. Well, more about the hike in a little bit here. He was carrying a large backpack. He left that at a youth hostel called Jane's Guest House, and he took the top. It's one of those backpacks that's got the detachable top part that you can use kind of like a fanny pack. And so he took that only and put a few clothing articles and a toothbrush and his Book of Mormon in there, and left to hike the trail. And I'm assuming he had some water in there too.
You would imagine.
Yeah. He never came back to get the backpack. Police found it there weeks later. He would generally stay in touch with his family while traveling. He would email them 2-3 times a week at least. When a week went by, they started worrying about not hearing from him, but they assumed, well, he's kind of traveling in a remote area, so maybe there's no internet cafes. But on the 26th of August, he was supposed to meet up with his brother Michael in Seoul, South Korea, and he didn't show up for their meeting. That would have been about 2 weeks after he left to hike Tiger Leaping Gorge. Yeah. So the family got in touch with the U.S. Embassy in China, and the Chinese authorities did a little searching. They went around, since he said he was going to go to Tiger Leaping Gorge, they went to the tiny town of Gyeongju and put up posters all over the place, especially outside hostels. And they also went up the trail, because there were also small little hostels and what are called guest houses on the trail itself. So they went to all those places and put posters up and stuff and asked questions. And that's how they found the backpack. Other than that, they apparently his passport hadn't been used. His bank account hadn't been touched since August 5th. They checked the hospitals, jails, mental hospitals, found nothing. They decided that murder was out of the question because there's very little murder in that part of China. It's kind of rural and nice. It's not like the cities. And China does, at least officially, have a very low murder rate. It's like 1 per 100,000, which is And I'm assuming most of that is in the cities.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a cultural taboo.
Yeah, exactly. So they found his backpack where he left it at Jane's guest house, like I said, and looking at that, they found some clothes, some airline tickets, and some undeveloped rolls of film, which they turned over to the U.S. Embassy. Eventually, they concluded that David had fallen from the trail to his death, because after all, it is kind of a scary little trail, kind of treacherous. In fact, I came across several amusing blog posts by people who would hike the trail.
Yep.
You read those too?
I read several of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were talking about how it was the most terrifying experience of their lives.
There was a lot of colorful descriptions of the trail. Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds
Which is why I'll never hike it.
I don't know. It looks kind of awesome.
Yeah, no, it looked pretty awesome to me too, and I'm thinking about the opportunity for photography. I mean, you could take some really awesome pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. But according and probably you guys read some of the accounts that I read, which is there were a few people that said it's very easy to lose your way and get sidetracked and get on the wrong path.
A lot of false trails from the main trail.
Yeah, and then some of those will lead to very perilous places. And here you thinking, well, this is a real trail. You keep heading on down to this place that's going to lead you to maybe not certain death, but.
Oh yeah, no, I've read. I think it might have been one of the ones you put up of hikers who went down a false trail and followed it for 2 hours, and when they realized they were on a false trail, had to go back and then continue hiking in the real trail. So they're doing it in the dark. If you've ever hiked in the dark in just a flat area, it's kind of perilous. Now put yourself on some extreme slope with basically a goat track. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. The only time I wound up lost and hiking in the dark, I luckily had a small flashlight with me.
Oh, that was a good thing for you.
Yeah, I'm really glad I had that with me. I would have been hosed. As I said, the Chinese concluded that he left the trail, maybe rolled down the mountainside, maybe even on into the Jinsha River, which is at the bottom of Tiger Leaping Gorge, where he drowned if he wasn't already dead.
From the fall.
Yeah, from the fall. Is this a correct conclusion? Well, I found one Reddit thread. There's more than one Reddit thread about this. So this particular one was the shortest one I've ever seen. I think. Somebody introduces the mystery, and everybody's like, "Oh, come on! Of course he fell and died." Yeah. But there were other threads that had a little more. Were a little less close-minded than that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There are people, though, who think otherwise, including David Snedden's family, and especially the family, because they've done a lot of looking for David.
They really have invested heavily in figuring out what was going on.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, they won't give up on their son.
I could only hope that my family would do the same,
You would hope.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've met your family. They don't seem to really care for you all the time.
True. They'd actually be kind of thrilled if something like this happened
They're
to
like,
me.
wait, who's going to watch the dog?
Oh, that's right. We better go find your hell. Okay. Somebody go Xerox off some posters. Yeah. Here are a few of the theories that are floating around out there. And yes, we're right into theories now.
Right away.
Right away. This one, whenever somebody disappears, of course, this theory always gets floated, which is that they disappeared voluntarily to go start a new life. And, you know, we heard that in Mara Murray's case, Dorothy Arnold's case. And I found a website called NK News, which quotes an anonymous friend of David's who said that David was conflicted, that he was struggling, that he felt trapped, that he was being forced into a mold that he didn't really want.
NK News, I believe, would be North Korea?
I'm suspecting, you know, I was never able to find out to my satisfaction whether or not it was just a North Korean propaganda site.
Yeah, I think I was on that site and I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I know. It's if you ever read any official press releases from North Korea, they're a lot less professional than than NK News website.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because you know the ones from the North Korean government are bombastic, combative, and just kind of ludicrous. And whereas that one was the NK News article was actually written in a fairly reasonable, rational voice, even though I think they made up this anonymous friend of David's. Yeah, they didn't say who he was, and it didn't sound to me like from what his other friends said that he was conflicted at all. They said David, this is back to NK News, he was last seen at a Korean restaurant in the company of, quote, a beautiful Asian woman, unquote. So they floated the idea that he's decided to leave and start his life over again. Yeah, I don't like this theory. He left $700 behind in his bank account. Why wouldn't he get that out? If you're going to head off to start a new life, don't you want to take as much cash as you can with you? He never went back to get his backpack either. He'd already paid tuition for fall at Brigham Young. And also, last of all, I think that leaving your family hanging like that is really kind of a, what's the word I'm trying to think of?
D-bag?
Yeah, it's a D-bag move, you know. I mean, and he didn't strike me from what I've learned about David. That's that kind of a guy.
So I have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah.
First off, tuition was paid. Was he financing his tuition or was he paying cash? Do you know? I never found it.
No, I do not know. That's a good question.
I'm going to guess that going to Brigham Young, he probably had to finance it.
Mm-hmm.
So when it says that it was paid for, really he had signed the loan paperwork, but if he never showed up, the money never would have transferred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In this particular case, I'm not fully behind he decided to just take off and make a new life.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that from the perspective of his religion, it's you hear it described, and I've known some folks who were Mormons, is that it's a bit rigid at times.
Mm-hmm.
And you put on the happy face. Everything is great. You couldn't be happier. You do everything you're told to. You show no signs of any cracks in the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean they're not there, and that doesn't mean that people in that situation won't do things behind everybody else's back. A very particular example is that years ago, I met a girl and we started dating. This was very briefly, and I kind of knew she was Mormon, but I didn't really pay attention to it. And then not too long after we had been together for a very brief amount of time, I come to find out that, oh, well, her family doesn't know about me. They think she's extremely devout, and she's, according to the church, engaged.
Engaged to you or to somebody else?
To somebody else entirely who was of the church. Okay, now she was doing all of this she pulled it off with me for about a month before I was like, whoa, son, no.
So
this is not okay.
She didn't try to convert you or anything?
No, but the point is that when you are following what you are told you have to do and it's not what you want to do, people can get extremely creative about making that double life.
Mm.
Now, do I think that that's what happened to him? I don't see anything, but then again, I have to wonder, was he good enough at making that double life that for him, the whole time in Korea was a giant party, but everybody else didn't know it because he was just so good at hiding it?
Mm-hmm. Maybe, but I have no idea how devout he was. Any religion is like there's always going to be people who are more into it than other people.
Varying degrees of commitment. Yes.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of variance there. But he left the money in the backpack behind. I don't know.
People do, not everybody, obviously, but there's a certain fair number of people who classify Mormonism as a cult. Just to throw that out there. While everything like Steve's been saying may have seemed really hunky-dory to his friends and family, if he was feeling that it was kind of that, way, and the only way to escape out of it would have been to fake his death and lead a different life. But I agree. I don't necessarily think you would leave all that stuff behind.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, that dropping of every physical trace, I almost want to say that's like, a total government plot ahead of time instead of, some dude who's like, that's it, I got to get out. He's not going to be that good at planning it ahead.
Probably.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't think this is what happened, but
No.
I can't push it away as a possibility as easily as some are willing to.
Sure.
Yeah, I can push it away pretty easily. I'm giving this theory one star out of 27 possible.
We're doing that theory that way now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of those stories for Joe.
Yeah.
Folks at home, please write down that number. You're gonna need a cheat sheet at the end.
Yeah, 1/27.
Because there will be a test.
Yeah. Yeah, so not a good theory in my opinion. Okay, next theory. He was murdered. It's hard to say why somebody would murder him, except maybe robbery. Maybe somebody wanted his money, his wallet, and
But
maybe
it seems
his camera.
like he didn't have that much money on him. So.
Yeah, and it's probably not necessary to kill somebody. You can just rob them, right? Yeah. And of course, as I said, murder was not typical of the area. But I will say this: I did look around a little bit, but it turns out in 2004, when David disappeared, there happened to be a farmer named Zhang Yongming. He lived in Yunnan province, although he didn't live he lived near the city of Kunming, which is a city that David was actually going to travel to shortly. It's a nearby city. In May 2012, Zhang, however you call him, Zhang Yongming, was arrested for murder. And it turns out he was a serial killer, and he was suspected of murdering perhaps as many as 17 people.
Wow.
Yeah, his first murder was in 1979. He served prison time for that until 1997 when they let him out and gave him some land in Yunnan province to be a farmer. After he murdered these people, reportedly, he butchered their bodies and fed parts of them to his dogs. And here's the best part, or maybe not the best part, but a lot of the meat, he would cure it and take it down to the local market and sell it as ostrich meat.
It's white meat.
Yeah, I know. And so
you don't know what white meat is. White meat.
Yeah. So yeah, the word of the wise: if you go to China, don't eat the ostrich meat.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
So anyway, his spree is mostly concentrated. I think the ones they were able to pin on him were from 2008 to 2012. That doesn't mean that he didn't commit the odd murder before that time.
True.
It just means maybe he escalated. So could Zhang and David have crossed paths and did that and not so well for David?
My thing with this whole theory is that he's hiking a trail.
Yeah.
That's not the best place to try and abduct somebody or commit a crime, because you don't know there's inevitably going to be somebody just around the corner on that path.
Well, yeah, but I don't because I personally think, spoiler alert here, plug your ears, but anyway, I personally think he didn't meet him on the trail. He met him afterwards, after he left the trail, if he met him at all.
That's fair.
I got to say that
I don't think he met him though.
I doubt it. The odds of these two crossing paths is, I think, pretty minimal.
Yeah, it makes me think of. Do you remember, what is that Timothy Oliphant movie where he's a newlywed and he meets another newlywed couple, and it turns out one couple is a set of crazy psycho killers, but it's just everything about the movie is so absurd because the chances of this and the chances of that, it's one of those, we just build suspense and suspense till we have a sort of okay ending, but it's like. That only happens in written Hollywood movies,
that's
where they meet on the trail and they hike for a day together and they form a friendship, and then he beats him over the head and cooks him for dinner.
Okay, spoilers.
Yeah, I know. I don't think if they did meet, I think they would have met probably later on.
Okay.
But I guess another point to be made probably is that a tourist is probably way more likely to be missed.
That's
an American tourist.
Yeah, because apparently people disappear in China with a disturbing regularity,
locals.
Yeah, but
mostly,
locals.
right?
Yeah, exactly. So
And everybody figures they went to the big city or the next town to get better work.
Or everybody figures that they were kidnapped and sent off to do
We'll
forced
talk
labor.
about this in a minute.
You know?
Let's just
yeah. Okay, so I murder, I'm going to say, is kind of improbable. I'm going to give that 3 stars.
Okay.
Out of
27.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be consistent here.
Is this an arbitrary scoring system, by the way, or is there some
27?
logic behind
No,
it?
he's done all the math behind it.
Okay.
The calculations.
Yeah.
All right.
There's some
I just want to make sure.
Really complex formulas.
Because I don't want to get some statistician writing in about how our system is skewed. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Now you multiply 3 by 3 times, and you get 27. Yeah.
Duh.
So there you go. There you
What's
go.
next?
I like this system because it's more precise than just say 4 or 5 stars.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Next theory: suicide.
No.
No, I know it's stupid. But,
How many stars?
I'm going to give this one a 1/4 star.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously no body. There was no evidence of any kind of depression. His friend George Bailey, that he lived with in Beijing and he traveled with after Beijing, said didn't report any sort of depression or anything like that.
Yeah, I would give Ran Away more credence in this.
Oh yeah.
Twice as much, in fact.
At least.
Our next theory: he fell in the gorge and went splat. Yeah, and of course, as you know, some people believe this, including the Chinese government.
Yeah.
That's what China says.
Well,
that's
it's
what
the
Reddit
official
says.
line,
Yeah. It's plausible because the high trail, as we've already said, is kind of scary, and people have died, by the way. Of course, one difference between those incidents and this is that they found the bodies in those cases. Yeah, so this would be a first, but that doesn't make it completely out of the question, right?
Well, it's a gorge.
Yeah.
It's not a smooth surface. There's nooks and crannies. There's places for a body to fall into
and get wedged
down
in
a sheer face and get stuck there.
Yeah, that's true.
And a month goes by and the local birds have been having a heyday with it. You're not going to notice it anymore. It's just a pile of stuff.
Yeah, I know. So it's that is possible. But David's father and his 2 brothers went to China. His father's name is Roy, and his brothers Michael and James. They traveled there about a month after he disappeared and retraced his steps. They went over the trail, and they claim that the trail is actually not that bad. And they also say they found witnesses who saw him after he left the trail in the gorge. Yeah, that's what they say. So then he made it out of Tiger Leaping Gorge intact. Yeah. They arrived in Kiaotu on September 12th, I believe. And the U.S. Embassy had developed the rolls of film that the Chinese found in the backpack. They found a lot of shots from his travels with George Bailey. But there were about 4 good shots that had been taken only days before. According to George Bailey, the pictures were taken on August 7th and 8th, 2004. So just a few days before he disappeared. When they got there, they hired a Tibetan guide named Sean, who happens to own Sean's Guest House in Tiger Leaping Gorge. Yeah, and they also hired an interpreter. They set on the high trail, and as I said, they didn't find it to be as difficult as some people make it out to be, but apparently these guys have a lot of outdoorsy experience.
Well, I was going to say, I know. How old is Roy? He's in his 60s now, is that about right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I know that not too long after everything went down with their son, he and his wife went on another mission to somewhere in Africa, if I remember correctly, doing, their missionary duties, which was not all just sitting around in front of a table and waving at people. They're like doing heavy labor and stuff. So these people... they're tough stock.
Yeah, they apparently do lots of backpacking and hiking and stuff like that.
Worth reminding everyone, David is their family, so he would have been of the same.
Well, yeah, he had,
experience.
According to his family, he was an Eagle Scout who had many years of experience with backpacking and the outdoors.
So them
and all that
finding it not so difficult would mean that he would likely have also found it not so difficult.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, similar experience levels or competence.
Yeah. But anyway, they traveled through the gorge, and one of the first persons that they met, they had made these placards that they put on their bodies, which had a blown up picture of David's face, and also in English and Mandarin, it's like missing trekker. And they talked to a lot of people. People would, walk up to them and try to be helpful. And they met this guide on the trail who was guiding some people through the trail. And he said that he had seen David, and he described the encounter this way. He said that he had been hiking from west to east in the gorge. So Kiantu is in the west where you start out, and then it goes up and over the mountains, and it's back down to what's called the lower trail, which is actually a road. It used to be a trail. Now they made it into a road. And at that spot, there's a guest house or a hostel called Tina's Guest House. So they were headed from west to east on the trail, and David caught up with them. He was with a Hong Kong couple, and he said that they chatted for a little bit in Mandarin, and he and David chatted. David and the Hong Kong couple would talk to each other, and they would alternate talking in English, so the Hong Kong people could practice their English, and then they would switch to Mandarin, so David could practice his Mandarin. So they hiked for 3 hours. So obviously this guy got a real good look at David.
Yeah.
And then they went on to Tina's Guest House, where they all spent the night. So obviously, if that's true, then he made it out of the gorge okay. Let me describe how they question people. They tried not to ask leading questions or plant ideas. So their first question is, did you meet a white guy who spoke Chinese? And if somebody said, yeah, I think I did. I remember. And then they would ask for a description of his height, weight, and clothing. And if that was reasonable, they'd ask, well, was he wearing a pack of any kind? And ask them to, describe the pack, the size, the color. And if their answers were all reasonable and believable, then they would pull out the pictures, and only then, and show them to the witness. And so
pictures in addition to the placard.
Yeah, the placard. Apparently, the picture in the placard was not that great. It was.
Was that intentional? I'm guessing, based on their questioning method.
No, I don't know if it was intentional or not. That was just the
or
most
what they had available. Maybe.
I think one of the most recent pictures available of him, and it wasn't that high resolution. So when they blew it up and put it on the placard, it just wasn't that great. But the travel photos that were in the rolls of film, turns out several of those were very good, much better quality.
Okay.
So they'd show these to these people, and then people would either say, yeah, that's the guy, or no, that's not the guy. But yeah, and so David obviously is going to stand out a little bit if you talk to him, because if you're a Chinese, you're probably not used to running into people, white Americans who speak Chinese.
Yeah, that would be abnormal.
Yeah, it would be kind of abnormal. The Sneddons continued on the trail to the end, stopped at Tina's Guest House. Nobody there remembered David, so they asked if they could look at the register or the guest logs to see if he had signed in. And at this point, and I'm getting this from some of their. They actually wrote. They eventually posted on their website. They went through the records. They found the records to be in somewhat of disarray, and there were no records for the 10th or 11th of August in there.
They've been confiscated?
I don't know, because a guy named Chris Vogel wrote a good article about this whole thing in Outside Magazine, and he said that in the article that these things have been confiscated. The logs have been confiscated for the month of August. But what they said at the time was that they didn't say anything about the police confiscating them. They just said that the 10th and the 11th were missing.
It sounds like their logs were pretty haphazard at the best.
Yeah, it sounds like, yeah.
Okay.
So that's what the Sneddons said. They said.
I'm guessing it's not a log book as much as a series of leaflets or sheets of paper.
Probably, yeah. They said, to quote the Sneddons in their email, as is the case with so many guest houses that we have visited, the record keeping is not always well organized or up to date. Sometimes records have been delivered to the police, and sometimes they are missing. So, and I'm not sure. China is kind of a police state, so I'm not sure if they have to save all these things for the police or take them to the police,
or if the police took it when they were doing their original search.
Yeah.
And then just never returned them.
Well, it could have been that. I don't know. I'm not sure if if he didn't sign in. I'm not sure why they'd bother taking him, except as evidence maybe. But then he did.
Evidence that he hadn't been there, so they must be right about the fact that he fell into the gorge.
Yeah, but you would think they would just look and see if he signed in and then give him back the logs, right?
Unless he did sign in.
Uh-huh. And if they were, like, say, wanting to cover it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, possible. We'll talk a little bit more on that.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. They did find another place, by the way, in Shangri-La. There's a town, I forget the original name. It was renamed as Shangri-La in 2001.
I know. That I got to tell you, reading about Shangri-La, really, I was so weirded out because I'm like, wait a minute. No, I grew up hearing about Shangri-La being this mystical place that nobody's found, and now it's a town in Tiger Leaping Gorge? What?
It is.
It really It's weird
Shangri-La.
for anybody who's grown up learning that is that because it's from what is the book from 1933?
Was it Lost Horizons?
I think that's the book.
Yeah. At least that was the name of the movie. Maybe the book was something different, but yeah, I guess they renamed it that for touristic reasons.
Yeah, they did. That's totally why. It's
a little tacky, you ask me. But
like what was the movie, The River Kwai? They shot the movie in the wrong place. And so the government went ahead and renamed a village so that it was in the right place according to the movie for tourism reasons.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not the first time this kind of stuff has happened.
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't know about that. Anyway, back to Shangri-La. They did find a place called... They eventually went on and to Shangri-La, and I'll tell you how they got there. But this place called the Deking Tibetan Area International Guest House, where... the woman who worked there ID'd David and said that he had spent the night there in August, the 13th, and she was not able to show them records because she did say that the police had taken all records regarding foreign visitors, and whether that's just routine or if they took them because of David's disappearance, I'm not really sure. Anyway, the staying on the trail, when you get to the trail, you can turn left or right.
That sounds super familiar.
Yeah, I know. yeah. When you get off the trail, you wind up on the lower trail, which is the road. And so he's still on the river, so he still could have wound up floating in the river at this point.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. So he could have turned right and gone down the road to Kiao Tu and gotten his backpack back. Or he could have turned left and headed northeast to a village called Haba and some other villages beyond there. And that road eventually leads to Shangri-La. And so the family decided to turn left and go to Haba, just on a hunch. And 2 kilometers up the road, they got to Sean's guest house, which is where their business that their guide owns. And by the way, Sean himself didn't remember actually seeing David because David actually stopped in just briefly. He didn't spend the night there or anything like that. I think he stopped in and maybe had a little food. But a couple of employees at Sean's guest house did remember seeing David. And then from there, they continued on to the village of Haba and canvassed the town, and eventually found a storekeeper who positively identified David. Again, using their stringent methods of describe him first before we show him the pictures. They went on by hired car and bus, etc., until they got to Shangri-La. And first day they had no luck. Second day they found a Korean restaurant called the Yak Bar. And knowing that David, I know.
It's a great.
I know.
I understand why it's named that, but it doesn't sound like. I went to the Yak Bar. It made me yak.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's.
I'm 12. I can't help it.
Yeah.
I am 14, and this is funny.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, the Yak Bar. I wouldn't name my bar that, but anyway, the owner of the Yak Bar did remember David coming into the restaurant 3 times in a 2-day period about a month before. Again, she remembered him very distinctly. I mean, she positively because she was Korean. He insisted on speaking to her in Korean, and they had some good conversations. And once again, white American who speaks Korean, that's
in China.
In China, that's going to stick in your mind. Yeah, and she very positively identified him. And since there's no evidence that David was in Shangri-La before he went to Tiger Leaping Gorge, remember his email to his mother says, "I'm leaving Lijiang on a bus to go to Tiger Leaping Gorge." Right. So. This must have been after he left the gorge. So he couldn't have wound up dead in the river, right?
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
I know.
Although this does bring up because he was seen with an attractive woman at that point.
Yeah, apparently she said that he came in at one point in one of his visits. It might have been even the last one, and he was with an Asian woman who probably must have been an American. Somebody. I don't. When you travel by yourself, you tend to befriend people. Sometimes you're more likely to start talking to people. And she was probably American and probably didn't speak Chinese or Korean or anything. And so that's what the owner. Her name was Zhang Xiaofen, and she said that he did come in one time with an attractive Asian woman who did not appear to speak Korean or Chinese because David had to translate for her. So from English to Korean. Yeah, so this might be the attractive woman that they talked about in the NK News article. But she didn't report that David and the Asian girl were like affectionate or holding hands. It was probably just one of those things where you're traveling and you get kind of acquainted with somebody for a little bit, right? Yeah. Oh, and also, by the way, another employee at the same restaurant remembered David too. So And some other people around Shangri-La had seen David. So I think the Sneddons did a pretty good job in proving that David didn't die on the high trail in Tiger Leaping Gorge. Yeah. And also, by the way, if he'd taken he probably would have wound up on the low road, on the low trail, which is a road, as I said, instead of plunging into the river.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you guys think of this, the theory that he died in the gorge? Yeah,
No.
I got to give it a quarter star. It's just not. Any thoughts, Steve?
No. I mean, it's the evidence is there to disprove the fall.
I think so.
I mean, there's just there's too many things because he was too unique of a character.
Yeah, I mean, if they had found just one person, just one witness, then I'd say, okay, well, maybe, But yeah, they seem to have found quite a few. And just let me show you here. You read the report, right?
I read parts of it. I didn't read through the entire thing.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to hold this up to the microphone so you can see it. This is they list the witnesses, and this is their ranking system.
Looks like a QR code.
Yeah. And so, based on all the various criteria for credibility, they rank them on a scale of 1 to 10 using this little table here. As you can see, but as you can see, they were very
pretty credible,
very stringent, and they didn't. If somebody comes up and just says, "Yeah, I think I saw somebody like that," that ain't good enough. I mean, you had to really jump over a bunch of hurdles to actually be one of these people they call, what they call a sighting of David.
Well, and that's the problem with, any kind of, we talked about this so many times, witness testimonies. Oh, yeah, I saw a guy who looked like that.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm positive.
Yeah.
Kind of sure's. Yeah, absolutely. No.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Memory is fallible.
But, oh, yeah, it is. I think one of the advantages they had in the case of David, again, is the language thing.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's real big. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so much for that theory. He did not die in the gorge.
What are you ranking that, sir?
A quarter star.
He said a quarter.
Yeah, I already said a quarter.
Oh, did you?
Star.
I'm sorry.
A quarter star.
I was busy looking at the map thingy-mabobber I have in front of me.
Okay, on to our next theory: human trafficking. Here's something from the CIA World Fact Book. Actually, Devin, you want to read that?
Why not Steve?
Okay, Steve, you want to read that?
No.
No?
Well, I'll do it anyway.
Okay, all right.
China is a source, transit, and destination country for men, women, and children subjected to sex trafficking and forced labor. Chinese adults and children are forced into prostitution and various forms of forced labor.
Yeah.
Why did I have to read that? That
I
was the
had to
most
read-
depressing
I think
statement.
that-
No
I think
wonder
that's,
she
yeah.
balked on that.
Yeah, I just wanted people to be able to listen to other voices besides me droning on. But it's estimated, and I'm not sure how reliably, that 10 to 20,000 people a year are abducted and sent off to do forced labor or prostitution or whatever.
Is that in China?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
or
not.
sometimes they're abducted and brought into China, or they're abducted and shipped out of China, or whatever. But
Just I don't know. But why a white American?
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. I think that they would be less likely to, because it attracts attention. I just threw this one in here out of sheer randomness.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let that go.
Sheer randomness. So yeah, this doesn't rank too high. I'm going to give this 2 stars.
Okay.
That's probably more than it deserves. But
Yeah.
yeah. All right, our last theory. This is an interesting one. He was abducted by the North Koreans. The last sighting of David Sneddon was August 14th, and it was at the Yak Bar around noon or 1 o'clock. He was leaving apparently for Lijiang on a bus, and then he was going to stop off in Kiaotu and get his backpack, of course. And actually, he didn't say that to anybody, but obviously that must have been.
He was going to do that.
Yeah, it was
That's easy to infer.
Yeah, that was on the way to to Lijiang, and so he never got the backpack. So we have to kind of conclude that he disappeared either in Shangri-La or in Kiaotu or somewhere in between on the day of the 14th, since he was never seen or heard from about that. The Sneddons seem to be pretty intelligent, rational people, and they've already made a good case that he didn't disappear voluntarily. In that executive report that I talk about, they make a good case. And, of course, we didn't rank that particular theory very highly ourselves, right? They also established that he couldn't have died in the gorge. And so their conclusion, and this was in late 2004 when they wrote their report, was that he was being held against his will but at that time they had no idea who.
Hmm.
They sent their report to the State Department.
How long was the report, by the way?
Like 74 pages.
Yeah.
It was pretty thorough. It has
Yeah.
pictures and maps and graphs and all kinds of stuff. They were pretty thorough,
Mhm.
and it was actually very helpful for me in putting all my facts together.
Yeah.
It's worth looking at. They sent the report to the State Department, and after months of pleading, the State Department got the Chinese government to launch a new investigation. They re-interviewed all the witnesses that the Steddons found, and turns out all the witnesses changed their stories, just like that. They were all positive before that they had seen David.
When they were talking to the
When
family.
they were talking to the family, and now at this point they're saying they're not really sure, or some of them are saying they don't remember it at all. It's really kind of hinky.
Talking to an authority figure.
Yeah, well, that might be it. It might be that. Again, there's been a lot of allegations of cover-up and stuff like that. But at the same time, in some of these countries, when the government shows up, you're more likely to say, "Oh, I don't really know," because you
I don't really want to get involved.
I don't really want to get involved. So, it's hard to say, but people have alleged that the Chinese government is actually trying to cover this up.
Well, the weird shift of story from witnesses, such a dramatic shift. I can see why people would say that.
Yeah.
But I can also see why you would do that in that situation when suddenly you're faced with a couple of Chinese military men or policemen, and they've got that look on their face like, what did you see that you shouldn't have? I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. I have
don't
no
know
idea what's
nothing.
going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I live in a state of see something, say nothing.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, it could be that it's incredibly frustrating for the investigators in China, the Chinese investigators, who show up and say, all right, tell us your story. It sounds like you have something to tell us about this thing that can help us, crack this mystery open. And then all of the witnesses suddenly go, no.
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't know nothing.
Nope.
Yeah.
Out of fear, whether it's real or perceived.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so it's hard to say if there's a sinister cover-up going on or not. Quite possibly. Well, yeah. But anyway, the case sat there for a long time, and then in April 2011, the Steddons got a phone call from a guy named Chuck Downs, who at that time ran an organization called the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. He since has left that position, but I think he's still involved in North Korean issues. But Chuck Downs told the Steddons that he believed that David had been abducted by the North Koreans, which does make some sense because the North Koreans actually kind of are in the habit of abducting people.
They do stuff like that.
They
a
really
lot.
do a lot.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of it, mostly Japanese and South Koreans.
Mhm.
Japanese especially because they forced them to teach English to North Korean
But there
agents.
have been Americans.
There have been a few Americans, some Europeans, some Middle Easterners, all kinds of people have been kidnapped by the North Koreans.
Did you know that the North Koreans are currently holding the only U.S. naval ship to be captured?
Oh, they still have the Pueblo?
They still have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. I've often wondered why the world puts up with North Korea. I mean, after several years ago when they sank that South Korean warship, just unprovoked, they just torpedoed it, sank it, killed a bunch of people. I really felt like the U.S. and the Japanese and the South Koreans should have gotten together and just sunk their entire navy. I'm not joking. I mean, that sink every submarine at the very least.
They do some pretty amazing stuff. I mean, the American that I was thinking of was, what was it? It was the late 50s. There was a couple of Americans that crossed into North Korea through the demilitarized zone, thinking that they would get out of the war because the North Koreans would deport them to Russia, and then they become prisoners of war and they get shipped back home. And instead, I think one of them, the one who actually finally got out, he didn't leave North Korea till 2004.
Exactly.
And his wife is Japanese.
Yeah.
And they were basically put together. I think he was like a 30 or 40-year-old man by the time they were put together, and she was a 20-something.
Yeah, they basically found this, and they probably kidnapped her. She
had to been forcibly taken.
Yeah, he was. I believe he was one of their principal English teachers, teaching their spies all about English in America.
He was.
And significantly, he finally got out of North Korea. I think in July 2004, which is a month before David disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I needed another English teacher.
I hadn't even made that connection.
Yep. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Great point.
They lost. Yeah. So.
Great point, Joe.
Yeah.
They no longer had their main English-speaking guy to teach everybody.
Yeah. I mean, if they had gotten wind of David Snedden with his language skills, and also he would have been a great teacher for teaching people about American customs and society and stuff like that.
Well, on a certain level, yeah.
Yeah, you could at least teach them to impersonate Mormons.
That's true.
He'd be very good at that. Yeah.
He would know English. He would know general customs.
Oh, yeah.
He would have general knowledge, which is just invaluable. And I'm sorry, but we live in an internet age. Even the government of Korea is going to have the internet to be able to use for their spies, even though they don't give it to their people.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Dishes everywhere.
Yeah. I'm sure that Kim Jong Un at least gets access to the internet. Yeah. So
he must, because he found out about the interview. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's a funny thing about the interview, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway,
I didn't even watch that movie.
I didn't watch it either. But no, I heard they were upset by it.
Yeah, they weren't happy, but
yeah, I wonder how they felt about Team America World Police.
Let's go back to the story before this gets way off track.
Yeah, so the actual evidence that Snedden was abducted by the North Koreans, well, there's not a lot. There's just one little bit. In May 2012, a Japanese group called the National Association for the Rescue of Japanese Kidnapped by North Korea.
That's an actual thing.
Yeah, that's a long
a heck of an acronym.
That's a long name there. But in May 2012, they put some interesting information on their website, in which they said a North Korean defector who had previously provided reliable information to them had obtained Chinese security documents indicating that a 23 or 24-year-old American student was arrested in Yunnan province on charges of helping illegal residents, and that he ended up in the hands of 5 North Korean secret agents.
Wait, what does that helping illegal residents bit mean?
I'm not exactly
I've heard
sure.
several interpretations.
It's kind of vague. I mean, apparently there are illegal North Korean immigrants in there. They escaped the way
underground railroads.
Yeah, that kind of thing, an underground railroad, because they escape. Obviously, in Korea, you're not going to escape into the South over the DMZ, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so so the only other way to do it is to escape across the border into China. And then from China, you have to travel so you can get to a friendlier country where you can escape from them there and go to South Korea. In, I believe it was 2004, for example, Vietnam allowed more than 400 North Korean refugees to leave Vietnam and go to South Korea, which apparently upset the North Koreans quite a bit.
I could see why they'd be upset about that.
Well,
they don't want their people to leave.
Well, you know what I got to say, though? If your country is such a friggin' paradise, why do you have to hold everybody prisoner?
I'm going to shut my mouth.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, yeah, so this happened again. It happened in August 2004 in Yunnan province to a white American around 24 years old who was a student. Could it be? This was in Kunming where this happened. Of course, if that is actually true, then what that means is that would mean the Chinese government had to have been involved, because if he'd been Kunming, that would have meant he would have stopped off in Kiaotu and picked up his backpack, because Kiaotu was on his way to Lijiang, which is on the way to Kunming, which is where he needed to catch his flight. Yeah.
Kind of a straight line, basically.
Yeah. So since if this report is actually true, it kind of had to have been David, because there haven't been any other American tourists who have disappeared in China. These guys, apparently, according to